Chapter 21, Uninvited Guest. Chapter 21, Uninvited Guest. It was Billy Stubbs' fault. The boy was roughly Tom's age, but about a head taller and built like an ox. His intelligence was inversely proportionate to his size. Plus, he seriously had it in for Tom, ever since Tom had killed Billy's rabbit at the age of 7. So it wasn't wholly unexpected when he'd shouldered Tom roughly as he walked past on the stairs, hard enough to bruise, the very first day back for the Christmas break. Of course, Tom was no stranger to violence. The orphanage wasn't exactly a peaceful environment in which to grow up. The children were from the areas of poorest London, and with barely a few years of proper education, most were destined to end up in factories and workhouses. Except for Tom, of course, who went to a fancy school for most of the year. His superior attitude also didn't encourage any bonding with the other children. He was universally despised by all the others, as well as feared to a certain extent. As a result, they took to traveling in packs, like animals out for blood, and he was careful to lock his door at night. He had no magic or popularity here, no possible way to physically defend himself besides his wit and the will to survive. It was at the orphanage, long before Hogwarts, that he had learned how to get revenge in ways that couldn't be traced back to him. Billy was his most outspoken enemy, and therefore often found himself the victim of strange accidents. One time he lost the tip of his finger to a slamming door on a windless day. Another time, he was rushed to hospital after ingesting shards of glass lurking in his leek and potato soup. But despite everything Tom tried, Billy Stubbs was like a cockroach, always somehow avoiding serious or fatal injury. Tom attributed it to luck and an abnormally durable build. He also seemed too stupid to be intimidated by supernatural means, like many of the others. "You got something to say, freak?" Billy challenged, lip curling, as Tom mutely rubbed his bruised shoulder. He said nothing in the face of Billy's posturing. Physical confrontation was not his style, and he had made a decision to lay low. Consoling himself by picturing ways to eventually put the idiot in his place, or possibly kill him, once and for all, Tom merely clenched his teeth and kept walking, doing his best to ignore the cretin's scornful laugh. "Yeah, I thought so." The boy jeered, his voice ringing in the orphanage halls. "You're pathetic." Tom stopped. His eye twitched. Screw laying low. He couldn't just let that go unpunished. And so, the next day, Billy found himself the victim of yet another inexplicable accident. A large vase had been balanced precariously on the banister at the top of the stairs. No one saw who did it. Right at the exact moment the unfortunate boy was passing under the vase 2 stories below, a door upstairs was slammed violently, no one knew by whom, causing a draft of air to make the vase wobble, then fall with perfectly timed accuracy, directly over Billy's head. Knocked to the floor and motionless, the other children excitedly gathered around as blood soaked into the threadbare carpet. A flurry of activity and an ambulance later, the hunt for the culprit began. "Tom Riddle!" shrieked Miranda, marching up the stairs in a black mood. "Get out here, you little shit!" Tom had an alibi, of course. 3 young, wide-eyed kids testified that he'd been reading a book in a quiet corner of the playroom at the time of the incident. Miranda wasn't convinced. "This kind of thing only happens when you're back here," she accused furiously, pacing up and down his cramped room. "You have no proof," Tom said calmly. "Perhaps that should be my official catchphrase," he mused drily. "How many times has Billy been put in hospital because of you? I don't know how you do it, but I know it's you," she yelled, spittle flying. "Do you think this place can afford more medical bills?" "Oh, does that mean he's going to recover?" Tom said, displeased. He looked back at his book and idly turned a page. "Think of all the money you'd have saved if he died." You little." The woman spluttered, turning purple. Tom ignored her. Miranda wouldn't do anything worse than yell. Over the years she'd come to realize, like many of the residents of the orphanage, that Tom was different. When Tom was 12 years old, Miranda took over the orphanage from the sickly Mrs. Cole. She'd tried to get him to move out of his single room to share with another boy. Naturally, he refused. He liked his space. That was something that the mouse-ish Mrs. Cole had understood, but Miranda hadn't yet known. Things escalated. He'd pulled his wand, and minor items on tables and shelves had moved while the lamplight flickered creepily. Nothing overt enough to trigger the trace, but it was enough. He'd been given his space and fear-induced respect ever since, most of the time, anyway. Because of his wand. Which he no longer had. That fact secretly made him very uncomfortable, despite his calm exterior. The only way he coped with living nose-deep in muggle filth was the knowledge that if he truly wanted to, or needed to, he could blast them all to kingdom come with a flick of his wrist. But it wasn't only important as a weapon to him. It was a reminder that he was worthy. That he was powerful. He was special. But how could he have explained all that to Dumbledore, a man who'd known his whole life who he was, where he belonged? He'd probably never had to go a day without magic. His wand was a part of his identity. Without it, he felt like a part of his soul was missing. It was an anchor tying him to the magical world. Without it, he felt horribly paranoid that somehow it all just wasn't real. It didn't matter that he was currently reading a book on goblin wars, the irrational fear remained. It was his one big secret, this irrational anxiety that only he would open his eyes and realize it had all been a cruel dream, a fantasy to help him cope with a mundane life. As if sensing his secret vulnerability, Miranda narrowed her eyes. "Billy's coming back tomorrow, Tom," she said nastily. "And you know what? I think he deserves to know just who was responsible for putting him in the hospital. I didn't do anything. You can tell that to Billy when he gets home." Riddle unconsciously tightened his grip on the book, but kept his face neutral. "If he thinks I'm responsible, he'll try to kill me. Think of all the money we'd save if you died, right?" she snapped, throwing his own words back in his face. He stared at her. "I wasn't aware you were starting up a children's fight club." He spat venomously. "Harold and I agree that you two have some differences to sort out." Harold was the resident cook and disciplinarian. He also happened to be the town drunk. Of course this twisted idea was his. "We're going to let you two clear the air, like men. And that'll be the end of it." "Are you serious?" This was a new low, even for her. She went to the door, fishing out a jangling ring of iron keys from her apron. He slowly put down his book, swallowing around a dry throat. "Wait. Are you? Sleep tight, Tom." She slammed his door shut, and he heard the key scrape in the lock. He had no intention to wait around to see if she was serious about letting Billy have his revenge. Using a piece of wire he'd salvaged from one of his bed springs, he got to work picking the lock with cold fingers. It took hours, but he felt uncharacteristically patient about it. The tedium of the task should have been frustrating, as the wire kept bending out of shape, but he felt numb to the situation. He knew running was only postponing the inevitable, but he wasn't apathetic enough to give up without trying. Eventually he was free, and wasted no time walking through the sleeping orphanage to exit through the back door, using the spare key he found on a windowsill. Outside, he hunched his shoulders against the frigid, early morning air and walked quickly down the street as the grim dawn broke, his hands thrust into the pockets of his coat. The coat wasn't suitable for the depths of winter, hypothermia was a distinct possibility. He scowled at the purpling clouds overhead, as the snow fell thick and fast, as if mocking him. There would be no sun today. It seemed appropriate. He walked quickly down the street, his feet crunching on the black ice, and to any casual observer, not that there was one, people with any sense wouldn't be out in this weather, it seemed like he had a purpose, maybe some destination he was anxious to get to. But that wasn't true. In fact, it was merely the instinct of self-preservation that drove him onwards, aimlessly walking around the grimy streets of poorest London. About 3 hours later, he found himself in a miserable-looking park, complete with rusted swing sets and trash poking through the carpet of slushy snow. It wasn't far from the orphanage, he'd gone in a meandering loop, knowing he'd have to return eventually. There was nowhere else to go. He made his way over to a low wall next to a skeletal tree, and without a better plan in mind, he threw himself down against it, sheltering from the wind in a vain attempt to conserve what little body heat he had left. He knew he couldn't stay in one place for long, he had no intention of freezing to death. His breath was cold, no longer misting in front of him. Ironically, his lungs felt like they were burning. A moment of stillness was all it took for his bitterness and hate to surge within him again, sweeping away his apathy and replacing it with something hotter, and uglier. The ever-present rage simmering inside had always sustained him through tough times. He thought back on the past 3 days of hell, it had only been 3 days into his Christmas holiday, and mused about how quickly everything had gone to shit. If he had his wand, at least he could defend himself. Self-defense was allowed for underage wizards, though there would have been a tedious hearing. He knew in his heart that even if he'd had his wand, he wouldn't use it for fear Dumbledore would expel him once and for all. He'd endure any amount of pain and humiliation to remain at Hogwarts. Not long into his musing, however, he heard the sounds of approaching boots crunching through the snow. There were 2, but he could guess from the sound of familiar, obnoxious mouth breathing just who they were. He briefly considered trying to sneak away before he was seen, but immediately gave up on the idea. He was in no condition to fight or flee. He would just have to endure it, like he always did. He stood up quietly, dusting the snow off his coat with numb hands. Billy Stubbs was accompanied by his friend, Eric Wally, smaller in stature but no less thick. "Still alive, I see," he commented, sounding contemptuous. Billy sported a large, white bandage wrapped around his head like a turban, but otherwise seemed annoyingly healthy. "No thanks to you," he growled. "You're gonna pay," piped up Eric. Everyone at the orphanage despised Riddle, some for arguably good reason, and it was clear they were looking forward to a little revenge. He mused that at least out here there were only 2. If he'd stayed at the orphanage, who knew how many of the others might have joined in. "I wasn't anywhere nearby when it happened." His denial was half-hearted, at best. He was tired and cold. He wanted this to be over. Billy shrugged, stomping closer threateningly. That's not what I heard. Tom held his ground and looked at him up and down. Don't you have a concussion or something? At least. He demanded, bitterly disappointed that he hadn't thought of weighting the vase with a couple of bricks. Billy grinned, displaying a missing tooth, and shook his head. Nah. The doctor said brain's absolutely fine. Well, aren't you lucky? He drawled, holding back his shivering, from the cold, of course, with pure willpower. I suppose you can't damage what you don't have. It took Billy a few seconds to realize just how he'd been insulted. He cracked his knuckles meaningfully. No one's gonna miss a freak like you. Later that day, Amalia gazed up at the forbidding building with some trepidation. An iron gate stood half open, slightly rusted, with big letters that spelled Wool's Orphanage. The place didn't look in very good condition, but there were lights on inside. She shivered slightly in the cold. It was already dark. Did Tom really live here? She couldn't picture it. Her curiosity grew, and she strode purposefully towards the double front doors. It was a full minute before anyone heard her polite pull on the bell. Yes. A thin-lipped woman with frazzled hair opened the door and gave her a bad-tempered stare. She hid her annoyance at the woman's rudeness, and smiled brightly. Good evening. I was wondering if I might intrude for a short visit with one of your charges. The woman gave her a suspicious up-and-down look, taking in her fine wool coat, calfskin boots, the silver pin holding her hair back. I think you got the wrong place, missy. She told her, and made to shut the door. Thwack. Amalia's hand stung with the force needed to keep the heavy door ajar, but she didn't let her friendly smile slip. Oh, I don't think so. She said pleasantly, inclining her head. You see, I'm here to see Tom Riddle. I'm a friend of his, from school. Well, friend was stretching it a bit, but... She was surprised by the fleeting panic on the woman's face, followed swiftly by anger. I don't know what you've heard, girl, but I assure you you're in the wrong place. Good day. With that, she wrenched the door shut. Amalia heard a bolt slide home with a heavy thunk. Hey! She stepped back, biting her lip thoughtfully. That reaction had been unexpected. She paced slowly around the side of the building, gazing up at the bricks, stained grey with pollution. There was a small window open just a little near the back door. She grinned. Perfect. Shape-shifting into her cat form took only a moment, and she relished the feeling of confidence that always accompanied. Cats were so self-assured. Before she could sink into the snow, she leapt up onto the windowsill agilely. She slipped through the opening and looked around, her luminous amber eyes taking in the scene effortlessly. She was in a kitchen. It was empty for the moment. She leapt down onto the tiled floor, her velvet-padded paws not making a sound. Slinking through the halls, she realized the place was much bigger than she'd expected. Or did it just seem that way, while she was in such a small form? Not knowing where to start looking, she made her way back towards the front door, following the muffled sounds of the rude woman's voice. Her senses were sharp. It seemed that the orphans were all upstairs. Perhaps they'd just finished dinner? The black cat crouched under a chair in the hall, blending effortlessly into the shadows, and listened. Asking questions, said the woman from the room directly off the hall. She sounded anxious. Stop your naggin', woman, ordered a man's voice. It'll be fine. Boys get into scraps all o' the time. Dr. Jessum's coming tomorrow morning to see him, he'll patch him up. None will be the wiser. But if that school has found out, I bet that's why that little shit tried to run this morning. He might have contacted that professor. Then why'd some girl pitch up? Grunted the man obstinately, you're overthinking things. Anyway, I made sure he can't get out again. Okay? So quit your whining. The woman subsided reluctantly, muttering. And bring me that whiskey. We deserve a little pick-me-up, The woman's steps drew nearer to the door, and she chuckled. That's the first sensible thing you've said all night, Harold. She closed the door with a snap. The black cat's tail started lashing as she emerged from her hiding place, sharp claws digging into the dirty carpet. It sounded like Tom's situation was worse than she'd thought. Throwing caution to the winds, she transformed back into her normal form and strode up the stairs with a menacing scowl. The first room she came to was open, and she didn't hesitate before marching right in. Who are you? Squeaked a brown-haired boy, maybe about 10 years old. He stared up from his position on the ground, his peeling wooden toy train falling from his grubby hands. She didn't have time to be polite, and grabbed his upper arm, yanking him to his feet. With her other hand she smothered his yelp, glaring him into wide-eyed silence. Where's Tom Riddle? The boy gulped audibly. I'm waiting. She gave him a little shake. At the end of the hall, and third door on the right. Will I need keys? He shook his head. It's not locked. That didn't sound right. Downstairs, the man called Harold had said he'd made sure Riddle couldn't escape. She felt a prickle of unease. Why? What? Why isn't his door locked? The boy's face was confused for a moment, before he seemed to recall something. Well. I don't think he can walk, so. She stared at him blankly for a long moment. Stay in your room. She ordered mechanically, and let him go. She strode down the hall purposefully, not caring that her presence was no longer going unnoticed. Some kids had seen her, she clearly didn't belong, and others were poking their heads out of their rooms, curious and excited. She ignored them and continued, shoving aside any runt stupid enough to get in her way. At last she came to the plain door exactly the same as all the others, that was supposed to be Tom's. As the boy had said, it wasn't locked. She considered knocking, but her hand was already pushing the door open. She just entered and closed it on the curious whispers from the other orphans. Hopefully they wouldn't be disturbed for a while. Then, she turned to survey the room. It was small, with Spartan furnishings, just a bed, a desk, and a narrow cupboard. Riddle's bag lay on the desk. He'd obviously only taken a few of his belongings with for the short, 2-week holiday, next to a book on Goblin Wars. Other than that, the room was completely empty of personality. She turned her attention to the bed, upon which the person she'd come to see was lying, motionless except for the shallow rise and fall of his chest. Shit, Riddle. She breathed, stepping closer, eyes wide on his pale face. A shadow of a nasty, purpling bruise lay across one cheek, and his lips were cut and bleeding. He was lying in an unnaturally stiff position, as if he'd been placed there while unconscious. To her fury, she noticed that the man Harold had tied one of his wrists to the bedpost, twisted at an awkward angle behind him with a length of rope. What the hell kind of medieval orphanage was this? Clearly, he'd endured a severe beating. By whom? The skin of his knuckles was torn up, so at least he'd put up some kind of a fight. She couldn't see the extent of the damage on the rest of him, and gingerly peered at the skin around his neck. She thought she could spy further bruises on the exposed skin, but was reluctant to peek beneath his shirt. She'd learned her lesson about how much he hated that. Also, the fact he had been left in only a thin shirt was appalling. It was freezing in the room, and they hadn't even bothered to cover him with a blanket. She made a decision right there on the spot. Whether it was a foolish one, or not, she'd have to find out. Riddle, she said gently. Can you hear me? Wake up. Riddle. She was starting to think he really was still unconscious, after all, when suddenly his eyelids fluttered. That's it. Open your eyes. She encouraged, and took a few steps back. She didn't want to give him a heart attack when he saw her. He came back to the world with a pained groan, his expression tensing as he instinctively tried to curl onto his side. Clearly, the movement was a bad idea, as he fell back with a gasp, the fingers of his free hand dragging at the bedsheets as he dealt with the pain, panting raggedly. Then, he saw her. And no. Riddle whispered, anguished, his dark eyes staring. No. No, this can't be happening, not here. She's not here. She's not seeing me like this. Well, that's not a very flattering reaction, the girl said, clearly striving to sound her usual sarcastic and calm self. But her half-hearted smirk slipped quickly off her face, her brown eyes serious, yet unreadable. She was staring at him. He stared right back. What are you doing here? He forced out eventually, between clenched teeth. Disgust, anger, and shame twisted his insides into writhing coils of anxiety as he watched her look down at him with her steady brown eyes. She looked serious, but there was no pity in her gaze. He was thankful for that, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. Better she laugh. Why wasn't she laughing? He gritted his teeth and carefully dragged himself into an upright position, with his back supported by the cold metal bars at the end of the bed. He felt bones grate in his side, a stabbing pain making black spots explode in his vision with every breath. It was harder with only one arm, he'd lost feeling in the hand tied to the bedpost. At least that meant one part of him didn't hurt. When had that happened? He couldn't remember coming back to the orphanage. What time was it? How long had he been out? But mostly, why was she here? Amalia made no effort to approach, merely watching him struggle upright with a blank expression. He glared daggers at her, daring her to feel pity for him. If she did, he felt like his magic would break free from him entirely and attack her, even without his wand. But she looked almost disinterested. Answer me. He spat, barely able to stifle a wince as his loud words made his bruised ribs throb. One elegant eyebrow raised, as if he'd affronted her with his tone. I was curious. She said after a moment, finally looking away from him. Her gaze flickered around the room, and she straightened up. I overheard your conversation with Dumbledore when he took your wand. A small smirk curled her mouth, but Tom saw little trace of amusement in her eyes, which remained curiously emotionless. Now she turned away from him, and seemed unwilling to look at him again. She stepped over to the window restlessly. You seemed afraid. I was curious to see what the great Tom Riddle could possibly be afraid of. Fury replaced his confusion and pain. He wrenched his body around so that he could see her better. He ignored the blood which now dripped from his wrist where the ropes cut into him. I'm not afraid of anything. He snarled harshly, his pulse pounding in his ears. Unwillingly, his mind fled back to how he'd felt like he was drowning in dread at the thought of returning here. Everyone's afraid of something, she said quietly, still without looking at him. To his great shock and profound disgust, he felt pressure building behind his eyes, which prickled suspiciously. If he had ever cried, he'd been so young as to not remember it. Now, even if they were tears of anger, not shame and helplessness, of course, he was above such emotions, he would not permit it. With great difficulty, he fought with himself to get his unruly emotions back under control. But his usual ice-cold focus was elusive. Amalia fortunately seemed not to have noticed, and just looked out at the dirty street outside, seemingly lost in thought. When Tom had himself under more control, he snarled in a low voice. Well, you've satisfied your curiosity. So get out. She turned her calm brown eyes back to him, and merely gazed at him. He searched for pity or malice in her expression, but found something else instead. He was puzzled for a moment, before he realized with a shock what it was. Disappointment. Riddle, you've certainly messed up. She said at last, with a pretty sigh. I assume you're not entirely the hapless victim here. What? Come on. There must be a reason you were beaten within an inch of your life. Though, for it to happen at an orphanage. She shook her head and gave a humorless chuckle. Anyway, you may not be responsible for every bad thing that happens. Like some people seem to think. But I don't think anyone could call you innocent. She mused. He found he was unable to reply, but glared at her balefully. What was the point of this? Why wouldn't she just go? His stomach gave another twist as he saw her frown down at him, unhappy. For a moment he felt like he'd just gotten AF and dashed the hopes of teacher who expected more of him. She sighed again, but this time it was more decisive. All right. She said, as if reluctantly agreeing with something he'd said. He eyed her suspiciously. I'll be going, then. She said abruptly, pushing herself off the windowsill. He blinked at her in confusion, his heart doing an uncertain double beat. She's leaving? Don't worry. I'll see you soon. She strode out of the room without another word, closing the door behind her. He stared after her, blinking in the sudden silence. He opened his mouth to call her back, but checked himself just in time. After all, he'd wanted her to go, hadn't he? But his uncertainty remained. What was she thinking? How had she found him? Why? Where was she going now? Would she be back? I'll see you soon, she'd said. When? At the start of the school term? Sooner? He strained to hear a sound. He thought he could hear the sound of her light steps down the stairs, before the sounds disappeared into the background of the ambient noise of the orphanage. He cursed loudly, shifting uncomfortably against the bedpost. Then, he heard the heavy front door open and close. At that sound he felt a curious desolation sweep over him, almost immediately swept away by a blistering tidal wave of fury. What right did she have to come barging in here, anyway? And judging him, too, by the looks of it. Well, he didn't give a damn what she thought. He vindicatively imagined how he might take revenge when the term started again. He would torture her until her screams made her melodious voice break in her liquid brown eyes, those brown eyes. That disappointment glinting in her eyes. At the memory of it, all his rage seemed to leave him, seeping away into the hard stones of the floor, leaving him bereft and empty. He thought he could handle the orphanage, but now he realized he'd only been able to endure it so far because no one from the school had known about this other life. There, he was invincible. Popular. Respected. Perfect. Now the illusion was shattered. She would use this against him, and none of them would ever see him in the same way again. He would be seen as this. Poor, stained with muggle filth, alone. Weak. I'm not weak. His defiant voice sounded small. The answering silence only served to mock him. Author's note. Some people have left reviews that the way Riddle acts in this chapter is non-canon. I disagree, and here's why. He's not Voldemort yet. He's a teenager, who is alone and full of angst and rage, and hates feeling helpless. In my opinion, this is the reason he goes down such a dark path, fear. Particularly, fear that he isn't special, that his link to the magical world might be severed and he would be left alone, surrounded by muggles, unable to protect himself and demand respect and recognition. So this is very much his absolute lowest point. But that's just my interpretation. Smiley face. Chapter 22, Rescue. Author's note. This chapter is possibly my favorite, and continues right on from the previous chapter. It's also part of the first chapter I ever wrote, over a year ago now. Weirdly, I changed very little from the original version. It's like the character of Amalia sprang fully formed into my head a year ago, and she's stayed the exact same person I envisioned for Tom all the way up to now. For those of my readers who are also writers, you probably understand how odd that is. Anyway, I hope you enjoy it. Smiley face. Chapter 22, Rescue. Amalia stepped out onto the street in front of the orphanage and breathed a welcome breath of fresh, cold London air. She hadn't liked it in there. It reminded her unpleasantly of somewhere she'd been before, an institution, stinking of harsh, cheap chemicals that didn't quite mask the smell of the poor souls held captive inside. She strode briskly down the road in the dark, drawing the hood of her coat up to hide her face. A thoughtful frown creased her forehead. Seeing Tom like that was quite a shock, and not in a good way. She hadn't derived any enjoyment from seeing him brought so low, even if he was an evil ass. Indeed, if their roles were reversed she doubted he would hesitate to laugh. Genuinely laugh. It was fortunate for him, therefore, that her sense of humor was somewhat more refined, and despite everything, she couldn't hate him. She couldn't even bring herself to dislike him. First things first, she said to herself. A short trip to Diagon Alley. Tom was awoken from his fitful sleep by a loud sound coming from downstairs, followed by a shrill scream from what sounded like Miranda, Mrs. Cole's mousy replacement. He blinked, instantly wide awake, and then groaned softly as his legs cramped. He was still tied to the bed. No one had come into the room since Amalia had left. By the looks of the lamplight outside, it was still late night, which meant it had only been a few hours since her impromptu visit. There was a couple of muffled thuds from below, then silence. He could hear whispered voices from the other children, but they knew better than to draw attention to themselves after curfew. Most of the kids on his level were young, and petrified of Harold to risk leaving their rooms in case he was in a drunken rage. It had happened before. He swallowed, stifling a cough from his parched throat, and strained to hear anything more. His eyes widened as he heard light footsteps rapidly ascending the stairs, and then the creak of the brass handle as it turned and the door was pushed open. What the foo, he started weakly, staring as the intruder slipped in quickly. Hush! Shushed Amalia crossly, cutting him off. She peered down the darkened stairwell and then closed the door with a snap. We should have a bit of time. She muttered to herself. Then, she turned to him with a businesslike expression. He stared back coldly. She was wearing a dark coat which looked expensive, but she paid it no heed as she quickly knelt on the dirty floor at his bedside, unslinging a small leather satchel from her shoulder and placing it beside her. What are you doing here? He hissed at her, glaring suspiciously as she rummaged in the bag. She ignored his question. A small frown between her eyebrows eased as she found what she was looking for, and drew out a glittering silver knife from the satchel in triumph. Unable to help himself, he paled at the sight, his eyebrows knitting in an accusatory glare. Did she need his blood for some dark ritual, or perhaps she? Amalia noticed his expression and rolled her eyes, exasperated. I'm here to rescue you, you idiot. She informed him matter-of-factly, and then promptly clambered onto his bed to get closer to his bonds with the knife. This unfortunately meant that she had to basically lean on top of him. Tom's eyes widened as she moved right into his personal space to get at the rope. It was an awkward position, she concentrated hard to cut the tightly knotted rope without also sawing off a thumb. Tom froze as he felt her body heat, she was so close. Suddenly he was reminded of how cold he was sitting up in just a shirt against the bedpost, his clothes threadbare, and he very nearly leaned in to be closer. She's not to be trusted. He reminded himself angrily, and twisted his head to try and get a look at what she was doing. Keep still. She ordered gruffly, and he froze as her breath tickled over his collarbone. She was panting slightly from her efforts to saw through the ropes, and heat rushed over him in a confusing wave as her pleasant scent assaulted him. She smelled expensive and exotic and clean, and he couldn't help inhaling deeply, her short hair tickling his face. He turned his head away quickly. What do you want from me? He demanded, and he was relieved to hear his voice was cold and controlled, despite his racing heart. This was all too weird. She stopped instantly and drew back, glaring at him. Nothing. She replied frostily, I don't want anything from you. It was as if she was offended by his question. Then why? Do you want me to go? She interrupted him, arching an eyebrow challengingly, because I can just leave, if that's what you really want. Her eyes drifted meaningfully to the door, and then back to Tom, pinning him with her sharp gaze. Well, do you want to stay here, or not? He stared at her, uncomprehending. She made a motion to get up, and he seemed to snap out of it. He swallowed. Wait. He said uncertainly. She scowled at him, and then nodded. Then stop asking stupid questions. She snapped, and resumed hacking at the ropes. But despite her harsh tone, Tom felt how gently her slim fingers worked around his bruised and aching wrist, how this time she leant in close to him, her body warming his side. How could she be so comfortable around him? What happened to the no-touching rule? It seemed she was in full mission mode, nothing was going to get in her way. Whatever her goal actually was. He was still highly suspicious of all of it. At last, the ropes gave way and his arm was freed. Amalia withdrew and put the knife back into her bag, muttering something to herself about a knife vendor ripping her off with blunt tools. Tom couldn't stop a painful moan from escaping him as he cradled his hand. Sharp pains shot through his arms as the muscles cramped and twinged, the blood flow returning sluggishly to his frozen limbs. He tried to use his other hand to work some feeling into it, but his movements were clumsy and slow. Her face guarded, Amalia grabbed his hand bossily and helped chafe some feeling into them, her movements sure and brisk. He said nothing, but shoved her hand away as soon as he felt able to move it again. She accepted his rejection with equanimity, as if she'd expected nothing else, and merely watched as he swung his feet off the side of the bed, and struggled to his feet, using the bedpost and the edge of his desk to drag himself upright. Amalia surveyed him and pursed her lips. He could barely stand with his injured ribs, and his legs looked shaky, too. Plus, he didn't have any shoes on. Even worse, she could hear some sounds coming from below. Someone was investigating the disturbance. Frankly, she was surprised it had taken them this long. Tom also heard it, and tensed. He looked uncertain again, an unusual expression on someone who always seemed so unflappable at Hogwarts. "We've wasted enough time," she told him quietly. His uncertain eyes met hers. "I have a plan," she assured him confidently. "So get your shoes and whatever else you want to take with you, and let's get out of here." It was a measure of how off balance he felt, because he immediately accepted her words, and looked around for his shoes. He spotted them at the end of his bed and stumbled towards it, wincing, then, as he made to reach down for them, he froze and gritted his teeth, turning pale. The movement evidently put too much pressure on his ribs. Amalia frowned, and before he could say anything, she was at his side and had hoisted up his crumpled shirt, peering at his ribs underneath. She ran light fingertips over the mottled red and purpling marks from his beating, exploring the curves of his ribs carefully. "How dare! Shut up!" He winced as she prodded him, warning him against further argument, and resumed her exploration of his injuries. He remained still, mostly out of shock from her forwardness, and then drew in a sharp breath at her touch, from pain. Mostly. At last, she carefully pulled his shirt back down, and gave him his space again. He exhaled a breath he hadn't even been aware he was holding in relief at the return to distance. Amalia seemed angry about something, from her clenched jaw. It confused him. He felt dazed, swaying slightly on the spot, and just stared at her somewhat hazily. Amalia took in the glazed-over look in his eyes. For all his tough talk, he really did seem about ready to fall over, and pinched the bridge of her nose, struggling to get her own emotions under control. "Merlin's beard," she muttered at last, "it looks like someone jumped on you in steel-toed boots." He said nothing, just blinked at her expressionlessly. "Well," she continued, pulling herself together, "I don't think anything's broken, at least," she said seriously, "but there's some swelling. You may have cracked a couple of ribs." She gripped his upper arm with surprising strength and helped him sit stiffly on his bed. "Keep still," she ordered. Then, to Tom's utter disbelief, she knelt on the dirty floor again and started pulling socks and shoes onto his feet, with no regard for her own clean hands. Once again her fingers were gentle, and her expression serene, as if she did this sort of thing every day. Amalia Gray, kneeling before him? He had to admit it had figured in a couple of his darker daydreams. But he'd never have foreseen something like this. He just couldn't understand it. "Why?" he demanded again, "why are you doing this?" The Amalia Gray he knew and detested never did anything without a good reason. How did helping him benefit her? "I told you not to ask stupid questions," she replied, glancing up at him briefly from under her long lashes. Her scowl was spoiled by the fact that she was looking up at him from between his knees. "It's not a stupid question," he argued harshly, speaking over the dark wave of desire which unexpectedly ripped through him as she looked up at him from that position. He decided not to think about it too much. Perhaps he'd been hit in the head earlier. She finished lacing his shoes and rose fluidly. "All right, then, maybe it's not a stupid question," she conceded unexpectedly, "but this is not the time to get into it." He frowned. "What? SHH. She hushed him, and they both froze, listening. They could then distinctly hear a man's voice, cursing harshly. Amalia's calm voice contrasted with her wide eyes. "Time's up." She abandoned all attempts to remain quiet and opened Tom's narrow wardrobe, glancing inside. It was almost empty, and only a couple of items of clothing seemed to be left there. He didn't have a trunk, and seemed to have left most of his books and magical items at Hogwarts. She was grateful for that. She stripped the wardrobe of his remaining clothes, grabbed the book on Goblin Wars and threw it into her bag unceremoniously. It was enchanted with extra space and accommodated Tom's meager belongings easily. At the last moment she wrinkled her nose and took out a ragged-looking woolen pullover. She dropping it carelessly onto the ground. She wouldn't let even her worst enemy be seen in that ugly thing, let alone Tom. Thankfully, she'd come prepared due to her earlier reconnaissance mission, and also fished out a dark green coat in Tom's size. She tossed it to him and slung the satchel over her shoulder, then walked to the door and pulled it open. Tom caught it and blinked. The material was soft and warm, thick enough for winter, and it seemed to be tailored to his specific measurements. He glanced over it surreptitiously, but she had removed any price tags. He decided now was not the time to ask, so he just put on the coat and followed her, feeling instantly warmer. Uneasiness ate at him, but it was mingled with something like excitement. He wouldn't celebrate yet, but the prospect of leaving this place, no matter the method, was what he wanted almost more than anything else right now. He just hoped her plan was a good one. Amalia stepped out onto the dark hallway, and Tom followed, limping slowly. At the top of the stairs, she abruptly stopped. Harold stood at the bottom of the stairs, gaping up at them in the dim light of the flickering gas lamps. "You?" he snarled, no doubt realizing she was the same girl who Miranda was worried about, earlier. His eyes traveled between Tom and Amalia, who simply gazed impassively back at him. "Where the hell do I think you're going, Tom?" the man roared. "Get back in your room." Amalia sneered as she heard the slur in his voice, but her tone was earnestly polite. She descended the steps calmly towards him. "I apologize for disturbing your evening, sir. But don't worry. I'm certain we shan't meet again." "Back off, wench," snarled the man, his face red with anger. "I don't know who the hell you are, but don't think you can just waltz in here and his piggish eyes widened as she didn't stop, and he drew back a meaty arm in preparation for a vicious backhand as she reached the lower steps. Amalia watched him carefully, noticing his unfocused eyes. He must have really overindulged in that whiskey. It was easy to anticipate his wild swing. "You little..." She dodged it and waited until he staggered, off balance. Then, she hurled herself down the last 2 steps, using gravity to crash her shoulder squarely into the man's chest. He clearly hadn't expected a physical attack from such a slim, well-dressed young lady, and didn't stand a chance of reacting in time. Tom's eyes widened, his mouth opening slightly, as he watched his rescuer tackling the bigger man. With a muffled oomph, Harold stumbled back, slamming into the peeling wallpaper behind him. Amalia's shoulder hurt. The man was built like a brick wall, but she shrugged off the pain and let a feral grin break out across her face. Then she kicked him in the fork between his legs, using all her strength. His mouth clenched in a silent howl of pain, he dropped to his knees as if he was a marionette whose strings had been cut, and then keeled over onto his side, curling up instinctively. His mouth gaped like a fish. Amalia laughed and gave him another kick in the ribs for good measure. "That's for mistreating Tom," she thought vindicatively. "Only I am allowed to do that." He didn't have breath to give any response, his face changing from drunken red to sickly ashen. She turned and looked up the stairwell. Tom was still lingering at the top. "Come on, Riddle," she cried, exasperated, "what on earth are you waiting for?" He closed his mouth and schooled his face as he walked down the stairs slowly, his expressionless mask back in place. "Well," he said mildly, looking down at Harold, who was softly groaning, "that was unexpected." "Was it?" Amalia asked, and chuckled. The violence seemed to have put her in a splendid mood. She surprised Tom again when she bent over the man and then wrenched him up with an effort, gripping him by twisting a fistful of his hair. Harold seemed to be recovering, and growled, swiping at Amalia while still doubled over in pain. She caught his hand and swiftly bent his little finger back, causing him to howl in pain again, cringing away. "Well?" Amalia asked, looking expectantly at Riddle. She kept Harold's contorted face exposed, as if offering it to Riddle. Riddle blinked at her, uncomprehending. Once again, he saw that expression flit across her face, disappointment. "He's responsible for your condition, isn't he?" she said, confused. "Well, this is your opportunity. Don't you want to take a swing at him?" Riddle turned his face to the Muggle man and curled his lip in disgust. "Not particularly." He wasn't willing to touch him, but fervently wished he had his wand. He had fantasized for years about the day he would curse the man until he was nothing but a pile of ash. He wondered how Amalia could stand it. She had her hands carelessly wrapped in his greasy hair. The girl has no standards, he thought snidely. "Suit yourself," shrugged Amalia, but she was frowning. Without warning, she changed her grip on Harold's greasy head and then slammed it into the wall behind him. Riddle watched in glee as his head connected with the bricks with a sickening crack, and his eyes went unfocused. He was knocked out. She seemed way too cavalier about all this violence for it to be her first time. Just what kind of life had she led before Hogwarts? Next, Amalia rummaged in her satchel again, this time withdrawing a small purple pouch with a drawstring. She carefully took 2 pinches out and then blew a glittering powder into the man's slack face. Instantly it changed into a thick, purple smoke, which swirled around his head like a miniature cyclone, before vanishing without a trace. "Is that Redenentia dust?" inquired Tom with interest. "An extra strong version," confirmed Amalia proudly, before heading for the front entrance. "I got it from a guy for 15 galleons, it was quite a bargain on such short notice. What do you think?" Redenentia dust was a substance that would wipe your memory for a number of hours before and after its use. It was also undetectable, extremely expensive, and illegal. "Good choice," he said, grudgingly impressed. He ignored the fact that he'd never seen, let alone touched 15 galleons. He could have bought all his school supplies for all 7 years at Hogwarts for 10. "You should know by now, Riddle," Amalia said haughtily, "I'm good at making things happen." She stepped over the prostrate body of Miranda, Mrs. Cole's replacement. It seemed as though she'd been hit over the head with a wine bottle. He assumed she'd also had a cloud of purple smoke around her head recently. Tom rolled his eyes. "Your plan seems to have only consisted of some memory-altering powder, and your own brawn." He felt slightly indignant as he sneered, "It's amazing this worked at all." "Yes, it has worked rather well, hasn't it?" Amalia said cheerfully, missing Tom's sneer entirely. "It will seem as if this man and woman got into a violent, drunken brawl. In the chaos, one of their poor orphans wandered off, clearly disturbed by the conflict." She sniggered, enjoying the scowl on Tom's face. With more seriousness, she assured him, "This way, I don't think it's likely they'll inform Dumbledore." Riddle grunted, still mistrustful of her intentions. What if she intended telling Dumbledore about it herself, and had merely tricked him into leaving, so that he was expelled? But then she pushed open the front door and walked through out into the swirling snow of the cold, dark night. And as Riddle followed her out of the hated orphanage, he felt a strange lightness swooping through him. He realized something: she wasn't going to tell Dumbledore, and he hadn't actually believed she would. Did that mean he trusted her? Surely not. She was the reason he was in his mess, to begin with. He was too confused to puzzle it all out, so he pushed it out of his mind and tried to focus on the present. Amalia was striding down the road as usual, her long legs moving her swiftly across the road. He rolled his eyes. She only has 2 speeds, he remembered, fast and faster. He was also fond of walking quickly, but in his current state it wasn't going to happen. He tried to speed up a little, but his ribs were still aching and he couldn't move without feeling like he had a knife sticking in his side. She suddenly noticed he wasn't keeping up, and stopped, an unfamiliar, guilty look on her face. Tom stiffened and stared at her. "I'm sorry," she said contritely. Since when did Amalia Gray apologize? She sounded sincere, too. "Do you need some help walking?" she asked politely. And suddenly, she was asking before touching him. Wonders never ceased. He opened his mouth to reject her with a sneer, but then his ribs throbbed abominably, and he closed his mouth with a grimace. Instead of rejecting her offer, he merely nodded stiffly. She moved instantly to his side and pulled his arm around her shoulders, taking some of his weight and holding him carefully around his narrow waist, so that his chest remained as still as possible as they walked. Tom had a bizarre urge to laugh after a while. They must look like a couple. He wondered what the other Slytherins would say about it. The King and Queen of Slytherin, together at last, he thought drily. But he was still waiting for her to drop this veneer of friendliness and curse him as soon as his back was turned. She could do it, she was the one with a wand. And as the only registered wizard in the area, guess who would be blamed? Amalia, true to character, seemed to have taken it all in her stride. She walked in silence with a serene expression. She seemed oddly happy all of a sudden. "Are we going to Diagon Alley?" asked Tom suspiciously, after a short while. "No, I'm taking you to a secret location so I can harvest your organs and use them for dark potions and rituals," she said solemnly. She snuck a peek at his expression, which was still suspicious and frosty. "You know," she said drily, "I think I'll harvest the muscles of your face first. They must be in superb condition, since you never use them for smiling." He still had no response. Perhaps there is something physical that prevents it. She mused with fake seriousness. She patted the arm that was draped around her shoulders. "Do not fear, I shall dissect you thoroughly to get to the bottom of the mystery." Still he said nothing, but he turned his face to the side and Amalia could see the corners of his lips twitch reluctantly. Pleased with her progress, she continued in a more serious tone. "We're entering Diagon Alley through a hidden entrance, not the one on Charing Cross Street. It's not far, surprising how few people know about it, actually, but that's good for us. I have rooms rented at the Leaky Cauldron," she explained, then hesitated, "although I used an alias, and it's very public. I don't think we should stay longer than a few days." "Ah yes, the mysterious paranoia returns. he said smoothly. Hey, Riddle finds his tongue and it's an insult first, grumbled Amalia, but she kept it to herself. I won't wait around to be attacked, she said firmly, you can do whatever you want when we get there, but if you intend to make use of my hospitality you'll just have to deal with it. Instantly Tom's expression darkened. I didn't ask you to help me. He snarled, shrinking away from her arm, I don't need your charity. Amalia didn't let him pull away, and again with her surprising strength kept his arm around her shoulder and their sides touching. Don't be so touchy. She chided mildly, I know you didn't ask me. If you think about it, I basically kidnapped you, didn't I? Amusement danced in her eyes, but he couldn't return her warmth. I'm not about to set you adrift, Tom. She said impatiently. Besides. She hesitated, looking down, it's kinda my fault you don't have a wand, so. You think? He said acidly. She sighed. If it makes you feel any better, hexing Davies was one of the highlights of my week. He really was an insufferable idiot. I didn't intend for you to take the fall for it. He didn't reply, but neither did he try to pull away again, feeling very slightly mollified. Amalia peeked at his impassive expression, hating the suddenly awkward silence. Merlin, you're insecure, she exclaimed to herself. The lightness Tom had been feeling upon leaving the orphanage seemed to fade quickly, leaving a numbness in its wake. Why was he walking down a London street in the middle of the night with his arm wrapped around his worst enemy? No plan, no wand, no money. His throat burned from thirst and he was nauseous with hunger and pain. Every step was an effort, even with Amalia's help, and he started to shiver as small snowflakes began drifting out of the inky night sky. He doubted his sudden chill had much to do with the snow, though. The coat Amalia gave him was warm enough, but it was probably a result of his injuries and dehydration. Just 2 more blocks. She murmured to him, it's not far now. He blinked dark spots out of his vision. He realized they had been walking while he was semi-conscious for some time already, and Amalia was looking at him with a concerned expression. He blinked heavily a few more times and tried to pull his thoughts together. I could actually use your help over the holidays. Amalia suddenly said as they continued, Tom basically staggering as if drunk. A wave of self-righteous anger crashed through him as he processed what she'd just said. So here it was. The reason. Why she'd come for him. What was she going to ask him to do? She might threaten him with telling Dumbledore if he didn't comply, and... I know you said you weren't interested, Amalia continued, looking a little embarrassed, but I'd like to try and research more about the moving stones. She smiled at him. It'll be a great help if you joined me. He blinked at her. That's it. He said, in disbelief. She bit her lip, frowning slightly. Well, like I said, you can do whatever, I'll lend you some cash to get through the next 2 weeks if you want. She looked away from him. But your company would be. Was she blushing? Well, your help would be appreciated. That's all. Was she really embarrassed, or was this just another attempt at manipulation? But what she was asking was nothing serious. He swallowed, feeling paranoid and worn out. But his anger was spent at last, so he just nodded noncommittally. The bright smile that lit up her face at his mute response didn't seem faked. After that, there was a significant gap in his memory, during which time he assumed Amalia had guided him successfully into Diagon Alley and into the leaky cauldron, and then somehow hoisted him to an upstairs room. Riddle. Her voice sounded far away, his vision blurry. Tom? Hey, stay with me. As if from far away he heard a door closing and then felt someone tugging off his coat. The movement sent a stabbing pain through his side and he groaned. He let himself be led a little further, and then felt gentle hands pushing him onto a bed that was incredibly soft. But he was so cold he could barely feel it. He dimly felt her pulling off his shoes and then cursing under her breath, trying to rub some warmth into his feet. Ugh, stupid Trace. She didn't want to risk using magic unless it was absolutely necessary. They should be safe to use magic in Diagon Alley. The trace wasn't person-specific, but she wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to have some kind of tracking spell on her of his own design. He'd seemed suspicious about her plans to stay at Calidara's house. She'd delay using magic as long as possible, especially now that she had an escaped orphan on her hands. Tom blinked. The room faded out and in again. He let his eyes drift closed. Oi, Riddle. Stay awake, okay? I'll let you sleep in a moment. He watched her walk over to a large and ornate chest with the grey crest emblazoned proudly on the front of it and bent over, rummaging inside. Are you still awake? She snapped bossily, as she rummaged. Talk to me. He forced his eyes open and mumbled something which sounded suspiciously like nice ass. She stalked over to him with a scowl and tried to drag his head up. As he took longer than she wanted, she gave him a not-so-gentle slap on the uninjured side of his face to wake him up. Nice ass, indeed. Hey. He scowled, rubbing his face. Here, drink this. She held out a glass of water for him. It was tainted a suspicious pink color. He peered at her with narrow eyes. I just added a healing potion to it, she sighed, really. I did not just carry you across London so that I could poison you. That made sense. Fair enough. He took a sip, and then a larger gulp as his thirst returned. A pleasant numbing feeling flowed over his ribs and bloody wrist. He even felt good enough to have a go at her. It's not one of your potions, is it? He said in horror. You could be accidentally poisoning me. She scowled at his smirk, though internally she was cheering at his improved mood. I'm perfectly capable of brewing a simple healing potion, she said snippily. Then she frowned, worried. Though, I have nothing to warm you up with, do you feel like eating something? Tom put down the empty glass and lay back with a groan. He shook his head, his eyes fluttering shut again. Just sleep. She watched him, fascinated, as slowly his face relaxed as he sank into a deep sleep almost immediately. He looked much nicer when he slept. She hesitated, then reached out and stroked his hair. It was really soft. Curious now, she shuffled closer, listening to his breathing. It was already regular and steady. But she was worried about the pallor in his face and the dark circles under his eyes. Of course, he usually looks about as pale as an albino, deep-dwelling newt, she thought rudely. But this was heading into shades of blue, which didn't seem healthy at all. She got up and cursed the fact that the room didn't have a fireplace, or a heating system at all. Of course, why would you need anything practical when you had magic? She piled extra blankets over him, and then belatedly remembered his wrist and his hands needed tending. If she left the open wounds from the rope and his skinned knuckles, he might get an infection on top of everything else. Gingerly she searched under the blankets for his arms, careful not to wake him, but she needn't have worried. He was out cold, and she doubted even a bludger to the face could wake him. In fact, she was a little worried when he didn't even stir when she disinfected his wounds with murtlap essence, which she knew from experience stung like a bitch. After she'd neatly bandaged his wrist and the worst of his skinned knuckles, she hesitated, then rolled her eyes at her own foolishness. If she was going to save the guy, she had to at least do the job properly, right? She took off her coat and shoes, took the clip out of her hair, and bravely pulled back the covers, slipping in beside him. Her body heat instantly filled the space, which was good, because he felt like a block of ice. He didn't move, but she was reassured by his steady breathing. At least he wasn't dying from the cold. She slung an arm over his chest and pulled herself close to him. Then she waited, as slowly, he seemed to thaw out little by little. She was almost asleep herself when, several hours later, he shifted in his sleep. She blinked at him in the dark as his face tensed in pain as he rolled over, but miraculously he still didn't awaken. She froze as he mumbled something unintelligible and then snuggled closer, pressing up against her body. His breath was soft in her hair as he slung an arm around her waist and pulled her closer. She went bright red, but also grinned wickedly. She knew he'd be way more embarrassed about this in the morning than she was. Chapter 23, Confrontation. Chapter 23, Confrontation. The next morning. Amelia's eyes fluttered open early as usual, just in time to see the first rays of dawn break on the thin curtains above the bed. It took her a few moments to remember exactly why she was currently sleeping in the leaky cauldron, entangled in the arms of Tom Riddle, of all people. Heat rose in her face and she remained as still as possible. His sleeping face was right in front of hers, his warm breath tickling her eyelashes. He was incredibly handsome, she had to admit, even with the fading bruise on his left cheekbone. Instead of the awful pallor he'd had just hours before, his skin now had a healthier color, and his breathing was deep and natural. Sometime in the night they had moved even closer, and now his arms encircled her entirely, trapping her against his chest. Their legs were also entangled, he had a possessive leg hooked over hers, his weight pressed up against her hips. It was a novel experience for her, but certainly not unpleasant. She pondered her next move. It was still early, and who knew what time they'd arrived the previous night. He looked like he needed a few more hours of sleep before a late breakfast. She cautiously tried to shift away from him, then froze as he immediately pulled her back, snuggling even closer and emitting a soft snore which ruffled a few strands on her hairline at her temples. She resisted rolling her eyes with difficulty. He was a control freak even in his sleep, it seemed. Less carefully now, she ducked her head under his arm and pulled her legs free of his in one smooth movement, trying not to jostle him too much. To her great relief, he still didn't wake up, but rolled into the warm hollow where her body had been, one arm momentarily reaching out, as if searching for her. A frown flitted across his sleeping face, but then he seemed to settle. She shook her head in disbelief and grinned to herself. She'd keep it a secret for now, but it was great material for the next time he annoyed her. She collected her clothes from her trunk and then exited, heading next door to the other room she'd rented so she could have a warm shower, and then an early breakfast. Tom groaned. There was a shaft of pale winter sunlight shining between the gap in the curtains, directly into his eyes. He scrunched up his face and curled away from the offending light, trying to open his eyes, which felt glued shut. As he moved, a sharp pain stabbed through his side, and all the events of the previous day came flooding back in a dizzying rush. Amalia had come to the orphanage, and he slowly sat up, surveying his surroundings blearily. He couldn't remember much about arriving the previous night, or had it been early morning, but he was warm, safe, and no matter how confusing the circumstances, he couldn't help an enormous sense of relief at having escaped that place. Where was Amalia? His room was empty, but her trunk was there, along with his shoes, some bandages and a few small potions bottles messily left on the side table, next to a pitcher of water. He assumed she was in another room, and he was very grateful for that, because he was remembering a rather embarrassing dream. Usually, he was a lucid dreamer, the results of his legilimency training. But the fact that he'd had this dream, perhaps he'd been too tired to have any control over his mind. He raised a hand to his head, which felt thick and heavy from sleep and lack of food. It had been so realistic. He could even remember how soft her body had felt as she slept pressed up against his chest. He shook his head, discarding the absurdity of the dream, and got up, changing into some marginally cleaner clothes that he dug out of the small bag she'd left next to her trunk. He really needed a shower, but food was a more pressing concern. He drank some more water from the pitcher, and then walked slowly to the door. He moved like an old man, but he had to admit he felt better already. Amalia's healing potion in a warm bed had done a lot of good. He exited his room, pausing on the landing. In the dining area below he spotted Amalia, reading a copy of the Daily Prophet at a table. He glanced around, but the other patrons of the inn seemed to be ignoring the presence of the two unaccompanied teenagers. It seemed like she'd finished breakfast and was on her third coffee already. "Morning," he mumbled as he approached, still feeling half asleep. "Good morning," she chirped, annoyingly cheerful. "Did you sleep well?" He tried not to think of his foolish dream, and just settled for a brusque nod, as he dropped into the seat opposite her. A waitress appeared at his elbow and he ordered the biggest breakfast he could, hoping that Amalia had meant it when she'd said she would pay for him. She looked back to her newspaper as he ordered, and they sat in silence while Tom tried to wake up completely. He was not a morning person. Halfway through his breakfast, and the worst of his hunger pangs vanquished, he finally couldn't help asking again. "You never answered my question," he said in a low voice as he picked at his food. He'd ordered too much. "Why did you come for me?" "I told you, didn't I?" she said lightly, glancing up from the paper. "I was curious." She shrugged. He seemed annoyed. "Okay, but what about after that? Why did you come back?" He had such a ferocious scowl on his face. Amalia wondered idly if he'd ever be able to unknot his eyebrows again. "You're asking the wrong question," she said at last, putting aside the newspaper and forestalling his reply with a raised hand. "The right question, Riddle," she explained, "is why wouldn't I come back, after seeing you like that? I know we've had our differences in the past." She waved a hand as if trying to curse each other to pieces hadn't meant anything, "but I don't hate you." "You don't?" He was honestly surprised by this. "Of course not," she said, as if it was obvious. "I'm not petty, Riddle." She paused, and then a hint of coldness entered her gaze. "Even if you are? What do you mean by that?" he snapped, surprise turning instantly to annoyance again. "Be honest," she said with a crooked smile, "you wouldn't have helped me, would you, in a similar situation?" "You can't know that," he said smoothly, knowing instantly she was right. She wasn't fooled by his words, and snorted, amused. "It's all right," she said, and looked away. "I wasn't expecting you to be grateful or anything." He felt like she was snubbing him in some way. "I just felt like it. So please don't read too much into it." She seemed keen to change the subject, and fiddled with the newspaper again, the papers rustling. Tom felt a small stab of some feeling he didn't recognize as she brushed off his lies easily. "I didn't ask for your help," he muttered, suddenly no longer hungry. He was not. "I never thought I would see you being so weak," Amalia stated, with a note of anger that surprised her almost as much as it did Tom. "You shouldn't have needed my help. You could have escaped yourself. You're better than that, Riddle." His temper flared dangerously, and he stared at her. She had that terrible look in her eyes again. Disappointment. As if she had any right to judge him. "It's true," she insisted, not flinching at all at his glare which promised a swift death. "The fact that you needed me to help you at all is rather pathetic." "Shut up." His voice shook with fury. No one was allowed to call him pathetic. "I thought you were a fighter," she said, her musical voice accusing. "At the castle you would never surrender. But as soon as you don't have your wand, you curl up and allow some muggles to beat you up." She didn't seem to notice the dangerous stillness coming over Tom as pure fury thundered through him. Her words were hitting him in all the lowest places. How could you let them do that to you? She accused angrily, sounding quite upset. How could you let them hurt you like that? The tension holding him back snapped. Shut up! He yelled, and slammed his fist down on the table, scaring the other people sitting nearby. They looked around at him, scandalized as he yelled at the girl opposite him. You know nothing of what, I didn't have a choice. She didn't bat an eyelid at his tirade. Your greasy little followers would have lent you money, if you weren't too proud to ask for it. She spat with just as much venom. And if you'd fought back from the beginning, stuck up for yourself. That's what I would have done. But of course, you're too worried about damaging your delicate knuckles, aren't you? She sneered, remembering his reluctance to touch the drunk man the previous night, because a wizard doesn't fight like a muggle. You think I haven't fought back before? He raged, spitting his words at her. It doesn't work. Yes, I let it happen. She stared at him. Why? She demanded, eyes oddly bright with some emotion. Why would you let? Because it's better than the alternative, all right. He snarled, shoving himself away from the table. Amalia flinched as a cup fell off the table and shattered on the ground. Though it's certainly none of your business. She frowned, confused. Alternative? What? I don't. Riddle was actually too angry to speak at all. He knew with certainty that if he'd had his wand, they'd be dueling already. He would be throwing unforgivables at her right here in this pub. For a long moment he was silent, but his throat worked. I don't give a fuck about what you think, Amalia Gray. He said in a deadly, soft voice, and then swept out of the bar. Oh dear. Amalia said to herself, massaging her temples as the waitress came to berate her over the broken mug and causing a scene. She mentally kicked herself. She'd had these thoughts milling around in her head ever since she'd seen him lying there, all broken and alone. He wasn't supposed to be like that. Riddle was strong and unflappable and always had a plan. He was dangerous and independent, ambitious and cunning. Seeing him lying there was a shock to the system, and she didn't like it. So she'd felt angry with him, for letting such insignificant muggles, children and drunks, get the better of him. That wasn't the Riddle she knew. But why did she have to go out and say it? She glumly headed back to her room, then changed direction as she remembered her trunk was in his room. As she walked in she wondered what he was doing. Probably stealing a wand so he can come back and curse me into oblivion, she thought pessimistically, and scowled. Well done, Amalia. She muttered sarcastically. Then he'll be expelled and sent to Azkaban and I will have ruined his whole life, with a couple of angry sentences, just because I can't keep my stupid mouth shut. And just when they'd started getting along, too. Her plan to make peace with him had backfired spectacularly. Again. She threw herself down on his bed and buried her face in the pillow, groaning. It smelled like him, and she decided it really wasn't an unpleasant smell at all. She resigned herself to the inevitability of him kicking the door down and burning her to a crisp like an avenging angel. She cracked a humorless smile at the thought, and sat up on the bed. She thought for a moment, and then peeked out of the window. There was no sign of Riddle in the busy street below. Perhaps she should get started with running her own errands in the meantime. Tom walked in blind rage for a good long while, not even noticing where he was going. For some reason he realized he had ended up in Nocturne Alley, and his mind went back to the first time he'd met her, on that strange night with Dumbledore. Curiously, he wandered down an alleyway, trying to remember the route they'd taken. He was sure her apartment had been around here somewhere. Suddenly he froze, and stared up in shock at the building. This was definitely the same structure. But on the second floor, where she had lived for 2 years in secret, was a gaping hole. The entire room had been obliterated by fire, gutted until it was barely recognizable except for a couple of charred wooden panels sticking up into the sky like blackened teeth. He walked over to the entrance and pushed the splintered door gently. It swung open, askew on its hinges. He could feel the malicious residues of powerful, dark magic which had been used to blast through the 5 enchanted deadbolts. Inside, the staircase had caved in, and damp dust and ash coated every surface, which was now open to the grey sky visible overhead. A skinny orange cat was the only living thing inside, and it hissed at him and ran away. The aftermath of the curses that had destroyed the building still vibrated on the air, no doubt the reason why no beggar had moved in yet. Moving with purpose, he strode across the street and rapped on the door. A filthy old crone answered. She didn't know he couldn't use magic outside of school, and shrank back in fear from his forbidding stare. He'd perfected the art of intimidation from a young age. Answer my questions, woman, he commanded harshly. When did that, he gestured over his shoulder, happen? Her eyes lit up at the question, and she cackled eagerly. Ah, yes, young master, I remember the day well. The exact day. 'Twas the last day of August. His heart sped up. That would be the very day after she'd left with him and Dumbledore. He'd really thought she was just paranoid, yet another oddity of her character. What happened? He demanded. 3, no, 4 blokes, I think it was, she replied, with a hacking cough. She spat something unrecognizable to the side and he resisted the urge to gag. They were looking for someone. And awful angry they were, when they didn't find him. That's when they did that. She nodded at the burnt-out husk. Tom turned away without saying thank you. But as he stepped away, he heard her cackle again. If you see her, she called out, you tell that lass to keep runnin'. 'Cause they're around. They're always watchin'. Her mad laughter followed him as he strode quickly away, and he tried to ignore the sudden feeling that, indeed, unfriendly eyes were following him, also. His anger at her words that morning was suddenly overshadowed by larger concerns. Who was after her? Why? Had she endangered herself by coming for him at the orphanage, or did she do it on purpose because she was in trouble and didn't want to be alone? All these questions, and more, spun around his head, and he hurried back to the inn, which he suddenly agreed was woefully inadequate as a hiding place. He burst into her room, which he realized wasn't locked, and then felt a cold pang as he saw it was empty. He went next door and glanced in, but his room was also empty. Her trunk stood at the end of his bed. That, at least, he knew was protected with powerful enchantments. He frowned, and walked closer. There was a note on his bed. He picked it up. It looked blank, but as his fingers touched it, words surfaced instantly. She must have used vanishing ink. Riddle. I'm sorry about what I said. I don't want to fight, but I understand if you don't wish to stay with me for the rest of the holidays. So I've left you some money under the pillow, since it's my fault you left the orphanage. I'm heading out to Flourish and Blots, and will be back later if you still want to kill me. Tom pulled a face at her badly chosen, if not exactly inaccurate, words. Amalia. P.S. I feel like our presence at the leaky cauldron hasn't gone unnoticed. I know you think I'm being stupid, but please be careful. Tom blinked at the letter. Before, he would have just laughed at her cautiousness, but now it didn't seem so far-fetched. He looked around the room carefully, but nothing seemed out of place. There was no sign of anyone snooping around. He took the small pouch that had lain underneath the pillow and glanced inside. She'd given him way too much money, an indication of how guilty she felt for fighting with him again. He pocketed it expressionlessly. He went back to her room and scrutinized it carefully, too, but noticed nothing suspicious. Just because there are people after her doesn't mean they're definitely here, today, he reminded himself. She may have a good reason for being paranoid, but perhaps she was safe for the moment. As he turned to go, he actually did realize something that knocked him a little off kilter. Amalia's bed hadn't been slept in. He paused and blinked at it, wondering for a moment why that simple fact seemed so important. He knew it was a fact, because she was such an appalling slob. He doubted she'd ever made a bed in her life, and here her sheets were pristine and untouched. Didn't she sleep at all? His mouth opened slightly. She hadn't seemed tired, but annoyingly cheerful that morning. Then, the dream? Damn you, Amalia! He whispered, as color rose in his face and he had to lean against the door. It hadn't been a dream at all, but a memory. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling oddly off balance. As he recalled her softness of her body against his, he had the strangest urge to sit down. Or take a cold shower. Or both. Amalia browsed the shelves of Flourish and Blots, searching for any books on ancient runes. The shop was a lot bigger inside than it looked from the street, and the far corners at the back of the shop often contained rarer tomes. Still, her research required a rather specific set of runes. Can I help you? A mousy-haired male assistant materialized at her side as if hearing her thoughts. He was young, perhaps just out of school, and seemed rather eager. She hummed, turning from the shelves to look at him, I'm looking for some information on ancient runes, specifically those in use in the late medieval period. He jumped to attention, gesturing at the tall shelves like an orchestra conductor, we have a large section of texts on runes over here. And over here. Yes, I've had a look through them. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be quite comprehensive enough. Is this all you have? She asked, gesturing at the wall of books. He seemed crestfallen. I'm afraid so. These are all the most popular and well-endorsed books currently on the market. She sighed, I see. Pity. Perhaps she should look once more, just in case she'd missed something? Somehow, she wasn't really surprised. If it was that easy, people would have solved the mystery of the moving stones a long time before now. Perhaps the runes were also encoded? A portly man bustled over and tried to attract the attention of the shop assistant. Sorry, sir, I'm busy with another customer, the young man snapped somewhat rudely, gesturing at Amalia. She stifled a snort of laughter. He reminded her a little of Avery. There's somewhere else you can try, ma'am. He addressed her eagerly. He lowered his voice, I'm not supposed to recommend other stores, he said conspiratorially, but this place might have what you're looking for. They have more, exotic texts on a broad range of subjects. She raised an eyebrow. That sounds interesting. The address? Is it in Diagon Alley? Oh, yes, he nodded. But it's easy to miss. Here, I'll write it down. He took out a notepad from a pocket and scribbled down a few directions before tearing it off and offering it to her. She flashed a smile at him, noting in amusement the faint tint of color that rose on his cheeks in response. Thanks for your help. Is there anything else? He stuttered. She paused, suddenly getting an unexpected idea for her latest pacify riddle mission. Do you happen to have any diaries on sale? Emerging from Flourish and Blots with her new purchase in a paper bag, she was extremely surprised to have her elbow grabbed, and be quite forcibly whisked away in the opposite direction to the leaky cauldron. By none other than the very person she'd just bought the Please Don't Kill Me gift for. He marched, dragging her through the bustling crowds of Christmas shoppers without making eye contact with her, his mouth a grim line, and his eyes sharp and unreadable. She sped up to a trot to avoid being pulled so hard, blinking at him in surprise. Riddle. What are you doing? She asked, completely bemused and a little anxious. Keep up. We're getting away from the crowds. His grip on her arm only tightened. He had no trouble touching people when it was on his terms, it seemed. He'd only ever initiated contact between them a handful of times in all the months she'd known him. Alarm bells rang loudly in her head. Why? She caught sight of his right hand. Oh. You seem to have found a wand. She swallowed thickly, heart sinking. That's nice. Turns out you can find just about anything in Nocturne, if you have the money to pay for it. He commented, glancing around swiftly. Okay, here's good. Am I about to be cursed by a wand bought on the black market by my own money? She thought dizzily. He yanked her down a side street, a quiet, curving lane lined by boarded-up stores that had evidently been out of business for a while. He kept striding on until they'd left the noise of the bustling alley behind them. Riddle, let's talk about this, she begged. We don't have to. Air left her lungs with a huff as he suddenly shoved her into a sheltered doorway, her back slamming into the peeling wood. He kept her pinned there, his taller frame blocking her vision as he stepped right into her personal space. She could feel his regular breathing, warm on her cheek, the length of his body actually pressed up against hers. Despite this, he didn't seem to be paying much attention to her. She was feeling more than a little flustered now. Shut up. He hissed, busily looking over his shoulder back the way they'd come. Her nose would have been brushing his collarbone, if he hadn't had his coat on. What are you, MMF? He quickly muffled her surprised squeak with a businesslike hand over her mouth, and went still, listening intently. The bandages around his knuckles were rough against her lips. A moment later, she found out the reason for his odd behavior. Amalia froze as heavy footsteps crunched on the icy, cobbled street, coming closer from the same direction they'd come. Her eyes widened as a figure strode past their hiding place, hooded and cloaked. Whoever it was, they seemed too intent on catching up with their quarry to pay close attention to the dark storefronts on either side. It was one of them. She stiffened, feeling the old anxiety rising within her again, feeling sick. She'd barely been in Diagon Alley for 12 hours, and they'd already found her? With zero hesitation, Riddle released her and emerged from their hiding place with all of the self-assured presence she'd grown used to seeing at Hogwarts. With a wand in his hand, he effortlessly took control of the situation. Expelliarmus. He said coldly, disarming the figure with an elegant flick of his wrist. The man, it was a man, by his build, spun around in surprise, not expecting to be cursed in the back. Riddle narrowed his eyes, sizing up the man who'd been following Amalia. What were his intentions? How much danger was she in? He couldn't get a good look at the man's face, the hood was pulled low over his brow, and he was wearing a mask, just as Amalia had once said. But not a full face, carnivalesque mask, a surgical mask, a white square of cloth covering his nose and mouth. How curious. Who are you? He demanded, as Amalia finally emerged and walked over to stand at his side. She drew her own wand slowly, and stared at the man with as much intensity as Riddle did. Speak. The man cocked his head slightly at Riddle, as if he was an interesting bug under a microscope, and then turned his head slowly to the mute girl standing at his side. Amalia Gray. The man greeted, in a pleasant, yet utterly unremarkable voice. He took a small, deliberate step back, one hand reaching into his pocket. Riddle tightened his grip on his temporary wand, preparing to curse him if he tried to fight or flee. You two have a nice day, now. With a polite dip of his masked and hooded head, the man suddenly disappeared in a flash of blue-gray light, seemingly sucked away into thin air. Amalia sighed heavily. She trudged forward to pick up the masked stranger's wand, left abandoned on the ground. Riddle slowly lowered his wand, frowning. How? He thought for a moment, then mused, it's obviously not apparition. Perhaps, some kind of self-activating port-cat? Do you think there'll be more? Probably. She answered miserably, but they won't approach recklessly for a while. Pity. Commented Riddle, I had so many. He fingered his temporary wand absently with a dark gleam in his eyes. Questions. The deliberate way he said that would have probably sent shivers down the spines of most people, but Amalia found her spirits brighten somewhat. This was the Riddle she remembered from school, the one who was afraid of nothing. He was a dangerous, ambitious megalomaniac. Who was on her side, it seemed. Sure, his intervention might have been mainly out of curiosity, but somehow, she didn't think that was the full explanation. Perhaps he didn't hate her that much, after all. She inspected the wand she'd picked up, it looked pretty normal, no distinguishing features. She pocketed it, and turned back to her companion. I guess I owe you some answers, then. I'll tell you everything I know, although, I'll warn you, it's not much. Riddle stared at her unblinkingly, she seemed resigned, yet perfectly willing. Was he really going to find out the mystery of Amalia Grey's origins, at last? She started walking away, back towards Diagon Alley's main street. He fell in step alongside her. Why suddenly so forthcoming? She rolled her eyes, because they've seen us together. They might start coming after you next. She snuck a peek at his reaction. It silenced him, but only for a moment. Pfft. He snorted contemptuously, lip curling, they can try. Despite the seriousness of the strange encounter, Amalia suddenly felt a wave of fondness for the cold-blooded boy walking beside her. How many people would have done what he did? In fact, why did he do it? She was ironically reminded of his own confused questions about why she'd liberated him from the orphanage. Just a few hours ago, she'd assumed he was incapable of making the same choice, to come to her aid. He hadn't believed it either, she could tell. Perhaps they were both wrong about what Riddle was and wasn't capable of. How did you know? She asked next. Riddle glanced at her, then away, impassive as usual. Your old place in Nocturne was destroyed. She blinked, surprised. It is? Why did you go there? He shrugged, as if he wasn't sure, himself. When I came back, I noticed your stalker lurking outside the bookstore, glancing in every time your back was turned. Amalia shuddered delicately. Ugh, creepy. They paused on the side of the main street. Christmas was only 3 days away, so the bustling crowds cheerfully engaged in their shopping was to be expected. Families and couples thronged the streets, engaging in their own domestic dramas as they perused the brightly colored items on display in the shop windows. Meanwhile, a man had just tried to... What? Follow her? Worse? If Riddle hadn't stepped in, who knows if she would have noticed him in time. It was times like these that Amalia felt most alienated from other, normal people, with their normal problems. Like the rising price of racing broomsticks, or whether to buy a turkey or a roast for their family festivities. She glanced at Riddle. He, too, was surveying the crowds, with an openly contemptuous look. She hid a grin. Perhaps the garish Christmas decorations were giving him a headache, too. Suddenly feeling more cheerful, she said brightly, Hey, I have an idea. Riddle narrowed his eyes at her. What? He said suspiciously. I'm hungry. She stated, grabbing his sleeve, Do you want to get some ice cream? We can discuss everything over a sundae. Desist. He glared at her, and she stopped tugging on the sleeve of his coat, raising her hands in a good-natured apology. But she was no less enthusiastic about her idea. I know this awesome place, Florian Fortescue's, they serve the best ice cream you've ever. Ridiculous. Oh, I think you mean delicious. Absolutely not. Oh, come in, Riddle, she wheedled, it'll be great, I promise. Don't you like ice cream? I've seen you eating your fudge sundae dessert in the Great Hall with great enjoyment, you can't lie to me. Well, great enjoyment might be stretching it too far, his politely blank expression was hardly ecstatic. But she'd noticed he always finished the bowl, unusual, since he was a terribly picky eater. Riddle was silent a short while. She could smell victory. It's snowing. He stated, in a last-ditch effort to sound resolute, what kind of idiot craves ice cream in this weather? Amalia shot him a hopeful smirk, I'll pay. A barely audible sigh escaped him. Fine. Chapter 24, For Better or Worse. Chapter 24, For Better or Worse. Even though it was snowing, as Riddle had complained, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was packed with noisy holidaymakers. Though Amalia could almost feel the annoyance rolling off Riddle at her side, she didn't regret her decision to bring him here. It was a testament to the quality of the product that it was so popular, he was about to get his mind blown. She didn't let him lurk resentfully in the crowded entrance for long, but dragged him over to a cramped booth near the back with a firm grip on his wrist. For once he didn't shake her off immediately, perhaps distracted by the sensory overload of colorful, delicious-smelling ice creams arranged around the cafe. Once they were inside, he seemed to resign himself to the experience, and sat down in the leather-backed booth without complaining. The glass of the shop window next to them was misted, condensation running down in streams. Even though it was an ice cream shop, it was warm and toasty inside, a welcome respite from the chilled winter air. Whoever had sat at their table previously had left the shape of a heart on the misted glass, which lasted approximately 2 seconds before Riddle irritably swiped it away with his sleeve. His mood seemed to improve slightly as he warmed up, peeling off his winter coat with only a slight wince at the movement. He still wasn't completely recovered from his injuries. It didn't have an effect on his appetite, though, as he imperiously waved over a harassed-looking waitress to order the biggest, and most expensive, single-serving sundae they had, with an impressively deadpan expression as he demanded extra fudge sauce. Amalia rolled her eyes and let him have his fun, literally at her expense. For herself, she felt daring and decided to try the lemon and pecan sorbet, as well as a pot of tea for them both. A comfortable silence descended as they waited for their orders, Riddle's dark eyes watching the passers-by through the smeared hole in the condensation, while Amalia idly watched him. He seemed deep in thought. Something had happened, something had changed between them, and she knew he sensed it too. In the past 24 hours, they'd both made the choice to get involved in each other's lives, when walking away had been the easiest option. Sure, at first the motivating factor may have been curiosity, but after curiosity had been satisfied, she had gone back for him, and more significantly, he had gone back for her. And now, they both knew things about each other that no one else was privy to. It felt weirdly intimate. The waitress brought a pot of tea and 2 cups, and Amalia wordlessly took the initiative to pour for them both. They'd made great strides in their relationship over the last hour, but she didn't expect miracles. She sipped slowly at her own cup, thoughtful. Tom took his cup without even looking at her, arrogant enough to not have expected anything less than to be served. Deciding to take advantage of the fragile bridge of trust that seemed to have sprung into existence between them, Amalia steeled herself for a difficult, yet necessary, conversation. Look, about earlier. She began, with a sigh, her cup clinking back into its saucer. Riddle instantly turned his dark gaze on her, looking momentarily confused before he remembered. Their latest fight had happened only hours ago, and it had been a bad one. Oh yeah, he reminded himself hurriedly, I'm completely pissed off at her. He tried to summon up the same blind rage he'd felt earlier, but it was strangely hard to do. I've been thinking about what you said, she began, delicately tracing the rim of her cup with a slim finger. She seemed completely serious, unflinching as she gazed into his dark eyes. As usual, her lack of fear caused his pulse to speed up slightly, sharpening his senses. No one else dared to meet his eyes like her, except perhaps Dumbledore, but he didn't count. He tensed, steeling himself. I realized that I actually know very little about you. She said quietly. About how you've lived up until now, outside of Hogwarts. I have no right to an opinion on your choices, so. For what it's worth. I'm sorry for what I said. I take it back. He almost fell off his chair. He'd been bracing himself to commence shouting match round 2. She took advantage of his surprise and pressed on before he could reply, I didn't mean it when I called you weak. She added, wanting him to believe her. She cleared her throat, and seemed suddenly a little embarrassed, you're probably the strongest person I know. She took a hasty gulp of tea, wondering if she'd overdone it. But it was her sincere feelings. Tom ripped his gaze away from her, face going blank as he tried to process this unexpected turn in the conversation. She was complimenting him? His long fingers fiddled with his teaspoon, betraying his confusion more than his impassive expression. It took him a few moments to formulate an appropriately aloof response. Humph, he scoffed at last, arching an eyebrow coldly, it took you this long to figure that out. She grinned, relieved that at least he was talking to her again. But her grin faded soon after. What did you mean, when you said what happened was better than the alternative? She asked quietly. Riddle scowled, but for once it didn't seem directed at her. Dumbledore's been waiting for a long time for any excuse to expel me, you know that. Is that all it is? Amalia frowned. He glared darkly at her. Until I'm 17, that old fool has the power to take everything away from me, he said venomously, I won't give him the satisfaction of an excuse. I still don't see why you can't talk to the headmaster about the situation, or even better, Slughorn. They'd figure something out, if they knew that. I don't want to discuss this. It has nothing to do with you. So, pride is the problem, then, Amalia thought wryly. So, if I hadn't come, you would have just endured it? She asked. The thought of him enduring such misery out of pride and spite was oddly upsetting. Riddle shifted in place uncomfortably, but his expression remained wooden. They left you there, tied up like an animal, with nothing. You could have died. You could have gotten pneumonia, or had an internal injury. This conversation is over. he snapped, in a tone of finality. She scowled right back. He'd risked his life so he could keep going to Hogwarts. This was Dumbledore's fault. It had become an issue of pride and fear. Of course he'd never admit how bad things were to the wizard who was supposed to be in charge of his welfare and protection. This conversation is not over, she vowed stubbornly, folding her arms. But I'll let it go, for now. They lapsed into silence again, but this time it was full of tension. Amalia almost sighed in relief when a few minutes later the waitress brought their ice creams. They ate quietly, the tenseness seeping slowly out of the air as the desserts proved a welcome distraction. Riddle dug into his with all the meticulous seriousness of an archaeologist unearthing Tutankhamun's crypt. It was kind of cute. Amalia wondered if he'd ever treated himself like this, or if Hogwarts was the only place he ever ate well. As she ate her own ice cream, her eyes flicked away from him occasionally to keep an eye on the busy doorway, over his shoulder. Already she felt the first stirrings of anxiety clawing at her insides after her near escape with the stalker. Months of safety at Hogwarts had made her complacent. She needed to be more observant. But she fought off the urge to hide, the extreme paranoia that had become her way of life before Hogwarts. Nothing and no one would prevent her from returning to the castle, she understood Riddle's desperation only too well. It was their home. Interrupting her thoughts, Riddle looked up at last from his excavation, and put down his spoon. So, he said stiffly, I thought we were here to discuss you. Don't think I'll let you change your mind about telling me. He threatened darkly. It took all of Amalia's prodigious acting skill to hold back her laughter. His sinister glare was ruined by the speck of ice cream lingering at the corner of his mouth. I haven't changed my mind, she said mildly, ignoring the adorable speck with difficulty. She coughed lightly, and composed herself. What would you like to know? Where is your family? He demanded instantly, a stillness coming over him which told her he was listening intently. She blinked in surprise. That's your first question? Not why are strange men stalking you? I'll get around to that one, too. He said drily. Talk. He really is obsessed with bloodlines and ancestry, she mused internally. But she had promised to tell him everything. Very well. She said, my parents. I think I'm the only child of Medea and Alric Grey. You think? Amalia shrugged carelessly. The last record is dated 25 years ago, and it's a record of their marriage. There are no others. No record of your birth. Nope. She said with a thin smile, I don't exist, officially. I can't be 100% certain that they were my parents, but makes sense, time-wise. I know I am a Grey, the vault in Gringotts opens for me, alone. That's my only solid proof, to be honest. Where are they? I'm pretty sure my mother's dead, Amalia said calmly, sipping her tea, and I certainly hope my father is. Why's that? He asked, cocking his head. He was totally engrossed in what she was saying. Because I think I've met him, she said with a twisted grimace. And, as far as my mother's concerned. Well, she said hesitantly, and a brief expression of insecurity crossed her face, what kind of mother would let her child go through what I did? It's unlikely she's just living somewhere, as if I never existed. Riddle snorted bitterly and sneered, you're naive. The woman who gave birth to you is not necessarily going to give a damn. She scowled, she was many things, but naive wasn't one of them. Are we talking about my mother now, or yours? She threw back at him, eyes flashing in a challenge. For an uncomfortably long moment, they had sustained eye contact, tense, and it seemed like another argument was on the cards. But then, Amalia's gaze flickered to his mouth, and her lips twitched, breaking the tension of the moment. Here, she offered him a napkin from their table, holding back a laugh, just, use it. She gestured at his mouth, smirking. He snatched it out of her proffered hand and daintily wiped his mouth, daring her to comment with his resentful, obsidian eyes. She decided to cut him some slack and bit back the teasing remark on the tip of her tongue. If she could hold back, they had a fighting chance at holding an honest conversation without it devolving into a bloody duel. If only for the sake of originality. So, he said stiffly, what of your father? I think he has something to do with what happened to me, the parts I don't remember. That time you used legilimency on me? You must have seen it. Riddle thought back to the memories he'd tried to forcibly take from her months ago. He remembered the blank grayness in her mind, a glass-like surface upon which his own mind couldn't find any purchase. There had only been one memory, vague and fragile, that he'd had time to witness. A man, a room full of nurses, and then, pain. Then, that man in the memory. Riddle asked, was he? I don't know. Amalia shrugged, following his train of thought easily, possibly. He had brown eyes, like mine, that's all I remember. I think I was 5 or 6 at the time, but everything is blurred, insubstantial as smoke. The rest of my memories are equally damaged. Bitterness seeped into her voice, the result of too many memory charms to count. That's why you hate the spell so much. Wouldn't you? She defended, we are defined by our experiences, and yet, time and time again, my past was taken away from me, I was erased. No matter how horrible my life was, I have a right to know what was done to me. He looked pensive. Memory charms are dangerous when layered, but you seem lucid enough. Aside from the paranoia, he added privately. But perhaps she had a good reason for that, considering. She snorted, most people would have become a vegetable by now. A hint of pride entered her voice, I think I actually developed a resistance to the spells over time. Or, your skull is particularly thick. Offered Riddle drilly, but Amalia just laughed. The waitress bustled over and took their empty bowls, the conversation lapsing briefly. Tom ordered more tea. Towards the end, continued Amalia after the woman had left, I started remembering things. I could vaguely tell that time was passing, that something was wrong. It gave me the opportunity to escape. And the place? From your memory, it looked like a hospital. Perhaps. A facility housing Muggle and magical children. They were conducting experiments, but I don't remember the details. Her eyes darkened, I don't know what they were doing to us, and I don't know why, but it certainly wasn't pleasant. One night about 2 years ago, it all got too much. I couldn't. She abruptly bit her lip and looked out of the misted window, eyes scanning the street distractedly. Her jaw clenched, her eyes were suddenly haunted. But then, a moment later, she seemed to shake herself out of it, sitting up straighter as if to make up for her momentary lapse. So, I escaped. She ended abruptly. I burnt the whole place down and ran. I've been on my own ever since. That's the sad story of my mysterious life. Riddle pondered everything she was saying, and not saying. He was under no illusion that there was more to this abbreviated version of events than she was letting on. But he would just keep her talking for now. The pieces of the puzzle would fall into place in time. What makes you suspect the Ministry has a hand in all of this? He asked next. Her expression instantly darkened. That's because of an incident that happened just 2 weeks after I had myself set up in a nice apartment in Diagon Alley. Not too far from here, actually. She waved down the busy street, it was ridiculously expensive, but I had cash to burn and no memories, so once I'd found my way to the magical world I was excited to be immersed in it all, you know? I only had a wand for 2 weeks, I couldn't do shit with it yet, and then some guy turns up on my doorstep and tries to kill me, without even a word of explanation. It was pure luck I escaped at all, I didn't know how to defend myself at the time. I ducked, he missed, and then I broke my leg jumping out of the window to get away. At least I'm alive. What spell did he use? She grimaced. Joculo. He raised his eyebrows. That's extreme. I know, right? She said, with a humorless snort. Joculo was a nasty spell, it severed the spinal cord and throat in one slashing action to cause a painless, yet messy death. It wasn't considered illegal because of its common use in the slaughter of animals, despite being just as dangerous as any illegal, fatal curse. Anyway, she continued in a more relaxed way, it was only later I realized he had been trying to kill me, when I looked up what the spell was. After that I moved to Nocturne, went into hiding properly. How did you come to the conclusion he was from the Ministry? She grinned mischievously. I'll get to that part in a moment, it's quite a thrilling tale. So, I moved to Nocturne to hide from the Ministry guy, but I soon became aware that there was another group after me too. Wearing masks. Precisely. Generally they just followed me around, rather unsubtle too, as you saw today, but there was a couple of times when they tried to corner me. They're generally easy to evade, only using stunning spells and the like, but they are tenacious. I haven't figured out how they're finding me. Curiouser and curiouser. You haven't captured one of them yet. His voice was an irritated drawl. Hey, look, she frowned defensively, I haven't exactly been sticking around to ask questions. They often come in pairs and I didn't want to risk getting cursed in the back. They haven't attacked me for real yet, but who's to say their methods won't change? He tutted disapprovingly, and took the opportunity to pour himself tea. Perhaps your methods should change. She folded her arms. Oh. To her surprise, he reached over and took her empty cup, pouring for her, too, with a faint smirk on his face. Bait, an ambush. He said smoothly, adding milk and sugar in precisely the right quantities. She watched his elegant movements appreciatively. She had to admit, when he put his mind to it, his manners were flawless. Like a demonic butler. When did he take note how I drink my tea? And why? She suddenly wondered. It was either sweet that he'd been paying attention. Or very creepy. That sort of knowledge would make it easy for him to swap out her morning tea in the Great Hall for a poisoned cup. She reminded herself to watch her drinks around him in future. All you need to do is play the bait, he continued, setting her cup back down in front of her, I'll deal with the ambush side of things. Being bait sounds safe, she said sarcastically. He rolled his eyes. I won't let them touch you, he told her matter-of-factly. I have no interest in standing by while you get cursed, or worse. She stared at him. Really? That almost sounded like he cared. The right to curse you is exclusively mine, he declared possessively, utterly serious. He stared right back at her, unblinking. A hint of warmth crept into her cheeks as she processed what he'd just said. Ugh, am I blushing? Why do I suddenly feel flustered? She took a sip of tea and ignored her heart, which was inexplicably fluttering like a stupid Ravenclaw fangirl. I'm grateful you want to be involved, she said slowly, relieved he hadn't seemed to pick up on her mortifying reaction, but I'd rather just do some research on the moving stones, and find somewhere safe to stay over Christmas. It's not long before we'll be back at school anyway, and… Nonsense, he said firmly, sounding determined, the best defense is offense. She sipped her tea without responding, still taken aback by the direction the conversation had gone in. He narrowed his eyes at her. What? Do you think it wouldn't work? It's not that, she said hesitantly, then sighed. I just don't think leaving a trail of bodies across London can really be called laying low. Which is what you're supposed to be doing, remember? She reminded him. Some of the fire ebbed from his eyes at her words, and he sank back in his seat, frustrated. Annoyingly, she was right. But that didn't mean there wasn't something they could do. Already, several more discreet plans of action sprang to mind, but he decided to think a little more on the whole situation. So, you still haven't explained how you know your first stalker was from the Ministry, he pointed out, abruptly changing the subject. She grinned, relieved at the change of pace. Well, after the first time, I didn't see him again, not for a long time. But then, I spotted him completely by accident in London one day, and followed him to the Ministry. As you know, I was in possession of a time turner. She started. I used it, extensively, for about 2 months of real time, before I met you or Dumbledore. I stretched that time to about an extra year, mostly learning magic, becoming an animagus, keeping 2 steps ahead of them. She set her teacup down. But I lied in the report I gave to Dumbledore. I omitted the fact that I actually used it to break into the Ministry, to follow my mysterious attacker, and find out exactly who he was. Riddle snorted with genuine mirth, picturing Dumbledore's horror if he ever found out what his star student had done. I'm impressed, Grey, he smirked, infiltrating the Ministry? Perhaps your methods are not so hopeless, after all. I didn't risk going into the depths of the Ministry exactly, she clarified, finding his approving smirk dangerously attractive. I just followed the man who tried to kill me. I found out his name and the department he worked for. James Blishwick, pure blood. An unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. She shrugged, with a few disguises and the time turner, the Ministry's security was ridiculously weak. An unspeakable. Riddle's dark eyes gleamed in interest at this unexpected development. I broke into his office, even unspeakables have paperwork to do. I didn't have time for a thorough search, but there was a file with my name on it, and inside was some redacted files on the facility, but everything relevant was blacked out. There was, however, a list of names in the file. The last name on the list was Alric Grey. I just had time to copy the whole list before I snuck out. I'd just started investigating them when you and Dumbledore pitched up. She sighed. I intend to continue tracking down the names on the list, but without the time turner, things will definitely be harder. But not impossible, Riddle said, a shrewd eagerness in his eyes. I want to see this list. Amalia was unsure why, but a pleasant warmth flooded her stomach at his instant reply. You're sure you want to get involved, then? She asked. He shot her an icy glare. What? Do you think you can stop me? He demanded aggressively. It had been her burden, alone, for as long as she could recall. Despite her cavalier attitude, it hadn't been easy sharing all of this with him, this secret part of her life that no one else knew. Somehow, it was suddenly easier to breathe. She smiled indulgently, eyes crinkling at him. Ah! You're just the sweetest, Riddle. He rolled his eyes and drained the rest of his tea. Amalia braced her hands on the table and stood, stretching. They'd been talking for over an hour, probably the longest conversation they'd ever had. And for once, no one was bleeding. Come, let's get out of here. There's another shop I want to check out, and we still have to find a new place to stay for tonight. He stood too, raising an eyebrow at her. I assume you have an idea of where to go? Being an expert on hiding like a rat in the backstreets of Nocturne. I know a place, she nodded. He froze, not trusting the amused, sidelong glance she threw at him. What kind of place? He asked suspiciously. Oh, a dingy little bar. She answered airily. Run by a werewolf. He's very discreet. A werewolf. She sniggered. Yup. Hairy little fellow, he called his pub the Humping Crab. It's a standing joke among the locals that the ministry's so incompetent they still don't know his, condition. Werewolves are required to register, you know. Fantastic. Muttered Riddle sarcastically. Their waitress hurried over with their bill, holding it out to Riddle expectantly. He glanced down at the paper and smirked at the exorbitant price, shoving Amalia forward with a carelessly rude nudge of his shoulder. I'll be outside, don't make me wait. He drawled, and sauntered out. Their waitress gaped after him as he left. Amalia rolled her eyes and dug out some cash. Honey, the waitress advised, he's nice to look at, but you could do better. Amalia smiled fondly. Oh, no, she said cheerfully, for better or worse, he's stuck with me. Chapter 25, Hags and Werewolves. Author's note. I'm glad someone got my demonic butler reference in the last chapter, haha. I'm totally channeling Sebastian for inspiration when Tom is being all evil yet charming. Also, I got a review from a reader who disabled PMS, which I'll just answer here to clear up any confusion anyone else has. The review, I noticed that in one of the first few chapters, Amalia didn't want to get her hands dirty in herbology, but Tom didn't really mind. Then, just a few chapters ago, Tom didn't want to get his hands dirty with that kid who beat him, but Amalia did. It doesn't seem consistent. It's not supposed to be consistent, even Tom thinks it's weird that Amalia is totally okay with touching Harold. I was trying to imply that Amalia was so upset on Tom's behalf that she didn't really notice it, and also, people don't gross her out as much. Herbology in her mind is just glorified gardening, and it's got more to do with the fact that she thinks it's beneath her. Tom, on the other hand, is fine with getting his hands literally dirty, unless it means touching people. So you could say they have opposite ideas of what they consider dirty. Sorry if that wasn't clear. This chapter was supposed to contain more plot, but I got sidetracked by writing eccentric characters. The HP universe is awesome because you are really not limited at all with how weird you can make people. However, it's quite long and I'm happy with how it all turned out, smiley face. Chapter 25, Hags and Werewolves. It wasn't difficult to follow the directions on the piece of paper Amalia had from the eager bookshop assistant. In no time at all, Amalia and Riddle found themselves standing outside a narrow doorway on a quieter stretch of Diagon Alley, above which appealing sign vaguely read Emporium Obscurum. On either side of the door there was some sprigs of dried herbs entangled in what looked like beaded muggle dream catchers. They exchanged a jaded look. From the outside, this didn't exactly scream legitimate establishment, but nevertheless, they had come this far already. Riddle pushed open the door and led the way inside. A faint tinkling bell sounded as the door swung wide, announcing their arrival. It took a few moments for Amalia's eyes to adjust to the gloom in the store. There were no windows. The only light came from shaded lanterns attached to the walls, barely visible since it was also lined with shelves upon shelves of curious knickknacks and unidentifiable objects. Everything was covered in a layer of dust, and the air felt heavy and dry. The rest of the store receded into darkness, with many display cases and tables of varying size piled high with odd trinkets blocking the view to the back of the room. There was obviously no particular order or arrangement to the haphazardly placed items, so Amalia had no idea where to look. She wandered over to the nearest shelf curiously. It was stuffed with books of all shapes and sizes, some in languages she didn't recognize. They all looked like they were limited or one-edition books, some even handwritten. It was a treasure trove of rare knowledge, despite the dream catchers outside. Amalia felt excitement flare within. Surely, there must be something that could help them in amidst all the junk. I've never been here before, she mused, a little surprised. She'd really thought she'd been in every store in Diagon Alley, but clearly she'd missed this place. So did other people, it seemed, judging by the absolute stillness inside. They were the only customers despite it being the busiest time of the year for Diagon Alley. She ran slim fingers over the cracked spines of the nearest volumes, ignoring the dust swirling in the air, which was already making her nose itch, and looked up to the next shelf, observing what looked like some creature preserved in a jar. It had 5 octopus-like legs and 1 roving eye, which moved jerkily, as if searching for something. We shouldn't waste time, reminded Riddle, sighing impatiently as he noticed her gravitating next towards another shelf of fat books decorated with esoteric symbols and pictures. She hummed distractedly, not hearing a word he said. Riddle was reminded of her obsession with rare books, the extensive collection she'd proudly displayed in her nocturne apartment, now secreted in her trunk, and the amount of time she spent cloistered in the library. He remembered that the promise of books had been the thing that had eventually persuaded her to come to Hogwarts. Riddle understood the hunger. Acquiring knowledge, potentially things no one else knew, was a compulsion they shared. But it was getting late, and they had unknown enemies stalking them. Lingering would be unwise. Grey. She was leafing excitedly through a large, square-shaped book which was covered in what looked like the hide of a zebra. It was so bulky she struggled gamely to keep it steady with one arm as she paged. He felt a spike of annoyance. Amalia. The unusual use of her name at last caused her to look up, and she caught his irritated expression. Riddle. Check this out. She said excitedly, this is a book handwritten by Livingstone himself. I can't believe it isn't in a museum somewhere. Sounds fake. He said immediately. It smells old. She said stubbornly. He rolled his eyes. That means nothing conclusive. It's covered in the skin of a zebra, she said, as if that settled the matter. Livingstone explored Africa. You're unbelievable. She stuck out her tongue at him, and grinned. You're the unbeliever. We shouldn't waste time. He reminded her, giving up. She closed the book carefully and hoisted it under her arm. I'm taking this. She said decisively, her eyes already darting back to the shelves. You're the one with stalkers. It's getting late. He reminded her, I would have thought you'd have more of a sense of self-preservation by now. Oh, stop nagging, Riddle. She said airily. And they're not my stalkers, they're our stalkers. Where's all that big talk about ambushing and confronting them? Don't tell me you're getting paranoid. She took great joy in throwing his caution back in his face. He'd done nothing but mock and belittle her paranoia ever since they'd first met. She half expected the usual death threat to follow her teasing, but he merely gave her an unimpressed, flat stare, and then rolled his eyes. Come. Let's get this over with. We should ask the proprietor of this dump if they have any information on those runes. Searching manually would take ages. Amalia shut her mouth in surprise, shocked that for once he didn't snap at her. He had completely overlooked her teasing. She fell in step with him as he walked past the bookshelves, musing that if this new tolerance continued, it marked a significant step forward in their alliance. Relationship? Partnership? They came to a dead end formed by three lopsided, high cabinets. Backtracking, they took a different route and ended up at a crossroads formed out of piles of junk. They paused under the dim red glow of what looked like a salvaged Chinese lantern hanging from the ceiling. Hello. Riddle called out, his voice ringing with quiet authority and a hint of annoyance. Is anyone here? After a few moments, they heard an answering, quavery woman's voice say, Come further in, my dear. A breathy chuckle, further in. Into the bowels. Amalia's nose wrinkled at this unpleasant image, made worse by the red light. Ew. They headed down a narrow corridor of shelves, in the direction of the voice. Fortunately, they at last emerged and noticed a large, squat desk in the corner of the room, behind which a lumpy shape of a woman lurked, sitting in shadow. There was sickly sweet incense burning, the sticks glowing a faint orange as they slowly curled into ash on a plate in front of the woman. The air was hazy with smoke. It was very melodramatic. A muscle ticked in Riddle's jaw. I can just tell, this is going to be a weird one. He said grimly in an undertone to Amalia. You can talk to her. This was your idea, anyway. Oh, thank you, Amalia drawled sarcastically, stepping around him and taking the lead. She hitched a bright smile on her face, peering into the dark corner. The woman seemed rather bulky, sitting in shadow and smoke, and it was hard to get a good fix on her face. For some reason she was swamped in various shawls, one draped around her head, which seemed misshapen, somehow. She had a fat double chin, and also, what seemed to be some kind of growth, the size of a grapefruit, on the side of her face. Good day, ma'am, Amalia said politely, trying to discreetly squint at the woman. I'm wondering if you'll be able to help us? I'm looking for information on some unusual runes. I haven't been able to find them in any of the usual runic lexicons. Since your collection is rather extensive, I'm hoping you can point us in the right direction. Runes, you say? Repeated the woman in a surprisingly throaty, slow voice, completely different to the rather high-pitched, quavery voice they'd heard before. The woman's entire bulk shook with each ponderous word, the glittering shawl swishing softly. Amalia blinked a few times, her eyes adjusting to the gloom at last. She promptly wished they hadn't. By her side, she sensed Riddle was staring, too. Yes, runes. She managed to confirm, swallowing hard. Don't stare, don't stare, don't stare, she thought desperately, and elbowed Riddle discreetly. He blinked as if coming out of a stupefied daze and cleared his throat unnecessarily, trying to shrug off his momentary lapse in decorum. So, can you help us? Amalia asked weakly. Merlin's beard, I'm staring again. Perhaps we have something that can help you. The deep voice said. But perhaps not. Piped up the higher voice. Perhaps not. Agreed the deeper voice solemnly. Riddle made an impatient noise from beside Amalia. She discreetly trod on his shoe. The sooner they got through this, the sooner they could leave. Which would be great, since Amalia was starting to feel nauseated just looking at this person. Perhaps we don't want to help you. Wheezed the higher voice, with a breathy chuckle that seemed more malicious than teasing. We may not like you, added the deeper voice. Her jowls wobbled as she nodded ponderously. There was an awkward silence. You're staring, tittered the small head bulging grotesquely on the side of the fat woman. Its pinched features contracted into a creepy grimace. Well, I'm sorry, Amalia apologized, diverting her gaze to the walls, ceiling, floor. It's just that. Was there any way of saying it without offending her? You have two heads, Riddle stated bluntly. He seemed fixated in horrified fascination. Riddle, hissed Amalia, face-palming. They needed information, which meant not deliberately antagonizing this person. What? He shrugged dismissively. She does. How rude. Screeched the smaller head, contorting its wizened features. She doesn't have two heads. We have one body. That's the same thing, isn't it? Riddle threw back, utterly impassive. Oh, you little. Hush. Chided the other head. It's not the first time, nor the last. Heavy-lidded eyes dragged up to stare at Riddle's unimpressed face, and she intoned solemnly, a curse gone awry, a spell backfired. Now 2 are 1, until we expire. Riddle made a scornful sound, most likely about her terrible little rhyme, and the woman's eyes narrowed malevolently. You have something to say, boy. It was sidelong apparition, wasn't it? He said, sounding bored and more than a little scathing. There was no curse, you just got splinged. The woman swelled with indignation, a dull flush creeping over her face in embarrassment, telling them that Riddle's guess was spot on. Ahem. Coughed Amalia, her patience running thin, and she sensed the situation was deteriorating. Moving on. I have a few of the runes sketched out on some parchment. If you could take a look and recommend any books you may have, I'd be very grateful. She rummaged in her bag hurriedly. The smaller head sneered, I don't like you, boy. You have an ill look about you. Amalia's eyebrow twitched. An ill look, really? That was coming from this hideous, two-headed hag? The bigger head asked ponderously. What's your blood status? Who is your family? Amalia finally found the paper with her notes on it, and placed it on the desk with a flourish. There's no need for that, is there? She said reasonably. If you'd just have a look, we'll be on our way, and... Not so fast, girl. The woman raised a pudgy hand covered in gaudy rings. Her eyes were fixed on Riddle. Answer my question and I'll answer yours. His jaw clenched, but he sounded utterly bored when he replied. Tom Riddle. Not a wizarding name, that one. Squawked smaller head, suddenly sounding triumphant. Indeed not. Agreed the other. I could tell. And I thought today would be interesting. Her wide mouth stretched into an unpleasant smile. But it's just another thrill-seeking mood-blood, fouling up the air with his muggle stench. She glared at Riddle up and down with a sneer, leave. We don't deal with your kind here. Amalia's fists clenched. Was this how he was always treated by Wizarding Society? If so, no wonder he was so sensitive about his heritage. They lived in an intolerant time, and this had obviously happened to him before. She felt him stiffen beside her, but he held himself back, face like stone. His restraint was admirable. She had never enjoyed exercising restraint, herself. Wham! The misshapen form jumped slightly and both heads let out a shriek of surprise as she slammed both hands, and the heavy zebraskin book, on the desk, leaning forward aggressively. Her magic crackled around her, raising the ends of her hair and forcing the air from the woman's unhealthy lungs in a strangled gasp which sounded more like a whimper. An unnatural wind whipped away the stink of incense, causing dust and loose pages to flutter in the air around them. Now, listen here, you two-headed bitch, Amalia snarled viciously, eyes flashing, we didn't fucking come here to hear your bigoted, ignorant bullshit about blood purity. Riddle is the top student at Hogwarts, she spat, jerking her head at her, now staring, companion, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's the greatest prodigy since Dumbledore himself. One day, he'll be the wizard that surpasses him. Do you know who Dumbledore is? Or are your heads so far up your own ass you never get out of this dusty shithole? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Riddle was still staring at her incredulously, possibly at the sudden torrent of bad language. A faint tint of color rose in her cheeks, though she tried her best to ignore him. She was only speaking her mind. The woman's mouth opened to say something, and in the blink of an eye Amalia drew the wand that had belonged to her stalker and shoved it in the woman's face, the tip sparking threateningly. Just give me an excuse, she said menacingly, I beg you. She would risk using magic if it meant she could curse this ignorant hag, particularly since she had the advantage of not using her own wand. Both heads looked cross-eyed as they tried to keep the wand in sight. The smaller head was whimpering. The Muggle dreamcatchers outside, the stinking incense, the fact that this woman had been splinged, all of this told Amalia that she was dealing with a charlatan, a witch who probably had very little skill in magic, choosing to hide behind books instead. Her tirade seemed to have left the woman frozen in momentary shock. Now that I have your attention, Amalia continued sweetly, I'd really like it if you could look at the fucking paper and tell me what I want to know. There's no need for unpleasantness, the woman stuttered, finding her voice at last. No need, squeaked the smaller head in agreement, twisting her face uncomfortably as if wishing she could detach herself from the larger body and run away. Riddle was still staring at Amalia as if he'd never seen her before. Here. Amalia shoved the paper over and took a small step back, though she didn't put her wand away just yet. I'm waiting. The two-headed woman was silent for a long moment, looking down at the parchment miserably. She broke out in a cold sweat as the seconds trickled slowly by. It's an alchemical symbol, not a rune. The strange woman said resentfully at last, shifting uncomfortably and plucking at her shawl. They aren't in any practical use anymore, though. Not since the early days of Babylon. Babylon? The first civilization. Amalia traded a glance with Riddle. The timeline's a little wrong for where I found them. The woman shrugged. They've been studied and documented extensively since then. The Sumerians were believed to be the first to consciously use magic, and they recorded their spells and potions on stone slabs. You might be able to extract some kind of meaning from this with a Sumerian alchemical dictionary. I see. Amalia played idly with the wand in her hands. And would you happen to know where we could find one? The woman glared weakly at her, then made a harumph sound and levered her bulk up, waddling away down an aisle of books and other knickknacks. She found the right text remarkably quickly, a rather unassuming, thin book, bound in black leather. Inside was a neatly printed, very technical-looking discussion of Sumerian symbols and runes. We'll take it. Amalia said decisively, flicking briefly through the pages. It was precisely what they needed, she even recognized one or two symbols from her cursory glance. She hoisted the zebraskin book. This, too. How much? The woman pursed her lips, her beady eyes darting down to Amalia's wand nervously, before she grunted mutinously, perhaps I don't want to sell. Amalia narrowed her eyes, and tucked the two books very deliberately under her arm. Well, then, she said coldly, glaring, I appreciate the gift. She reached into her bag, drawing out a single gleaming galleon, and flicked it at the dumbstruck woman, who flinched as the heavy coin hit her shoulder and bounced off, rolling on the floor. Consider that a donation for your good service. Amalia sneered, and turned on her heel, striding out of the store. She was vaguely aware of Riddle trailing after her. He still hadn't said anything since her outburst. Their boots crunched on the dirty ice as they made their way along the twisted streets of Nocturne. Amalia had conjured some wheels for her trunk and was pulling it beside her as light snowflakes swirled down from the darkening sky. It irked her that she hadn't quite mastered vanishing objects that large just yet. At least it was enchanted to weight very little, so it wasn't too much of an inconvenience. By the time they had returned to the leaky cauldron and retrieved their possessions, the sun had already set. Now they were on their way to a new and hopefully more discreet place to spend the night, and both teenagers felt very aware of unfriendly eyes following them. It was unclear whether they were being followed or if it was simply the dodgy inhabitants of magical London's worst neighborhood taking an interest in them as they passed. Okay, what is it? Amalia snapped at last. What's what? Riddle asked nonchalantly. She snorted at his attempt to sound blasé. You've been staring at me this whole time. I have not. He denied, and immediately started taking an interest in overflowing trash can they were walking past. Is it about what happened at that shop? You've not said a word since that ignorant hag called you a mudblood. His shoulders stiffened at the memory, but then he just shrugged. I think you said all that needed to be said. He glanced at her with a small smirk, even if I was surprised by your foul mouth. Amalia grinned sheepishly, yeah, well. I tend to do that when I lose my temper. I've noticed. That sharp tongue was usually directed at him, after all. I meant every word, she said adamantly, looking fierce as she recalled the confrontation. She wondered if this was the first time anyone had ever spoke up in his defense. Was that why he was acting strangely? Ugh, intolerant idiots like that bitch really piss me off. Blood purity. I just don't get the point. She threw a meaningful look at him, his own intolerant views were ironically just as bad, but he ignored the jibe. Silence fell as they continued walking. You're staring again. She said dryly, glancing at him, sidelong. His expression was closed off, unreadable. Did you mean everything you said? He asked at last, dark eyes watching her intently for any trace of deceit. She thought for a moment, wondering which part of what she'd said was causing him to obsess. You talking about? She said slowly, pretty sure her hunch would be correct, what I said about you surpassing Dumbledore. His silence and continued staring was answer enough. She nodded. Yes. I have no idea what he was like in school, but I'm pretty sure you'd measure up. And Dumbledore only wants to maintain the status quo. Unlike him, you have ambitions, plans. Purpose. You have the power and the will to do whatever it takes to succeed. He was silent, a small frown creasing his forehead. Amalia hid a smile at his confusion. We're almost there, she murmured, pausing at an ice-covered street name and trying to remember how many blocks further on their destination was. What about you? Riddle said abruptly, facing her as they paused. She met his obsidian eyes fearlessly, and her lips curled up in a smirk. I'm the same. She said simply, that goes without saying. Or do you disagree? After a beat of silence, he looked away, prompting a surprised smile from Amalia, who had expected some kind of scathing comment about how she could never measure up. Then, just as she'd accepted and made peace with the fact that he wasn't actually going to answer her, she heard a quiet. Not malicious, not cold, not angry. No. And then, stilted, awkward, so quiet she barely heard it. I don't disagree. Warmth suffused Amalia's face as she goggled at him in shock. He was glaring fixedly down the street, a dark scowl on his face. Her grip tightened on the handle of her trunk as she considered the significance of what had just transpired. In one single phrase, Riddle had just done the impossible. He'd indirectly, hesitantly, somewhat resentfully, implied that they were equals. Of course, he hadn't said so exactly, but, taking his superiority complex into account, it was about as close to the admission as he was ever likely to get. Amalia suddenly had a weird urge to squeal and throw her arms around him, her inner Ravenclaw fangirl rising again. She didn't, of course. She didn't actually have a death wish. So, before the moment was ruined, she just cleared her throat and weakly said, it's just 3 blocks this way. They continued their journey in deafening silence, Amalia internally bemoaning the fact that she'd just shyly ummed like an idiot, and Riddle. Well, who could tell what Riddle was thinking about? According to Amalia, the Humping Crup was a pub/inn similar in function to the Leaky Cauldron, but with a much less savory clientele. Admittance was, however, quite exclusive, given the criminals and lowlives that frequented the establishment, so, ironically, it was the safer option. The entrance was just a rusted manhole in a dirty back alley. When tapped thrice with a wand, the grate slid open with a heavy grinding noise to reveal narrow, descending iron steps. At the bottom of the steps was a grimy lantern with a single flickering candle inside, emitting a magical blue light, illuminating a plain wooden door. The manhole slid closed behind them. Amalia led the way and placed a hand on the doorknob, but when Riddle stepped after her, the candle flickered and turned from blue to red, and they heard a heavy bolt slide home on the other side of the door. Amalia sighed tiredly. He's upgraded his security. I'm guessing the door only opens to people the owner recognizes. He doesn't know you. So, what now? Riddle didn't bother hiding the irritation in his voice. He was exhausted and hungry and cold, and his healing ribs throbbed abominably from being on his feet almost all day. She rapped her knuckles smartly on the door. I'll introduce you. Be nice, she warned. He just huffed in response. He could be charming when he wanted to, but he was tired and Amalia seemed more than up to the task. In no time at all a slot in the door slid open, and Riddle could see narrowed eyes under bushy brows, deep set in a wrinkly face, looking suspiciously from left to right. They set on Amalia's face and widened in recognition. Little Miss Grey, he exclaimed in a pleased, scratchy baritone, why, it's been ages since your last visit. Thought you'd forgotten about me. Amalia chuckled. Ring Gory 2-foot, how could I ever forget you? Do you mind opening the door? I'm bringing a friend tonight, I hope that's okay. Riddle found himself being appraised by sharp brown eyes. Well, that would depend on the friend, innit? He gave a stiff nod of greeting, but decided not to say anything. I'm vouching for him. Isn't that good enough? A hint of steel entered her voice. All right, little miss, no need to get testy, said the old man, and the door rattled as he unbolted his side. It swung wide to admit them. Any friend o' yours is a friend o' mine. Riddle wondered what exactly Amalia had done to earn this man's friendship. They walked into a wide, vaguely circular room, with chairs and tables arranged in separate booths around a wide central stone pit of fire. By the rusted attempts at decor on the walls and furniture, Riddle surmised it had originally attempted to follow a Celtic theme. It wasn't empty, in fact, the other shady-looking patrons numbered enough to almost fully populate the booths and chairs around the room. And all of them looked with varying degrees of interest at the new arrivals. Seemingly unbothered by the stares they were attracting, Amalia gamely made her way straight to the bar, squeezing onto a stool next to a massive man with a red beard, who eyed her somewhat appreciatively. Riddle slid into the one open chair next to her and met the man's eyes with his best back-off glare. It seemed to work, as the red-bearded man grunted and hurriedly turned his attention back to his tankard. We need rooms, Amalia said, businesslike, as Ring Gory 2-foot took up his position behind the bar. For tonight, perhaps tomorrow night as well. Now that there was sufficient light, Riddle could easily believe that the proprietor was a werewolf, from his graying, shaggy hair and fiercely bushy eyebrows, to his generally lanky frame which moved with a noticeable muscular grace, despite his age. When he started swiping a dishcloth at a glass beer mug, Riddle noticed his abnormally long, bony fingers, ending in thick, yellowed nails. He was also missing a leg from the knee down, though with the help of a carved crutch, it didn't seem to impede his movement. The werewolf caught his gaze and sniggered, signaling his stump, the name's ironic. Ringo, Amalia pressed, rooms. I got no space, I'm afraid, the old werewolf said cheerfully, turning to her and waving vaguely at the packed in, even for your ladyship. He flashed crooked, slightly pointed teeth in a faux apologetic grin and tipped an imaginary hat. I told you not to call me that. Deadpanned Amalia, unamused. She meaningfully slid a closed hand across the scratched counter. Well, perhaps I can change your mind. He accepted what she offered with a casual swipe of his long-fingered hand and glanced down, the bribe hidden by the dirty dishcloth. His craggy face split into a wide grin at the generous contribution. "O' course, for a friend," he said smoothly, "I can always make an exception. For you and your man, missy, I got a spare bed in the basement." "Very discreet. Bed, singular," clarified Riddle sharply, ignoring the sidelong glance Amalia immediately threw at him, wicked amusement lighting up her eyes. "I," nodded the old man, looking between them knowledgeably, and winking, "it'll be right cozy, and ya won't be disturbed." His leer widened. "I got some chains in there, too, to use on a monthly basis, if you catch my drift," the old werewolf winked, "but since the full moon's still some time away, you're welcome to use them for your own needs." He sniggered at the innuendo. "Sounds perfect," Amalia said nonchalantly. The old werewolf shuffled off to serve another of his customers, and Amalia turned to Riddle with a mischievous smile. The chance to tease him was just too good to pass up. "Did you hear that, Riddle? This might be a good opportunity to try out bondage." His flat stare didn't look amused in the least, but then she noticed his eyes flicker down her body, a glance so brief, most would have missed it. She choked. "Oh my god!" She leaned closer to him, eyes wide. "You imagined it, didn't you?" A hint of defiance entered his dark gaze as he cocked his head thoughtfully. "You know, Grey," he murmured back, a dangerous, husky undercurrent of malice making the hairs on the back of her neck prickle pleasantly, "your tongue has been extremely sharp today. We're essentially on the same side for the moment, but even my patience has its limits." On the surface, it was the usual threat, impossible to tell whether he was utterly serious or not. And yet, there seemed to be a subtly playful edge to his words that Amalia was picking up on. Was it her imagination, or? She tilted her head in a parody of his posture, challenging, "Are you saying you don't like my tongue?" She stuck it out cutely and then wet her lips with deliberately slow strokes, liking the way his eyes caught the movement. Suddenly he was right in front of her, and then his head was bent towards hers, and before she could move she felt his warm breath caressing her neck. "I'm saying, Amalia," she suppressed a shiver at the sound of her name murmured with such dark intensity into her ear, "that if you annoy me any further this evening, I might just be using those chains in the basement, and I promise you won't enjoy it." She might disagree with that last bit, especially if he kept using that tone with her. She was suddenly paralyzed, and very aware of her own erratic pulse. "Damn teenage hormones!" she groaned internally. He withdrew, looking smug at her flustered appearance. As usual, he had not a hair out of place, while it took her a while to find her voice again. "Asshole!" she finally managed, knowing she had just utterly failed at hiding the fact that her brain had just flatlined. Fortunately for her, further conversation was interrupted by the return of the grizzled werewolf. "Ringo," Amalia said with some relief, tearing her eyes away from Riddle's amused smirk. "Let's catch up. What's new? Besides the boyfriend?" "He's not my boyfriend," Amalia said hastily, "just a friend from school." "I'm not her friend," Riddle said immediately, folding his arms with a scowl. "What you?" Amalia spluttered. "She actually kidnapped me," Riddle informed the werewolf, with an affected, long-suffering sigh. Ringo cackled loudly at the dumbfounded expression on Amalia's face. "That sounds like your ladyship, all right." Amalia groaned and hid her face in her arms. Of all the times for Riddle to find a sense of humor. "But I'm glad you're not still gollyvantin' about on your own, missy," Ringo said to Amalia, nodding at Tom. "Especially with those masked bastards creepin' round." "You've seen them?" asked Riddle, surprise evident in his tone. One slim eyebrow rose and he leant forward slightly, fixing the older man with a no-nonsense stare. "How do you know about that?" he demanded, all traces of levity gone. Ringo gazed at Riddle steadily for a few long moments, before turning back to Amalia and jerking a thumb at him. "I like this one," he told her. "Protective, eh?" Amalia snorted. Riddle and protective was like an oxymoron, and laid a restraining hand on his arm. "Relax," she told him, nothing happens around Nocturne without Ringo hearing about it from his patrons, sometime or other. He's known about my little problem for a while now. Riddle threw off her hand with an irritable twitch, as usual, but some of the tension in his posture eased. She turned back to the werewolf, and asked quite seriously, they haven't been here, have they? Recently? In this pub? Ringo shook his head slowly, nope, not a chance. Ya can ask around, though, he offered, we get all types through air. And I can put some feelers out for yet. See what the word on the street is. That would be helpful. Amalia said in relief. We're going back to Hogwarts after Christmas, so we just need to lay low for another week. So, Hogwarts, eh? Always knew you was destined for something more in this shithole. How's your classes been going? As Ringo inquired about her new life, sounding weirdly paternal and a little wistful, Riddle glanced around the room, eyes flicking assessingly to each shady-looking patron. They were all men, except for one old crone he suspected was at least part hag. He tensed as he realized that many of them were looking their way, with an unhealthy amount of curiosity. In fact, they were staring at Amalia. She stood out like a sore thumb in her expensive clothing. He stood out less, wearing dirty shoes and with a faded bruise on his face, but her neat, fashionably short haircut and clean face, not to mention her obvious youth and beauty, was drawing a lot of attention. Their eyes were hungry and sly, either they were thinking about robbing her, or they were interested in her for other reasons. He suspected the only reason they hadn't already been approached was because of her obvious close relationship with the innkeeper. He subtly angled his body between her and the onlookers, shooting the worst of them an icy, challenging glare. After a moment, it seemed to work and they averted their eyes. He looked older than he was, and they must have seen something dangerous in his gaze. He returned to the conversation Amalia was having with the bartender, paying attention to their surroundings more as he did so. Ya look like ya need a drink. Ringo pushed a cracked shot glass of something in front of her. It was a murky, grayish-brown color, and disturbingly, it was smoking slightly. She sniffed it gingerly, and abruptly jerked back. Oh, Merlin! What is that? It smells absolutely foul. The innkeeper cackled with glee at her reaction, causing the large, red-bearded man on her right to look up. Seeing her disgusted expression, his mouth stretched into a leer, displaying crooked teeth. That, dear, explained the man, is Ringo's house special. Fowler and bubotuber pus and stronger and fire whiskey, and he won't tell us what's in it. Drink a pint o' that and you'll be seein' stars for days. Amalia pushed the glass back towards Ringo. I'll pass. She said hastily. Why sure ya don't want to try some it a little stronger? Said the man, sidling closer, we could get to know each other better. Like I said, I'll pass. Amalia deadpanned, edging away from the man. Ah, don't be like that, sweetheart. Do you like your beard? Amalia demanded suddenly, a dangerous gleam in her eye. I know a magic trick with beards. It involves fire. Do you want to see? Lay off this one, Felchley, Ringo advised with a snigger, she's a spirited one. I can handle meself. Protested Felchley. Ringo rolled his eyes. Sure. Amalia opened her mouth to argue further, but was stopped by a tight grip on her wrist. You should get some sleep. Riddle said firmly, giving her a meaningful look. Their interaction with the man was attracting even more unwelcome attention. He was pretty sure if they stayed, she'd be surrounded in minutes by curious drunkards, friends with the proprietor or not. She evidently sensed the changing atmosphere and hesitantly nodded. But we should ask around for information, first. I got something to show ye. Leered the red-bearded man, gesturing crudely, it's pretty excited Timmy Cha, too. Riddle and Amalia ignored him, Ringo cuffed him over the head, and he pouted and went back to his tankard, muttering. We'll have time in the morning. Riddle said firmly, as if the interruption hadn't happened, go. She nodded slowly. I guess. I'll go downstairs then. She got up from her stool, and frowned when he made no move to join her. What about you? I'll be along shortly. He said dismissively, turning back to the bar. She shrugged, perhaps he had some kind of plan, or perhaps he just wasn't keen for sharing a bed. Either way, she was pretty tired. You shouldn't order any food here, for health reasons. I've got food in my bag. She opened her small shoulder bag and reached in, grateful for her decision to raid the Hogwarts Express food trolley. Pumpkin pasty or steak and kidney pie. He stared at her for a moment, blank-faced. Both. He said at last. She just grinned and passed the food over, then signaled Ringo, who came to help her drag her trunk down to the basement. It was late when the trapdoor to the basement finally creaked open. Amalia was lying awake, her eyes closed, the open zebra-skin book face down on her stomach. She had a lot to think about, plans to make, and somehow she hadn't been able to get to sleep knowing that Riddle would be coming to share the, fortunately queen-sized, bed at some point in the night. Seeing as they were in the basement, it was impossible to know what time it was, but Amalia estimated it was around midnight at least. After their late night the previous night as well, she was quite exhausted. She knew Riddle must be feeling even more tired, he was still in the process of recovering from his injuries. She heard him pause on the steps down into the basement, feeling his eyes locating her form in the dim light. Clearly, he was wondering if she was sleeping. She considered pretending to be asleep, just to see what he'd do, but she wanted to talk to him. "Are you just going to stand there all night?" she drawled, yawning and stretching like a cat. "Shut up!" he snapped immediately, and she heard his footsteps shuffling nearer. His retort was rather simplistic. Riddle was an eloquent guy, and his ability to tie you up in barbed invective was particularly impressive. "Shut up" was just not his usual go-to response. She narrowed her eyes at him thoughtfully in the gloom, but she could barely make out his silhouette as he approached. Was he in a bad mood? She rolled onto her side to face him with a smirk. "Come to bed, darling," she purred in a sultry voice, patting the space on the threadbare mattress right next to her. She blinked in surprise as she saw him stumble slightly, possibly at her words, possibly because of the dim light. "Touch me and you're spending the night on the floor. With the cockroaches," he warned coldly, with just a hint of a slur. "A slur?" Amalia's mouth dropped open as she sat up. "Are you drunk?" "Of course not," Riddle retorted instantly, trying not to sway. How the hell had she noticed? He'd barely walked in and said one sentence, and the room was very dark. The pleasantly loose-limbed buzz he'd been feeling after indulging in Ringo's house special evaporated. Now he just felt irritated and slightly dizzy. He was suddenly very aware of Amalia, and very aware of the sleeping arrangements. He'd been planning to kick her out of the bed, doubtless a hoarder like Amalia had a sleeping bag or something similar in her bottomless trunk, but now that it came to the actual kicking out, he was less sure of his success. His eyes wandered over to the wall, where heavy iron chains were attached to the wall. Ringo hadn't been joking. He told himself that it would suffice as plan B, if she got too annoying. With that reassuring image in mind, he made it to the end of the bed and sat down gingerly. "You've been drinking." She shuffled closer on the bed and gave an inquisitive sniff, right next to his face. He jerked back, glaring. She rocked back onto her knees. "You did," she said wonderingly, staring at him. He rolled his eyes and yawned. "Use a taste." The stuff had been incredibly strong, and he'd only tried a couple of mouthfuls out of curiosity. Did it taste as god-awful as it smelled? His silence was answer enough as he unbuckled his belt and rolled it up neatly, placing it on a dusty side table. She laughed. He gave a barely audible sigh and pulled off his shoes with a grunt of relief. It had been a long day. "We should take that wand to Ollivander's tomorrow," he said, changing the subject abruptly, and showing that, even intoxicated, he was still planning ahead. Amalia became more serious, lying down on the other side of the bed with her hands behind her head. "I thought of that. But he might want to know where we got it." "Leave it to me. I can handle him." From his tone, Amalia assumed handling Ollivander would probably involve some form of unpleasantness. "Okay," she agreed. "I've been thinking, too. And we'll need to drop by Gringotts. I'll explain more in the morning." She yawned again. "For now, let's just sleep. I promise I won't touch you." Riddle could almost imagine the eye-rolling that accompanied that last sentence. Riddle decided the best strategy was just to ignore her presence in the bed next to him, and, truth be told, his mind was foggy enough to care less about the sleeping arrangement. He lay down on his back and closed his eyes. The bed wasn't uncomfortable, and it even seemed relatively clean, besides for a faint whiff of wet dog. Amalia made a thoughtful, humming sound and shifted about a bit, getting comfortable a polite arm's length away. The minutes slipped by in silence, punctuated only by the sound of their breathing slowly evening out. "You know, you're really not bad company," she whispered some minutes later, so softly that Riddle, half asleep, almost missed it. His eyes fluttered open, but he remained silent. Then, so quiet he barely heard it at all. "I wish we could always be like this. Always. Like this, together?" It was disturbing how little this thought disturbed him. He blamed Ringo's special brew for doing strange things to his mind. He gave a contemptuous snort. "Stuck with you." Amalia made a small, surprised movement, like she'd thought he was asleep. "I wouldn't have the patience." "Go to sleep, Grey." But even though his tone was as cold as ever, it wasn't impossible for Amalia to imagine some hint of fondness there, too. Even if he didn't realize it himself, just yet. Author's note. Into the Bowels is a little reference to the Malag Bal quest in Skyrim, smiley face. For some reason it just sprang to mind when I wrote that scene. The name Ringo is not a reference to the Beatles, I'm afraid. Actually, I got it from Ringer, which according to Google Translate, a very reliable source, right, literally means wolf in Latin. Who knew? Also, Amalia is definitely falling for him. Not surprising considering she, like Tom, has always felt alone, and struggled with the fact that she is mentally and magically superior to her peers. Even if she has friends, they can never quite be on her level, which creates a certain amount of distance. Next chapter, we find out even more about Amalia's mysterious past. Also, goblins and elves. Look forward to it. Chapter 26, Breakfast and Wands. Author's note. I moved countries and started looking for a new job, so yeah, life really gets in the way sometimes, doesn't it? I've been scribbling away in my spare time, though, smiley face, and I know I promised goblins and elves, but I got sidetracked, again. Goblins and elves will be in the next one, I promise. Chapter 26, Breakfast and Wands. Amalia woke up without opening her eyes, and without moving at all, giving no outward sign that she was suddenly aware of her surroundings. As usual, the weight and confusion of sleep left her quickly, stripped like cobwebs from her mind, as she became alert to her current situation. A. She was currently in bed, in the dark basement of a nocturne pub owned by a werewolf. B. She usually woke up naturally at about 6 or 7 in the morning, so she didn't think it could be much later than that, despite the only light coming from a lantern near the stairs. And C. A certain dark-haired someone was draped over her, making it pleasantly warm. Yet also hard to breathe. This feels weirdly familiar. Her eyes snapped open, and she hurriedly tried to blink the sleep from her eyes. Riddle, she mumbled, and, not knowing what else to do, prodded him gingerly in the ribs. You're heavy. He gave an unintelligible groan and burrowed his face further into her neck, unwilling to relinquish his hold on his source of warmth. Amalia fought to keep her breathing steady at the unexpected ripple of desire that spiked through her. His hot mouth was pressed up against her bare skin, and it was conjuring inappropriate images into her head. This had to stop. Right this moment. Are you actually awake and you're just secretly a cuddler, she demanded shakily, or are you completely unaware of what's happening right now? He made a, quite frankly adorable, snuffling sound, mumbling incoherent nonsense into her collarbone. Evidently the latter, she concluded, flustered. She stared at him up close for a moment, distracted by his long, almost girlish black eyelashes, trembling as his eyes shuttled beneath closed lids. What was he dreaming of? A blush was creeping into her cheeks, and an odd, choked giggle erupted out of her before she clamped her mouth shut. This situation was ridiculous. The mere fact that this was the second time that she'd woken up with him clinging onto her like a limpet suggested it wasn't a coincidence, but rather an odd quirk of his. Evidently, the great and fearsome Tom Marvolo Riddle exhibited the characteristics of a boa constrictor when sharing a bed with someone. Well, he does like snakes, she mused, and it's also true that he has issues with control. Looking at it like that, she thought wryly, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Her immediate, next thought was, no one will ever believe me if I tell them about this. She attempted to pull an arm free of his restrictive embrace, but he just made a displeased sound, a bit like a sleepy growl, and curled himself more securely around her, his breath warm on the sensitive skin of her neck. This seems to be a habit of yours, she remarked weakly. He gave absolutely no indication that he'd heard anything, dead to the world. How much did you actually drink? She grumbled, after a moment. No doubt that was a contributing factor to his heavy sleep. Taking a deep breath, she sniffed suspiciously, his dark hair tickling her nose, but she found she could just barely smell the alcohol on him. Underneath that, she could identify his own smell. It was subtle, no artificial scent or cologne, not even a residue of soap, just a faint hint of a masculine smell that was just unequivocally him. It's definitely time to get up, she told herself sternly. Any longer staring at his sleeping face and sniffing him could lead to unwanted, dangerous feelings. She had to nip this in the bud, before she really did fall for the cold-blooded bastard. Tom. She sighed, and then steeled herself. Geez. If you don't wake up on the count of 3 and get off, she warned, raising her voice slightly, I am going to bite your ear. She waited hopefully, but there was no movement. She gritted her teeth. 1. 2. I'm really serious about this, you know. 2.5. 2 3/4. Th3. Okay. You asked for it. Don't go blaming me for how this turns out. She was just nerving herself up to make good on her threat, when, miracle of miracles, one slightly bloodshot eye cracked open, and Amalia was treated to just about the worst riddle-ish, baleful glare she'd ever received. Gray. He rasped, sounding half asleep and completely pissed off, the fuck are you so loud? She narrowed her eyes at his tone and uncharacteristic swearing, good morning to you, too. She said icily. Despite wanting him to wake up, she also felt a pang of disappointment, he was so much more likable when he was asleep. For the first time he seemed to notice in his semi-conscious state that they were literally nose to nose, with his arms and legs wrapped tightly around her like she was stuffed animal. He rolled off her immediately and retreated to the other side of the bed, eyes narrowing suspiciously at her. Taking advantage of me in my sleep, Grey. He accused sleepily, that's low, even for you. She sat up, indignantly spluttering, with her hands waving in the air, that's not. You were the one who was. Ugh, shut up. He scrunched his eyes closed against her rising voice and groaned, and then disappeared under the comforter, clearly disregarding everything she was saying. It's still dark. We're underground. Of course it's dark. She exclaimed, exasperated. HNG. Too early to deal with you, he grumbled bad-temperedly, voice muffled beneath the covers. Wake me again and I swear you'll regret it. Amalia face-palmed. How did I end up sharing a room with this asshole? She asked herself wonderingly, out loud. All thought of his adorable sleeping face had quickly been overshadowed by his terrible waking personality. As if she could actually develop feelings for this jerk. The riddle-shaped lump twitched. If you're going to talk to yourself, get out. He hissed. She could already hear his voice starting to slur as sleep claimed him quickly again. Fine, she snapped, getting out of bed and making sure to jostle him as she did, though he made no further comment, probably already dead asleep again. She also made sure to slam the trapdoor hatch extra loudly as she departed in search of breakfast. When Riddle eventually emerged from the basement, Amalia could tell he was still in a black mood. She was sitting down to a late breakfast, having chatted with Ringo at the bar for a good few hours already, while perusing her usual newspapers. Over here, she said coolly, still annoyed by his earlier behavior. Spotting her table in the far corner of the much emptier pub, Riddle narrowed his slightly bloodshot eyes and stalked over. He was dressed and his hair was neatly combed, but she could tell by the circles under his eyes that he was feeling far from fresh. So, she started, as he bad-temperedly threw himself into the booth opposite her, it's the strangest thing. All morning, I've noticed everyone in this fine establishment, she vaguely gestured towards the few shady patrons at the bar, is avoiding my eyes. Now, isn't that odd? He gave a non-committal grunt and reached over to claim a slice of half-burnt toast from her plate. Hey! She protested, but he just bit down into the toast with a decisive crunch, his dark eyes challenging her to do something about it. She merely huffed at his childishness and waved a hand, getting the attention of the werewolf behind the bar. One more, she indicated her plate of toast, runny egg and oily bacon, and a coffee. A strong coffee. Riddle still didn't say a word as he morosely munched on her toast, but he seemed to grow marginally more alert over time, his dark eyes flickering over her and around the room assessingly. You did something, didn't you? Guessed Amalia, last night after I left. That's why no one is bothering us. A baleful stare was all she got in response, and she growled, concluding that he obviously wasn't going to tell her. Ringo brought over a second plate of breakfast and a cup of black coffee with a grin and a meaningful eye waggle between them, no doubt remembering his joke about the chains in the basement from the previous night. Riddle immediately grabbed the cup and drained it, his throat bobbing with every gulp. Headache. She commented, without a shred of sympathy. He placed the cup down decisively. Only from your inane nagging. She threw up her hands as if in supplication to the heavens. Thank Merlin, he actually speaks. He rolled his eyes and prodded his bacon suspiciously. I'm pretty sure it was part of a pig at some point, Amalia told him, I don't have any more food left in my trunk anyway, so it's this or wait for lunchtime. He wordlessly began to eat. So, once you're done, she continued, Ollivanders first. His chewing slowed. Last night you mentioned Gringotts. He commented, raising one eyebrow to demand an explanation. I'm surprised you remembered that, she said drily, but yes, Gringotts. I had an idea about the whole ambush plan. Go on. With a distasteful grimace he gave up on the bacon and eyed his egg speculatively. In the Gringotts vault, she explained, lowering her voice, besides for all the gold, there's also the deed to a house on the Isle of Wight. I haven't been there. It felt like the deed was deliberately placed like a trap. But now that I have someone to watch my back. She trailed off expectantly. He thought for approximately 3 seconds. Let's do it, he decided, even if it's a trap, even if they know you won't be alone by now, I guarantee we'll be underestimated. His smirk was chilling. She nodded slowly. Very well. There's also another problem getting there. Can you apparate? He merely glared, looking sour. Fluid powder it is, then. She said composedly, unsurprised. Apparition was only taught in their 5th year anyway, and only in the second half of the year. He wouldn't have had time to learn it himself at Hogwarts due to the wards. It doesn't really matter, she sighed, I can't apparate somewhere I haven't been or don't remember that I've been. We could try and get a little closer using side-along apparition, she mused, but I'd rather not use my wand if possible. Dumbledore could check it when we get back to school, an apparition without a license leaves traces. She bit her lip. We should ask Ollivander if I can use the wand we picked up off my stalker. Well, Even so, borrowed wands don't work as well. I don't want to risk splinging myself with you. She grinned. Just imagine, Riddle, I could be an extra head attached to your shoulder. A horrific fate, to be sure. He deadpanned, and stood up. I'll wait for you outside. He left her without a backward glance, once again abandoning her to foot the bill. She hastily stood up and got out a couple of nuts to cover breakfast. Ungrateful bastard. She muttered. Climbing out of the manhole in the deserted, snowed-in alley, Amalia paused in surprise. Who was that? She asked Riddle, who was leaning against the brick wall and looking extra vampirish in his long dark green coat, his breath misting in the chilled air as he waited for her. She'd caught a glimpse of a hooded figure striding away, the edge of his cloak disappearing around the far corner of the alley just as she'd arrived. Riddle inclined his head at her and gave a small, mysterious smirk. Just some extra insurance, in case we have any unwanted followers. Okay. She said dubiously, did you meet him last night? Riddle ignored her, striding out of the alleyway. Weak winter sunlight was above them, it was around midday. She huffed, you really are terrible in the mornings, aren't you? Well, whatever. As long as your drinking buddy is discreet, I guess an extra pair of eyes can't hurt. They quickly made their way out of Nocturne and into Diagon Alley, where once again they were forced to rejoin the hordes of shoppers. Most people were with their families. Amalia had a brief longing to see what Anne and Kalidora were up to, but she couldn't quite imagine herself feeling comfortable with them during such an intimate, family-oriented time of the year. She was surprisingly contented with her current companion, bad mood and all. Ollivanders was bustling with people. It was only 2 days away from Christmas, and it seemed a fair amount of them had mislaid or damaged their wands in the festivities, in addition to all the stressed-looking parents shepherding their younger offspring to choose their first wands. Despite the fact that Ollivander was clearly swamped with customers, he did an exaggerated double-take at the sight of Riddle and Amalia sidling in the front door, and immediately darted out from behind the counter to greet them in person. Mr. Riddle, and Ms. Grey. This is a surprise. The old man said, sounding flustered. Amalia smiled pleasantly, familiar with his slightly melodramatic way of speaking from her first visit to the wand store over 2 years before. He was an old man, impossible to tell how old, but he already had graying hair and a lined face with oddly luminous, pale eyes betraying an incredibly astute mind. She was interested to see his smile falter slightly, and his throat bob nervously, when Riddle turned a cool, yet still impeccably polite smile his way. Mr. Ollivander, he greeted smoothly, I wonder if we might have a moment of your time, somewhere more private, perhaps. His eyebrow arched expectantly. Ollivander nodded, curiosity lighting up in his eyes at the odd request. Certainly, certainly. Ahem, he cleared his throat as he turned back to the waiting crowd, I do apologize, but I'll be closing briefly for, he glanced at a crooked, carved clock hanging on the wall. Lunch. Predictably, there was a chorus of grumblings and complaints from the waiting customers, who eventually departed, Ollivander fluttering around like a nervous bird, to usher them out. Amalia cast her eye over the towering walls of wand boxes, remembering her first trip here at the age of 12. Having just found out that she was, indeed, Amalia Grey, with access to her massive, inherited fortune, and also utterly alone in a confusing world she didn't remember, she had been dazed and shell-shocked during her first visit. She'd changed a lot since then. Ollivander was a sharp man, she knew he would have picked up on a lot from her first visit. Now, she had returned, quite a different girl, and accompanied by Tom Riddle, who he obviously remembered, too. She could assume his excitement was driven by professional curiosity as to the reason for their visit. Phew! He exclaimed, as the door tinkled shut behind the last stragglers. He slid a deadbolt home in the door, and turned a sign in the window which read back soon out for a spell. Dust motes swirled in the sudden emptiness of the room. This time of year is such chaos. I think even the wands sense it. They've been rather temperamental today. It's good to see you, Mr. Ollivander. Amalia greeted politely, thank you for making time for us. Not a problem, my dear, he assured her, his pale eyes darting down to the wand holster at her waist, why don't you come into the back office? He gestured to a narrow opening in the wall of wand cases, and we can talk. They followed him into a cramped back room, which seemed to be more of a workshop than an office, with the parts and materials for wand making littering a wide table on one side. Stacks of jars and boxes and scales and other tools of wand making that Amalia didn't recognize filled up the remaining space, except for a small patch of clear carpet near a fireplace. Ollivander pulled out his own moth-eaten chair from a corner, dusting off some wood chips, and then conjured 2 other plain wooden chairs from thin air, which arranged themselves near the crackling fire for his guests. With murmured thanks, Amalia seated herself, shrugging off her coat in the warm air and laying in over the back of her chair. Riddle sat down beside her, and Ollivander perched on the edge of his chair, pale eyes darting between them. So, he said, how can I help you? Riddle first withdrew the plain wand he'd purchased on the black market, and offered it to the wand maker. Due to various circumstances, he drawled, I've come into possession of this wand. Is it safe to continue using? It doesn't feel very stable. Ollivander took the wand, his lip curling in distaste, as though it was a slug. No, it wouldn't feel stable, I should imagine. He tutted, inferior wand work this is. No personality, no feeling to it at all. Definitely not one of mine, a cheap knockoff. More likely to blow up in your face than cast a simple illumination. He paused, as if listening to some far-off sound. You've used it already, recently. He guessed astutely, glancing up at Riddle with a raised eyebrow. Riddle's answering gaze was rock-steady. Well, as you know, students aren't allowed to use magic outside of school. However, if I was to use, for example, a disarming spell, and it worked, then would it be safe to keep using the wand? Ollivander gazed at him for a long moment, his oddly translucent eyes unblinking, as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, theoretically, he said at last, sounding reluctant, but unable to resist imparting his knowledge, I would say that successfully casting the spell was a lucky coincidence. At best, if you use this wand, Mr. Riddle, you can expect a 50% success rate when casting spells. An ordinary person might use it without too much fuss, but you have more power than most, so it wouldn't be advisable. Tom accepted the wand back, looking displeased. I see. If I may ask, Ollivander said cautiously, where is your wand? I do hope nothing happened to it. You, with that particular phoenix core. He sounded hopeful, as if he was eager to hold it once more. Riddle's mouth thinned, but he kept his temper in check. I don't have it with me at the moment, he said in a clipped tone. Ollivander seemed to sense that further inquiry in that line would not be welcomed, and turned to Amalia. And Ms. Grey. It is good to see you again. You seem more collected than when last we met. Is there something I may assist you with? Amalia smiled. I'm a student now, at Hogwarts. A lot has changed since that time. He nodded. A fantastic school, just fantastic. Did you know, he said proudly, Albus Dumbledore is a great friend of mine, one of your teachers, isn't he? Terrific man. Riddle gave a small, impatient cough. Ah, yes, Amalia said hastily, eager to move the conversation on before Riddle got into an even worse mood. I too, have acquired a wand through various circumstances. I won't bore you with the details, she said swiftly. I'm wondering if you can tell who the previous owner is. She offered the wand they had taken off their mysterious stalker. Next to her, Riddle shifted slightly in his chair, tensing. Ollivander frowned as he accepted the wand, and inspected it closely, bringing out a crystal monocle from his breast pocket to peer down the length and tip of the wand. He hummed unhappily, once again, not one of mine, he sniffed, very crudely made. French, I think. The French are always far more concerned with outward appearance and fashion, you see, than actual, practical. Can you tell us anything more? Interrupted Riddle, cutting off older man's monologue. France doesn't give us a lot to go on. Ollivander pursed his lips at Riddle's tone, but didn't mention it. I'm afraid not. I'd hazard a guess that the original owner was male, and had a penchant for healing magic, but other than that. Healing magic? Repeated Amalia, baffled. She exchanged an incredulous glance with Riddle, first the surgical masks, and now. Merlin, she thought, I'm being stalked by French doctors. Yes. Confirmed Ollivander simply. More than that is hard to tell, since the wand's allegiance has now changed. He glanced sharply at Riddle, evidently putting two and two together with the previous mention of a disarming spell. Would it be safe for me to use? Amalia asked next, crestfallen that their only lead had fallen through, theoretically speaking, of course. She hastily added. Ollivander frowned. Well, if the wand was won by Mr. Riddle here. Riddle didn't blink. I don't remember. He said blithely. Ollivander hummed skeptically, and turned back to Amalia. Usually, I would say that it's not safe to use a wand whose allegiance belongs to another. However, I'm not sensing that problem with you two. He looked pensive, curious. What's curious? Amalia prompted, when he trailed off, gazing thoughtfully down at the wand. He looked up, eyes bright. It is curious that this wand is as equally happy to serve you, Ms. Grey, as it is to serve Mr. Riddle, when you had no hand in winning it. His pale eyes flickered. If I may see your wand for a moment, Ms. Grey, perhaps more light can be shed on this matter. Amalia blinked, surprised, yet also curious. Wand lore was certainly complicated. Okay, sure. She said, getting out her own light brown wand from its holster and offering it to him handle first. He accepted it, excitement in his eyes as he lifted up his monocle again and tilted the wand this way and that. Ah, yes, I remember making this, he said eagerly, more as an experiment than out of any real hope it would one day find an owner. He briefly glanced up, you know, some of the wands in my store are hundreds of years old, never found their witch or wizard. Very sad. That was the fate I envisioned for this wand. And then, of course, a mere 20 years after I made it, you walked into my store. He held up the wand and admired it. The wand was a light brown, with an ordinary, carved handle. 12.5 inches, lightly flexible. He announced, and the core, he said with relish, the tail feather of a thunderbird. Riddle looked speculatively at the ordinary-looking wand, hardly surprised that it had such an exotic component. Amalia was its owner, after all, and she was far from ordinary. Ollivander nodded proudly, the only one of this core type I ever made, using a technique favored by the American wand maker, Shakoba Wolf. We had a correspondence in our youth, you see, he gushed enthusiastically. She sent me a single feather and practically dared me to make a wand as good as hers with it. It was all very exciting, and the result, unique. It served me well. Amalia said quietly, a faint smile curling her lips. He nodded. A powerful wand, requiring a sharp mind and a delicate touch. Particularly suited for transfiguration, I've always thought. Amalia nodded, and he smiled, pleased. Riddle folded his arms. As interesting as this is, he drawled sarcastically, we do have plans for the rest of the day. Oh, shush, Riddle. Amalia said impatiently, flapping a hand at him, this is important. She felt his dark gaze settle coldly on her as a result of her rudeness, but she ignored him. Ollivander cast a somewhat nervous glance at Riddle, coldly glowering at his female companion, and hastily tried to get back on track. Ah, I digress. As I was saying, the answer to the mystery of the other wand's dual allegiance lies with this, your original wand. He summarized. Now, Mr. Riddle, would you please take Ms. Grey's wand and hold on to it for a moment? Riddle's eyebrows rose, but he complied, taking the wand and twirling it idly in between his long fingers. Aha! Said Ollivander excitedly, just as I suspected. What is it? Questioned Amalia, looking in confusion at her wand in her enemy/companion's hands. It looked absolutely the same. Ollivander nodded, satisfied. You may return Ms. Grey's wand now, Mr. Riddle. Riddle seemed almost reluctant to pass it over, but the hesitation lasted only a fraction of a second before he handed it back to her, without complaint. So, what did you confirm? Amalia prompted inquisitively. Ollivander steepled his fingers. A most interesting phenomenon has occurred between the two of you. He gestured between his two guests. A phenomenon I have witnessed only rarely in my experience as a wand maker. And that is? Drawled Riddle, sounding bored, though Amalia could sense he was interested in the conversation again, now that it involved him. Would I be right in saying, started Ollivander slowly, that recently, perhaps in the last few months, you have, at various times, been in possession of each other's wands, used those wands, before returning them, swapping them again, and so on? Perhaps in some form of repeated conflict, which was then repeatedly resolved. Riddle and Amalia exchanged a bemused glance. I suppose. Yes. Amalia answered for them both, surprised that he could tell all of that from just holding her wand. She didn't know if it was wise to be so forthcoming with Ollivander given his friendship with Dumbledore, but as long as they didn't directly admit to dueling or anything else, he couldn't prove they had broken any rules. So, Ollivander continued, sometimes when this happens, the ownership of the wand becomes blurred, in a way. He raised both hands at their alarmed expressions. Don't worry, that doesn't mean that your wand no longer knows its true master. When given the choice, a wand is always fundamentally more loyal to its original owner. But, there is certainly a bond of familiarity between them. I don't understand, frowned Amalia. Riddle and I have only recently called a truce, of sorts. How can our wands be bonded? It seemed like such a foreign concept, and one look at Riddle's skeptical expression told her he didn't think much of Ollivander's explanation, either. The wandmaker shrugged expressively, I cannot speak for your actions towards each other, of course, I only know of what I have sensed from your wand. I sense a clear lack of animosity in your wand towards Mr. Riddle, and the effect would be repeated if you were to hold his. In other words, you do not wish actual harm upon each other. If you did, your wands, being unusually powerful and temperamental to start with, would certainly be hostile towards each other. A wand cannot lie about the intentions of its wielder, Ms. Grey. There was a pregnant silence, in which Amalia and Riddle looked at each other blankly. Every single duel they'd had ended in blood and injury, and they had never consciously held back. But it was also true that they had treated it like a game. A deadly game that they both enjoyed. Perhaps, they had never been enemies, after all? For Amalia, the revelation was less shocking. She hated her family for abandoning her, for causing her lost memories and trauma, and she'd always known that she didn't feel that same strong, negative emotion towards Riddle. Even in the worst moments of their tempestuous relationship, she had never hated him. But Riddle wasn't saying anything, and his face wasn't giving anything away, either. Did he hate her? Had he ever truly hated her? She didn't think so, but she couldn't be certain. He had a lot of capacity for hate, and had certainly disliked her for a long time. Ollivander noticed their discomfort, but simply continued, at this point in time, he summarized, you could freely use each other's wands, and it would feel almost as comfortable as your own. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've only seen this level of familiarity in old married couples. He chuckled. I had a couple once who got so used to picking up each other's wands by mistake around the house, they eventually didn't notice the difference. Had to come and ask me to settle the argument once and for all of whose wand was whose. That's interesting. Amalia shook her head slightly, trying to get rid of the weird image of her and Riddle as an old married couple, so. Anyway. All this means is that I can use the other wand. She held up the wand Riddle had won from their stalker, safely, right? Ollivander nodded. In essence, yes. It shouldn't give either of you significant problems, he sniffed and added snobbishly, besides being weaker and generally inferior in design, of course. Riddle's expression had become even more unreadable after the old married couple anecdote, but he caught Amalia's eye, and she could guess what he meant. She gave a short nod. That's all we needed. Amalia said to Ollivander. She rose and put on her coat, her mind still buzzing with everything they had learned. Thank you for your time. Riddle said coolly, standing too. Ollivander stood with them, my pleasure, of course. He murmured, looking a little crestfallen that they were leaving without further discussion of wand lore. Before he turned to leave, Riddle fixed the older man with an unwavering stare. I hope we can count on your discretion about everything we discussed today, Mr. Ollivander. His smooth voice had a threatening quality. I would prefer it if you didn't mention anything at all, even to your friends. Oh, of course, stuttered Ollivander, sounding half nervous, half offended, I wouldn't dream of. Don't worry, Riddle, Amalia interrupted, adding her own, confident smirk, Mr. Ollivander knows the value of keeping his customers happy. He doesn't want unhappy customers. He seemed sufficiently intimidated by this united front, glancing between them with a wide-eyed look. Yes, he muttered to himself, now I see it, you and Elm. Farewell, Mr. Ollivander. Amalia greeted cordially, and Riddle gave a dismissive nod. They left him still muttering to himself with a slightly anxious look, about feathercores and faded wands. Author's note. Yes, I'm aware that doctor is a muggle word, and magical folk use healers. But yet, it just sounded better in that sentence. I got my wand lore information, would type check out the description for Elm. And the whole Thunderbird feathercore thing, off the HP wiki pages, and made up the bit about wands getting familiar with each other. I think it makes sense. Let me know if you disagree, or have some interesting ideas regarding wand lore. Chapter 27, Elves and Goblins. Author's note. It's finally updated. Yay. Things might be patchy for a while, till I figure out a plan to pay the rent. Well, as long as I don't have to sell my laptop, I'll survive somehow, winky face. Chapter 27, Elves and Goblins. Gringotts was a tall and imposing marble building, which towered over all the other busy stores in Diagon Alley. Their sojourn in Ollivander's had taken longer than expected, and it was already getting late. Have you ever been inside? Amalia asked curiously as they ascended the smooth marble steps towards the gold-embossed, double-door entrance. No. Came Riddle's unsurprising, clipped response. As a poor orphan with only a tiny allowance from Hogwarts every year, he would have had no reason to get a vault. Amalia nodded, and then pushed the revolving glass doors with her shoulder, brushing the light snowflakes from her hair as she entered the high-ceilinged hall. It was as big as the Great Hall at Hogwarts, but much less welcoming, and scarcely warmer than outside. She kept her coat buttoned and squared her jaw, nerving herself up for dealing with the stubborn goblins. Gringotts was ringed with high desks at which sat rows and rows of the creatures responsible for banking. Amalia and Tom walked past the two goblin guards at the doors, who glared at them with barely disguised hatred from their deep-set, clever eyes. The two students glared back with just as much contempt. There was no love lost between the two races. Amalia led the way over to a high counter, and folded her arms in irritation when she was promptly ignored. The goblin behind the desk had greased back, stringy black hair and an especially hooked nose, which he kept buried in the ledger in front of him, quite obviously ignoring his new clients. Amalia rolled her eyes. Ugh. They always do this. She complained to Riddle, whose eyebrow twitched. How infantile. He drawled. Perhaps height is not the only thing childlike about these creatures. The goblin's black eyes slowly rose to glare balefully at them, causing Riddle's lip to curl into a satisfied sneer. Now that we have your attention. He nodded at Amalia. She shot him a grin and then turned back to the offended goblin, growing more businesslike. Right. I'd like to enter my vault. She produced 2 items and placed it on the desk for the goblin's inspection. The goblin's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized who she was. Here's my key and wand. I see. Miss Gray. His scratchy voice dripped with sarcastic deference, as he inspected her wand with a bored expression. And then, she continued firmly, when I'm done, I want to move the contents. This seemed to get the goblin's attention, and he looked up sharply, placing her wand down again. Move the contents. Amalia nodded briskly, standing on her tiptoes to take her wand back. Yes, move everything. She looked at her companion. I've been meaning to do this for a while now. She explained. He was watching the proceedings with detached interest, lip curling as he observed the goblins around them. Move everything out of the Grey family vault, she ordered, and into an ordinary numbered vault. Leave my name out of the paperwork, I'll register a false name to the key. The goblin shifted in his seat, his frown deepening as he steepled his long fingers. I assure you, the security on your vault is of the highest quality indeed, the ancient family vaults are among the most heavily guarded. Amalia faked a gasp, clutching her heart. Are you saying that the ordinary vaults are not safe enough? He looked annoyed by her rudeness. Of course not. All the vaults in Gringotts are impregnable. Then it shouldn't matter. She said briskly. The goblin cocked his head slightly, and licked his narrow lips. Well, he said, our ordinary vaults are not equipped to handle storing a fortune of that size. Riddle folded his arms, sourly wondering just how rich Amalia was. She wasn't deterred. Nonsense, she scoffed breezily, I'm sure you have one big enough. Just shove everything in there, she insisted, waving a careless hand. I don't care about organization. The goblin pursed his lips. This is most irregular. Amalia raised her eyebrows. I'm sure there is paperwork I'll need to fill out. She prompted. Muttering to himself about the stupidity of witches and wizards, the goblin irritably got up and climbed down the small ladder on the side of his high table, before waddling slowly into a back room, no doubt to find the correct documents. Amalia turned back to Riddle, satisfied. You're sure about this? Riddle asked, raising an eyebrow. She scoffed. They just don't want me to move everything out of the vault because they'll lose money. You have to pay an astronomical monthly fee to use those family inheritance vaults. A sudden thought struck her. She turned to look at Riddle thoughtfully. What? He demanded. Well, she started slowly, now that I'll have a new vault, I need to think about what happens to the money if I die or disappear. Before, it would stay in the family, meaning any Grey still out there could claim it. Obviously, that isn't what I want, which is the main reason for moving the money to an anonymous vault in the first place. But now, the money has nowhere to go if I disappear. So? Riddle said impatiently. She was still looking at him with a weirdly thoughtful expression. So, if I don't specify an heir, she continued slowly, I'll end up making a generous contribution to Gringotts, which I also don't want, of course. That means. She trailed off again, biting her lip. What? He demanded irritably. Can I make you my heir? She blurted. He stared at her. What? He deadpanned, in a completely different tone to before. She laughed uncomfortably under his incredulous stare. Well, according to Ollivander we're already married. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and she quickly backtracked, just joking. Sheesh. Look, Riddle, she sighed, getting more serious, I know I made this decision about 3 seconds ago, but I know that a short time ago, we were enemies, and now I don't think we're even friends. But you. His expression didn't change at all, his obsidian eyes holding hers, unreadable. I mean, I have friends now, at Hogwarts, she rambled, but they're not, they wouldn't. Call Idora and Anne wouldn't understand. And anyway, they're probably sitting on their own hefty inheritances. She sighed. Even if we're enemies again after Christmas. I don't care. To be honest, it never really felt right, using the money, not knowing who left it for me, or why. He ignored her emotional last statement completely. Let me get this straight. He said incredulously, you're giving away your inheritance to someone who may or not be your enemy in less than a week's time. He was staring at her as if he was seriously questioning her sanity. She scowled, losing patience. Well, if you put it that way, I guess it does seem stupid. Fine, never mind. She turned her back on him with a huff. I'll leave it all to Ringo. She snapped over her shoulder, he can open a chain of humping Krupps across Europe. He'll be thrilled. All right, Riddle said, suddenly sounding smooth and controlled. You've made your point. Of course I won't refuse. I was just surprised. An understandable reaction, I think. She turned back and eyed him, not trusting the instant switch from disbelief to smoothness, the way his eyes now suddenly shone with sincerity and warmth. It was terrifying how believable his masks could be. She hummed, amused, and as soon as you sign the document as my heir, you're going to drag me out into a back alley and murder me, aren't you? He blinked innocently, as if shocked she could think so lowly of him. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Her eyes roved slowly over his attractive face. "I'm rarely ridiculous, Tom," she said, smirking as his warmth vanished at the deliberate use of his first name, his jaw tightening. "You're really an uncomplicated person, I think," she mused. His eyes gleamed dangerously, evidently taking that as an insult. "Is that so?" She grinned, and gestured at the documents the goblin had finally returned with. "Just sign it." She made eye contact with the goblin and said sweetly, "He's my heir, but I'd also like a second key for him." She jerked a thumb at Riddle, whose friendly demeanor had completely disappeared by now, replaced with icy shrewdness, and a hint of greed. "See, Riddle," she drawled, "I'll giving a key to you, so you don't need to kill me over my inheritance, all right?" Amalia was aware that she was only half joking about that reminder. He must have heard the hint of caution in her tone, because he smirked at her, and this time she recognized his half-malicious smile as genuine. "And what if I decide to empty your vault and run off with everything?" he taunted. She patted his shoulder. "I guess I'll just find more." She grinned as he shrugged her off, as usual. "I'm not obsessed with wealth," she added, and the subtle barb did not go unnoticed. "Says the rich heiress to the poor student," he sneered. The goblin uttered an obviously fake, dry cough. "Ahem. Ms. Grey. You said you require a second key," clarified the goblin, sounding bored and simultaneously annoyed by their back and forth. He was holding up a big red stamp in his long-fingered hand, hovering uncertainly over the forms. "2 keys for the new vault," Amalia confirmed. "You can register one to Tom Marvolo Riddle, with full access and inheritance rights." The goblin glared at her. "That's a different document entirely." Her eyebrow quirked. "Well, I suppose you'd better go fetch it, then." She smirked, completely unrepentant. Thunk. The stamp was put down not so gently on the desk as the goblin bad-temperedly turned on his heel and waddled angrily into the back room again. It took a full hour to get all the paperwork sorted out. Finally, Amalia was allowed in to see her vault. Since Riddle wasn't registered with her old family vault, he had to stay behind and wait, to his extreme annoyance. Amalia couldn't help but chuckle as she left him fuming in the bank hall. He was evidently keen to inspect his new fortune. She still didn't know if it had been the right decision, but somehow the choice to share this aspect of her life with him felt very satisfying. It felt freeing. In a way, she was saying that she didn't need inherited money, didn't rely on her inheritance. It had made things easier for her, sure, but she was resourceful enough to make do without it. And if she was being completely honest, it was also a way to spit in the face of the centuries of her stuck-up pure-blood relatives, who would no doubt turn in their graves if they found out that all their carefully hoarded treasures were being casually shared with a half-blood. All in all, she couldn't really think of a better option. Even if they were enemies/occasional collaborators, he still felt like the only person close enough to leave money to. The fact that she felt weirdly close to Riddle, of all people, was something she didn't want to overanalyze too much. She told herself firmly it had nothing to do with his hauntingly dark eyes and enigmatic smile. No one else knew as much about her as Riddle, and he seemed like an interesting, ambitious person. She had no doubt he would use the money just by looking at the slightly fanatical way his eyes had gleamed as he signed the document and made it all official. In the short space of time to her vault and back, he'd probably already come up with enough horrific schemes to make Dumbledore burst a blood vessel. She hummed a pleasant tune as she entered her vault, pouring a significant amount of gold into her bottomless satchel from the ridiculously huge pile arranged neatly near the entrance. The galleons were stacked in towering columns almost double her height. It really was a disgusting amount for one person to own. She made her way quickly to the back of the vault. It was piled high with valuable heirlooms, paintings, jewelry, even antique furniture. She ignored it all, having inspected everything carefully on previous occasions, except for a spindly oak writing desk, which she approached and opened. Inside a narrow drawer was a piece of aged parchment, the only document in the whole vault, and the only significant clue to her past. Her eyes scanned the deed, an address and seal of ownership ensuring her bloodline could always find the house. As it was a magical house, it would be enchanted to be hidden. The deed would allow her and Tom to circumvent the protective charms. She hoped so, anyway. She folded the parchment carefully and tucked it away with the money, and then left without a backward glance to the gleaming hoard of treasure, her mind already focused on whatever could be waiting for them on the Isle of Wight. Emerging from the chilly Gringotts tunnels, Amalia was surprised to find that Riddle was nowhere to be seen. She spoke one more time with the sullen goblin who had handled their paperwork, and finally received the keys for the new vault. She was reminded that next time Riddle wished to enter the vault he would have to have his personal wand with him for identification purposes. Finally finished, she exited the bank, and promptly had a minor heart attack when she caught sight of Riddle standing next to a hooded, ominous-looking figure. Just a moment later and common sense reasserted itself, the figure was talking to him, and she realized it was the same person she'd glimpsed earlier, as she'd exited the manhole to the humping crop. Riddle turned at her approach, a gleam of excitement in his dark eyes. There was someone waiting for us to come out of Gringotts. He disapparated once he jerked his head at the slightly scruffy hooded figure, approached. But you got a description. That's right, young master, came a familiar, slightly whingy voice. Amalia recognized the ginger-bearded man from the previous night. You? She said in surprise, seeing a hint of ginger peeping out from beneath his cowl. She wrinkled her nose and took a discreet step back. He smelled of sour ale. Begging your pardon for my behavior last night, miss, the man said hastily, throwing a nervous look at Riddle. I was 3 drinks in, you know how it goes. The description, Riddle prompted irritably, we haven't got all evening. He scratched his chin sheepishly, oh course, my polo geese. He was wearing a dark blue robe, pretty standard, with short brown hair, slightly grayin'. Kinda tall, but, borin' lookin', you know. He sucked on his lip ruminatively for a moment, like he should be behind a desk, not skulkin' about in this weather. He scowled up at the swirling snowflakes as if they'd personally insulted him. Amalia's eyes narrowed. I don't believe it. She hissed. After all this time. It's the unspeakable, isn't it? From the Department of Mysteries. Riddle guessed astutely. Amalia nodded, frowning. The one who tried to kill me 2 years ago. James Blishwick. Perhaps he's the one who left the deed in the vault. Gringotts' security is too strong, Riddle said thoughtfully, it's more likely he had an informant telling him when you visited the bank. But I've been to the bank many times before. She pointed out, and then closed her eyes in realization, but I've never been inside for such a long time. Previously, by the time anyone came to the bank I'd already be finished. Damn, she gave a short laugh, we almost got ambushed because of paperwork. Need anything else? Offered the man, sniffing nasally, would like to get out of this weather. Amalia reached into her satchel and retrieved a few sickles, here, for your trouble. Don't mention anything about us if you're approached, she warned, I'll get you banned from the humping crop if you do. Oh course. He nodded, counting the sickles greedily, I wouldn't do summit like that, on me life. Wait, Riddle abruptly stopped him. One more thing. He glanced sidelong at Amalia, then said very deliberately, what's the quickest way to get to the Isle of Wight? That's where the house is, right? He asked Amalia. She caught on, and nodded cautiously. That's right. Near the town of Bratting. She resisted the urge to look around, suddenly sure that they were being watched. The man shrugged, most places have a work-and-flow network. You could get to the town easy enough like that and the Isle o' Wight ain't too far from London. Never been there myself, though. That's all. Thanks for your help. They stood quietly in the snow as he waved a brief farewell, again preoccupied with counting his silver, and shuffled away. Amalia moved closer to Riddle, shivering in the twilit street. It was almost Christmas Eve, and Diagon Alley was emptying as shops closed. Do you think he's still watching us? She murmured, her eyes darting around. The cheerful cobbled street was suddenly filled with unknown dangers. I certainly hope so. Riddle replied with a razor-sharp smile. Let's go get our luggage. We can travel by flow network and get to that town Bratting, was it, tonight? Last chance to turn back, have a normal holiday, Amalia said quietly, we can still just lay low the next few days, get through Christmas. If we go now, and the ministry's involved, they'll definitely be able to track us once we're in the network, she warned. He grinned, and she couldn't help an involuntary, pleasurable shiver at the sheer malice in the expression, the way his eyes promised such darkness. I'm not interested in a normal holiday. And I don't think you are, either. 1 hour later. With the help of Ringo, and an old map of the flow network, they were able to plan their route to Bratting, Isle of Wight, in short order. There was a grate connected to the network just on the outskirts of the town. Are you sure about this? Fretted Ringo, offering Amalia a handful of glittering green dust from a pot. In her other hand she gripped the handle of her truck tightly. It was enchanted to be almost weightless, so it would be easy to transport by flu. I'm sure. Goodbye, Ringo, and thanks for your help. She said decisively, and nodded at Riddle, don't take too long following me. She warned, and cleared her throat. Bratting, Isle of Wight. She enunciated clearly, and threw the powder down. In a rush of leaping green flames just warm enough to tickle, she was instantly swept away, closing her eyes against the dizzying flashes of grates as she passed them. In just a few seconds, though it seemed longer, she was spat out of a stone fireplace, almost losing her balance as she landed. She glanced around with cautious eyes, and was surprised to find herself in the ruins of an old stone house, with just the distant hooting of an owl breaking the silence. It was utterly still, and she stared up through where a roof used to be, at the inky black sky above her, the stars like pinpricks. The white snow lay like a blanket over everything, and through the space where a door used to be, she saw white, rolling fields downhill, to where a small town was nestled in the hills, the cheerfully warm lights from their windows glimmering like candles. Riddle stepped out of the grate beside her, without stumbling at all, and surreptitiously brushed a bit of ash from his coat. He looked around. So, this is it, he remarked. Seems so. Amalia shrugged, and pointed. There's Bratting, obviously. Looks very quaint. She dug in her satchel for the deed. The grey estate should be close by. Riddle inspected the grate with narrowed eyes. This hasn't been used in a while, he mused. Either magical folk have another way of getting to the village, or they're not travelling here anymore. Amalia looked up from the deed. I would assume there's wards around this ruin, to muggles it's probably blocked up or overgrown. But I agree, no one's been here in a long time. So? He prompted, straightening. He arched an eyebrow, what's next? We haven't been ambushed yet. He sounded a bit disappointed. Amalia sighed. That's another problem. The trace will definitely be active, so close to muggles and with no wizarding folk nearby. We'll have to be extra careful, before you go cursing anyone with an illegal wand. She nodded at the black market wand he held loosely in one hand. Well, he said drily, if Ollivander is right, it's worse than useless anyway. Amalia hesitated. Do you want the wand we won from yesterday's stalker? She asked. I really don't want to use my own wand unless absolutely necessary. Dumbledore might check it back at school, but we should both be reliably armed. He wordlessly held out a hand, stowing the unreliable one in his coat. She passed him the wand, and then they looked at the deed. Now, Amalia said, using the light of the moon to squint at the writing, west of Bratting, apparently. Which way is west? They both looked at each other, nonplussed. An education at Hogwarts had not prepared them for muggle travel. Amalia pursed her lips. I know about 7 different navigational spells which would be really useful right now. If I could just... What about there? Pointed Riddle abruptly, interrupting her. She followed the line of his arm and blinked. There was a small forest on a hill next to the town, with a winding path disappearing into it only a short distance away. Hey! She said, surprised, that seems likely. Worth a try, I guess. They set off towards the forest, Amalia dragging her trunk and Riddle taking a slight lead, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. But the fields were silent and still. The trace should be less of a problem once we find this house, Riddle remarked as they entered the trees. Everything was frozen, the leafless trees skeletal and grey, scraping the black sky. That is, if the greys are anything like other pure-blood estates. Saturated with concealment wards and charms. Amalia snorted. You're probably right. Well, being in possession of the deed should render the concealment charms void for us. They came to a small stone bridge, and Amalia paused briefly. I hope this doesn't take much longer, she muttered, her breath misting on the air in front of her. She rubbed her hands, trying to get some warmth back into her fingers. Then she picked up the handle of her trunk again and rejoined Riddle, who was waiting impatiently on the other side. Together they ascended a small rise, and then rounded a corner. Instantly, they knew they had arrived. Appearing out of the gloom like a stain spreading on cloth, the enchantment hiding the building lifted, peeling back to reveal a Gothic-style mansion, complete with black slate facades and carved gargoyles on the eaves. It reached up 3 stories, slightly crooked and very, very ominous looking. Merlin's beard, Amalia gaped, actually taking a small step back. She looked revolted. This is... Could it say evil pure blood any clearer? Riddle frowned, turning his head slightly as he tried to see the twisted expressions of pain carved on the gargoyles. It has a certain appeal, he said unconvincingly. If you're a vampire, Amalia exclaimed. She huffed. Well, I wasn't exactly expecting picket fences and rose gardens, but this is so. Ugh. Riddle rolled his eyes. Your comments on the decor are not why we came out here. He reminded her, let's get closer and see if anyone's home. Okay. She looked grimly prepared for a confrontation. Tom raised the wand she'd given him, the one that worked for him without problems. It still felt wrong, though. Weak, and slow. He wasn't able to stop a covetous glance at Amalia's elm wand, which he knew felt almost as powerful as his own in his hands. She didn't notice his greedy glance, preoccupied with grim anticipation. They strode up to the front doors, an imposing double door of solid wood painted black. There was a snarling wolf door knocker, which Amalia promptly used, the ostentatious metallic object making a heavy clanging noise which they heard echo within. There were no lights in the windows or smoke from the chimney, but that didn't mean no one was home. There was a profound silence. And then, the faint noise of approaching feet, pattering closer and closer on the other side of the door. Amalia stepped back and hastily raised her wand, tensing. Scritch-scratch went the sound of a key in a rusty lock, and the heavy sound of a deadbolt sliding open. Then, with a theatrical creak, the heavy doors swung open, to reveal A skinny female house elf standing in the door, hands on hips and pursed lips. She was warmly dressed from head to toe in diminutive clothes that looked like they had been sewn from a patchwork quilt. They stared at each other for a few, long seconds. Well, Riddle's smooth drawl was the first to break the silence. Anyone you recognize, Grey? Or is this an elaborate part of an ambush that I'm not getting? Amalia said, unhelpfully. But at Riddle's words, the elf's luminous yellow-green eyes boggled. You're a Grey! Exclaimed the diminutive house elf, in a high-pitched voice with a slight lisp, so that it sounded more like Gwei. Amalia nodded carefully. Yes. Are you? The house elf's eyes bulged even more, and then she suddenly turned her head and bellowed over her shoulder in a surprisingly strong voice, Oi! Everyone! There's a Grey here! The Greys have returned! The Greys have returned! There was a sudden outbreak of loud and excited chatter, of countless voices in the house beyond, with high-pitched exclamations. What? What? Did you hear? Greys have returned! Greys! Did she say? The diminutive house elf standing in the doorway abruptly flew down the front steps and grabbed Amalia by the sleeve, tugging her with again surprising, considering her size strength. Amused, Amalia shot a slightly helpless look at Riddle and let herself get tugged in. Looking amused and equally taken aback, he followed her. She was pulled rapidly down a narrow passageway covered in dust and cobwebs, with barely a moment to glance with wide eyes at family paintings of arrogant-looking men and women with fair skin and brown eyes, before she was yanked into a large sitting room. She was finally released. Whoa! She said, staring in shock at the veritable sea of faces staring at her and Tom, blinking owlishly and chattering amongst themselves. There must have been about 30 house elves, of varying ages, shapes and sizes, all perched on some item of furniture and dressed in ragtag, homemade clothes. She noticed that over every couch and table, even the mantelpiece, a dusty, yellowing cloth had been draped. The house had been abandoned by her family for some time already. Above the mantelpiece was hung a white banner of some kind, with a horrendously drawn blob on it, which Amalia realized after a few seconds of confused squinting, was the profile of a house elf's head drawn with charcoal. Underneath was written in a shaky hand, BFE. The young house elf who had opened the door leapt up onto a covered coffee table, the movement raising a cloud of dust, and waved her arms wildly for silence. The other house elves' chatter died down quickly, as they turned expectant eyes on her, settling in like churchgoers at a sermon. Didn't I tell you, she started shrilly, didn't I foresee this day coming? She stamped her foot, the day that the masters return and enslave us, the born free elves, once again. A dismayed murmur arose from the crowd. Amalia coughed, ahem, actually, there's no need for. Here it comes. Wailed the elf, dragging her fingers through her wispy hair, the orders. The commands. The punishments. The other elves wailed enthusiastically. Amalia pursed her lips. Actually, if you could just answer a few questions. The house elf gasped. For example, why aren't the beds made? The floors not swept? The dishes not washed? The hedge not trimmed? With every utterance she grew more and more excited, skipping from foot to foot and wringing her hands. No, I. The house elf swan-dived off the table, to prostrate herself dramatically at Amalia's feet. Of course, mistress, it will all be done as you say, immediately. Just spare the old ones from the brunt of your rage. This is ridiculous. Amalia commented in exasperation to Riddle, who nodded his agreement. They're not listening. He commented. The house elf scrambled to her feet and rounded on the other, wide-eyed elves. Did you hear that? You aren't listening. She hissed furiously, and snapped her fingers at them. The front row leapt nervously to their feet, shuffling uncertainly. She filled her lungs and then bellowed, quick, up, go. Make the beds, sweep the halls, wash the windows. Tilly, start supper, Podkins, do the weeding. Kermit, Mel, and Troggo, get out all the best silver and get polishing. Suddenly all the house elves were darting in all directions busily, squeaking agreements and hurrying about with cheerfully harassed-looking expressions. The loud one strode out after them, still rapping out instructions like a drill sergeant. What an odd little creature, remarked Riddle, watching the flurry of cleaning commence. Perhaps we should wait until they've calmed down a bit, suggested Amalia, stepping back as a diminutive elf bowed several times and then furiously scrubbed at the wooden planks under her feet. Meanwhile, another elf cheerfully ripped their born free elf banner down from the wall, and then tossed it into the flames of the fire that another had lit in the grate. I'm so confused, admitted Amalia, sinking down onto a couch, releasing a cloud of dust. Did we just enslave a house of elves? Riddle grabbed the arm of an elf passing by. Bring us some tea and something to eat, he ordered. The elf squeaked a terrified reply in the affirmative and scurried off. Riddle, Amalia said, exasperated. He turned to her with an arrogant grin. What? Might as well get comfortable while we try to figure this out. The loud female elf who'd answered the door returned less than a minute later, bearing a laden tray of steaming tea and crumpets. "Shall I pour for you, mistress?" The elf simpered with an exaggerated bow. "I'm not your mister." Amalia eyed the tea, and sighed, giving up. "Oh, go on, then." Chapter 28, Trust. Author's note. Wow, thanks for the overwhelmingly positive response to my last update. I'm so glad people love Amalia as much as I do, smiley face. I got tons of reviews, which is always appreciated. Chapter 28, Trust. Amalia silently observed the little elf busily pouring the tea with a considering gaze. Her patchwork clothes were obviously hand-sewn, the seams crooked and uneven, yet Amalia could tell that she wore it with great pride. It was thick and warm for winter, and the mismatched patches were colorful, red velvet, green wool, and purple cotton, among others. It was not the cleanest, but it seemed to suit her quick and dramatic personality rather well. The sleeves were a bit loose on her skinny frame. As she used both noble hands to heft the ornate teapot, the sleeves kept slipping off her narrow shoulders, only to be briskly tweaked into place again with a practiced shrug. Amalia smiled slightly, amused by the knitted beanie that was hooked over one ear, the other leaf-like appendage perking upwards as she fastidiously arranged the crumpets on a plate with a pair of silver tongs. "Is the crumpets to master's liking?" she asked, bowing her head deferentially to where Riddle was already munching away. "If it is not satisfactory, Pippi can iron her fingers until." "That won't be necessary," Amalia immediately exclaimed, shooting Riddle a warning look, since his eyes had just lit up with cruel hilarity at the horrible suggestion. He rolled his eyes and took another crumpet, placing it in his mouth as his eyes roamed around the room for other victims to torment. Amalia didn't miss his casual gesture of sweeping crumbs onto the floor, right in front of the nose of an elf who had just cleaned there. His lips twitched up into a faint smile as the creature began to dutifully scrub the floor all over again. Amalia grimaced and turned back to the elf who was now straightening the milk jug, sugar cube bowl, and other miscellaneous items of the tea set into neat lines. She took a sip of her freshly poured tea, relishing the warmth after their long trek in the snow. It was slightly too sweet for her taste, but she knew better now than to comment on it. The elf might just commit ritual suicide out of shame. "Will mistress be requiring?" "Your name is Pippi," Amalia interrupted, surveying the elf over the rim of her cup. Pippi blinked her luminous green-yellow eyes, startled into meeting Amalia's curious gaze at last. "Yes, mistress," she replied, and fidgeted nervously under the scrutiny. Amalia had a sudden realization. "Is this the first time you've served a mistress or master?" Pippi made an odd jerking movement, eyes growing impossibly wide. "Is his mistress angry with my incompetence?" she gasped. "Is it so obvious that I'm not good enough heek?" To Amalia's horror, great fat tears seemed to be gathering in the corners of Pippi's large eyes, threatening to spill over, as she made an oddly strangled noise like a cough, holding back sobs. "No, no," she hastily assured the elf, putting down her tea uncertainly, "nothing of the sort." Please. Don't be upset." With a tremendous effort, Pippi seemed to regain her composure somewhat, straightening her hat and nervously picking at her clothes. Then. How did mistress know?" she asked nasally, sniffing. Amalia sighed, inordinately relieved not to have a sobbing elf on her hands on top of everything else. "Just a general feeling," she said evasively. "Well, it's my first time being served by an elf, elves, too," she admitted in an attempt to calm the poor creature down. It wasn't strictly accurate, she was aware Hogwarts was full of elves. But she'd never seen one or been served directly by one, so in essence it was true. This was a first for her. Pippi seemed to relax marginally at this, and rallied herself rather quickly, suddenly wearing an enthusiastic grin. "Well then, leave it all to me, mistress," she gushed. "I'll learn quickly, and take care of all your needs. Get the house back in tip-top shape in no time." "I'm not too concerned with that," Amalia said bluntly. "Riddle and I are going back to Hogwarts after Christmas anyway, and mistress is leaving," shrieked Pippi, leaping about a foot into the air. A few other nearby elves stopped to stare as panic entered her lamp-like eyes. "But mistress just got here," she said desperately. "Is Pippi not good enough for?" Amalia felt the beginnings of a headache starting. "Right," she snapped, losing her patience. "Sit down and be quiet," she pointed at the couch sternly. "Enough with the hysterics." Pippi stared at her in shock, then hastily did as she was told, jumping up to perch, quivering, on the edge of the couch as instructed, her woolen sock-clad feet dangling off the edge. "Now, let's get a few ground rules established," Amalia growled, and drained her tea decisively, setting her cup down with a clink in the saucer. Pippi twitched, her mouth opening to no doubt offer to refill the cup, but Amalia just stopped and fixed her with a flat stare. "Not a word, Pippi," she growled, pouring herself more tea. "Don't even move." The elf's sallow skin flushed pink to the tip of the ear that was visible under her lopsided hat, and she made an odd bow, and then froze guiltily. Amalia watched her carefully as she stirred her tea. You can breathe, for Merlin's sake. She muttered dryly, barely restraining herself from rolling her eyes as the house elf gasped dramatically for air. Right. Ground rules. First, Amalia said firmly, no more of this mistress business. It's singularly annoying. You can call me Amalia, she sighed as Pippi looked like she was about to have a seizure, or, if you'd prefer, Miss Grey. Pippi hesitated, and then nodded slowly. Thank goodness, muttered Amalia. Item 1 was dealt with. She glanced at Riddle. His name is. You can continue calling me master. Riddle cut her off with a smirk, lounging back on the couch. He swung his feet carelessly up onto the armrest, watching in amusement as another house elf squeaked in dismay at the mud soiling the furniture, fluttering anxiously nearby with a cloth poised in his hand. Amalia scowled. Riddle, feet off my couch. She swallowed down the sudden, uncomfortable flip of her stomach at her own, automatic use of the word my. To her surprise, he indulgently obeyed, smirking all the while. Perhaps the crumpets and suddenly coming into possession of a small army of willing slaves had put him into a rare, good mood, for once. Someone alert the media, Amalia thought wryly, shooting him one last warning glare before turning back to her, newly compliant, elf. Next, she said officiously, I want you to stop speaking of punishments. I have no need of no, scratch that, I have no desire to witness or hear of you and the rest of these elves self-harming in any way, she said firmly, it's unnecessary and barbaric, I'm very serious about this. She read the dubious look in Pippi's eyes and realized that the elves would probably find a loophole to this order. They were biologically driven to it. Before this, it was true that she'd never met an elf, but she'd certainly read about them. And been utterly appalled by the whole system. She was not exactly a champion of the weak, herself, but something seemed wrong about forcing a race of sentient creatures into servitude, when magic was more than capable of taking care of your every domestic need. However, this was the way they had been bred, for generations, and she realized now from Pippi's extreme behavior that she would have to be clever here. She needed to make a logical argument. Somehow using their own warped inferiority complexes. If you hurt yourselves, she said slowly, carefully thinking her words through, well, that impacts on your ability to work, doesn't it? Even a punishment that is merely painful or even uncomfortable still affects your focus and efficiency. So, an apology would suffice. Pippi was shaking her head wildly. Amalia chewed her lip thoughtfully. Or, she invented, if you feel your mistake was particularly bad, like, you accidentally knocked over a priceless family heirloom and smashed it to bits. Pippi uttered a dismayed squeak and hugged her sides at the mere thought. Well, then perhaps you could think up a boring or mundane task to do, as a punishment, of course. Pippi was frowning so hard her small face resembled a raisin. A mundane task. She repeated in disbelief, forgetting in her confusion about the order to remain quiet. Amalia nodded solemnly. Like, writing outlines. Or, perhaps, realphabetising a bookshelf. Pippi seemed bemused by this strangely nonviolent form of penitence. Good. That's settled, then. Amalia said firmly, taking her confused silence as acceptance. Next, I want you to listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you about myself and Riddle here, and our plans for the next few days, and then I want you to answer some of my questions. Can you do that for me, Pippi? The house elf sat up a little straighter. Why yes, of course, Miss Grey. Amalia nodded sagely. Very good, Pippi. That's an excellent start. Pippi beamed at the praise, her hat almost falling off, and Amalia quickly went on, worried about her losing her focus. So, tell me. How did so many elves come to live in this house? Pippi blinked at the question. So many. She repeated, sounding baffled. Amalia nodded wryly, yes, it's unusual for a household to have more than one or two elves. And this place isn't even that big. It was 3 stories, but the rooms weren't that spacious. She hadn't had a proper look around just yet, but it didn't feel like a massive house. Pippi's eyes were wide. Oh. I didn't know, Miss Grey. Well. She pointed helpfully, that's my uncle, Tribben, and over there, my cousins, Mags, Trogo, and Hutchkins, she pointed to the opposite side, my aunts Millie and Gilly, my uncle Ollie, next to them my great-aunt Gretchen. She craned her head, there, polishing the silver is my cousin Midge, and... I think I understand. Amalia interrupted. They're all related to you, in some way. She said, astounded. Pippi nodded proudly. My family has always served the Greys, she confirmed, then looked down with a sigh, we lived in the garden shed. Before. Amalia looked up sharply, and noted Riddle taking an interest in the conversation again. Before. She prompted, balling her hands in her lap. Was she finally going to get some answers? Before what? Pippi looked her dead in the eye and said sadly, before Master Grey killed everyone. Amelia's teacup shattered suddenly in its saucer, the pieces irreparably split into jagged shards. Pippi flinched and avoided her eyes. That's why Pippi was so surprised at seeing Miss Grey, the elf hastily explained. Pippi did not know that Master took you. Pippi was too young to serve in the house when it happened. When? Amalia said coldly, her face pale. Riddle was watching her carefully. When did it happen? Pippi licked her lips nervously, shivering in the sudden chill which seemed to have permeated the room. Pippi thinks it must be 9 years ago. She said tentatively. 9. Amalia cut herself off, breathing hard. You would have been 5 years old. Riddle said thoughtfully. He turned to the house elf, since Amalia seemed to need some time to process this. Elf, it was Alric Grey. He clarified. Pippi nodded rapidly. Yes, Master. And who exactly did he kill? Riddle demanded, sparing a glance at Amalia, whose face was like a cold mask. Under their combined scrutiny, Pippi fidgeted uncomfortably. Mistress Grey. She whispered. My mother. Amalia said blankly. Why yes, Miss Grey. Pippi confirmed, we laid her to rest in the Grey Cemetery, just down the hill. Amalia swallowed. Was there anyone else? Siblings, or? Pippi shook her head, and then hesitated, well, also. Spit it out. Riddle snapped impatiently, when it became clear Pippi had clammed up. Amalia snapped out of her daze, taking in Pippi's sad expression. Your parents. She realized. Pippi nodded slowly, her eyes watering again. Riddle turned away with an impatient huff, losing interest again. But Amalia nodded at her to continue, feeling a weird kinship with the strange little elf. They were the house elves in service. But Pippi doesn't remember much from that time. Amalia frowned. Wait, so, how old are you? She asked, baffled. Pippi straightened her sleeves proudly, just turned 11 last month, Miss Grey. She replied. Amalia stared. What? You're still a child. Pippi shook her head emphatically, house elves are not considered children after the age of 6, Miss Grey, she explained promptly, since we reach full physical size, we can work. Amalia shook her head disbelievingly. That's disgusting, she muttered. Slavery was one thing, but child slavery was even worse. Whatever the developmental speed of elves, it was obvious now that Pippi still had the mentality of a child. It left a bad taste in her mouth. How interesting. Riddle said sarcastically, so? Where did Alric go? How did it all start? Pippi shrugged, eyes wide and innocent. I don't know, Master. Pippi was too little and the others weren't allowed in the house. No witnesses. Amalia muttered. He just took me and left. Is that why the others listened to you? She said, pushing aside her own questions for the moment, because your parents were the last to be in service. Pippi nodded, regaining some of her perkiness. Yes. Pippi is now honored to be in the service of a Grey once more. And what about the born-free elves? Amalia asked drily, glancing at the fireplace where the banner had almost completely burnt away. Pippi flushed. My apologies, Miss Grey, there'll be no more talk of such traitorous ideas. I don't mind. Amalia interrupted. How about this? You can be she glanced at Riddle, who raised an eyebrow, our personal house elf, and the others can live. I don't know. Wherever there's space, I suppose. Where are you all sleeping at the moment? The cellar, Miss Grey, Pippi answered promptly. Amalia nodded, well, if you're all happy there, then stay. In a few days we'll be going back to Hogwarts, but I suppose you can keep the place clean while we're away. She stifled a sigh at the obvious delight Pippi had at receiving all these orders. That's very generous of you, Miss Grey, she gushed. I'll take care of it. I'm sure you will. She deadpanned. Now, is there another elf I can speak to about Alric? She refused to say my father, feeling like she might be physically sick if she did. Perhaps one who knew him before. Pippi nodded vigorously. Oh yes. For that, you'll want to speak with Granny. Amalia glanced around the room at the busy elves. Which one is she? She asked. Pippi grinned, Granny is downstairs, Miss Grey. She leapt up eagerly, I can take you to see her. Amalia nodded, and stood up. Good. Let's go. Riddle smiled thinly and stood. Perhaps we can get some useful answers. He drawled nastily, looking down his nose at the oblivious Pippi. He neatly sidestepped Amelia's half-hearted kick at his shins. Down in the cellar, they discovered that the space was covered with makeshift beds of various blankets and threadbare cushions and old drapes and diminutive mattresses, all arranged in no particular order at all. Some of them looked more like nests than beds. Pippi led the way, taking Amelia's hand and leading her through the maze of clutter to the back, where a candle-lit space had been built with bits of wood paneling and planks, to make a sort of cubicle. A threadbare couch stood on one side. "Pippi, who's this?" came a crusty voice from behind the planks, the shadows flickering as a frail figure moved in front of the candle light. Pippi pulled a piece of plywood, which Amalia realized was supposed to be a door, open, and curtsied deferentially. "Granny," she said cheerfully, "you'll never guess." She promptly launched into a rather detailed retelling of their arrival. "We did not instantly demand your eternal servitude," Amalia corrected drily. "Pippi, calm down. You might have to wait a while for that," came a wheezy chuckle, cutting off Pippi's immediate plea for forgiveness, "but her heart's in the right place." Amalia and Riddle turned to face the owner of the voice, as Pippi skipped back, out of the way. Out of the makeshift wooden partition came a curious contraption, a kind of box with creaky wheels, like a child's wheelbarrow, upon which sat an ancient, wizened elf with wispy white hair and milky, huge eyes, nestled in a pile of blankets. She moved about slowly using her gnarled hands to turn the wheels. "House elves need a purpose, you see," the ancient elf continued, sounded much less subservient than the other elves upstairs. "We were made that way." Young Pippi tries to find purpose in her dreams of a house elf rebellion, she snorted, "but as you can see, it's doomed to fail from the start." "Who are you?" asked Amalia curiously. Staring at the ancient house elf's wrinkled face, she felt the strings of her damaged memories being tugged. "You seem familiar." The old house elf blinked her large, milky eyes sadly. "You were only a child barely my height when I last saw you, and I wasn't blind then." "Mina," breathed Amalia, wincing as her temples throbbed. "Why yes, I remember you." She sank down onto the threadbare couch, trying to make sense of the brief flashes of memory she had not of this place, but of the house elf's kindly face. Mina nodded, her eyes slightly moist. She wheeled herself closer with a squeak of rusty hinges. "Welcome home, mistress." Riddle leant against the side of the couch with a huff. "How touching." He deadpanned. "Tell us what happened," he ordered. Amalia sniffed either from dust or emotion, she wasn't sure, and nodded. "Yes, they took all my memories, Mina," she explained thickly. "I don't know what happened to me. I didn't know where they took you, after you left." Mina said sadly, "I would have come, if I knew where Master Alric had taken you." "Tell me," she asked. "Please. Anything. Everything." Mina nodded. "Pippi, go upstairs," she ordered, and to Amelia's surprise she, reluctantly, obeyed without comment, leaving them to talk alone with the old elf. "It was horrible, mistress, just horrible." Mina started, her voice shaking slightly. "I didn't see it happen. No one left that house alive except Master Alric and you." "Why would he do it?" Riddle demanded, clearly impatient with all the emotion. But Amalia could tell he was just as engrossed in the story as she was. Mina took a moment to compose herself. "You have to understand, mistress," she began hesitantly, "your parents were not what people would consider, friendly." She fidgeted. "There's a reason Pippi is so against house elf enslavement, and a large part of that is from growing up hearing about how we, that is, the last working grey house elves were treated." "Go on," prompted Amalia. "You were different," Mina hastily assured her. "I could tell right away, you didn't have a mean bone in your body, even as a child. I remember you cried for about 3 hours once because you touched a butterfly's wings, and when you asked what was wrong, I had to explain that it wouldn't be able to fly again." Riddle snorted scornfully. "Butterflies, grey." She ignored him. "I don't remember," she said softly. "It was a long time ago," shrugged the elf. "Anyway, your parents were hard people. They both worked at the ministry most days, until quite late." Amalia and Riddle exchanged meaningful glances. "I'm not sure what department it was," mused the old elf thoughtfully, as if, even blind, she could pick up on their interest, "but they were very secretive about it. They barely had any time for you, which was perhaps a good thing." Her nostalgic smile faded. "Then, a few days after your 3rd birthday, everything changed." "What happened?" Amalia asked, feeling incredibly tense. "You got your magic, very early for a young witch, I believe. Your mother walked into the living room and almost had a heart attack. You had somehow formed the flames in the fireplace into a shape of the cat, and you were making it play with your blocks, leaving scorch marks all over the carpet." Amalia absorbed this news, feeling odd. She had no memory of it, but it felt right, like looking at a photograph of someone you used to know, but can't quite place the name of. "The cat was orange," she said suddenly. "That's why I thought the fire looked like him." Mina nodded. "That's right. So how did my mother, Medea, react to that?" "Well, she was thrilled, of course," Mina continued. "For all her flaws, your mother did love you, you know." Maternal love is a strong force, she nodded sagely. Strong indeed. Amalia had the fleeting thought that if all the house elves in the house were her offspring and relations, she would certainly be an expert in maternal feelings. And Alaric. She couldn't help her distaste at the mere name of the man. Mina's expression darkened, he was excited for a different reason. I don't know the details, but there was some project at the ministry that he wanted you to be involved in. Your mother understandably refused. They argued, for weeks, and then months. The rift between them grew, until they never spoke without fighting. Eventually, he left. She waved a hand vaguely, that's when we packed everything up. Mistress Medea had decided to move, she was afraid he would come back for you, and she was right. We should have left sooner, but... On your 5th birthday. He came back. He killed her. Mina wiped tears from her eyes with shaking fingers. He did, yes. I'm glad you don't remember it. No child should have to watch their parents get murdered. Then, he took me. Amalia finished quietly. Mina nodded. I couldn't get to the house in time. She said miserably, indicating her legs, for the same reason I was no longer working. I had moved out to the shed to join the others, and raise young Pippi. How did your legs get injured? Questioned Amalia, frowning. Mina shrugged. Disobeying the order of the master or mistress means punishment, the more severe the transgression, the harsher the punishment. It is the way of the world for us. Amalia's eyes widened, horrified, it was a punishment. Mina nodded. But, like I said, your parents were not the nicest people. To be honest, she said quietly, you were the only grey I ever shed a tear for, when he took you. I'm glad to know you haven't changed. Amalia swallowed, feeling uncharacteristically emotional about this ancient creature. How do you know I haven't changed? She asked in a low voice, twisting her hands in her lap. I don't remember who I used to be. Because you came all the way down here to meet me. Mina answered simply, instead of sitting by the fire and ordering me to go upstairs. And above all else, Pippi trusts you. I noticed she is still wearing her clothes. Amalia shrugged. Well, I was wondering how long it would take for her to realize she's still technically free. Mina smiled. I'm blind, so I can't tell if there's a physical resemblance, but I can tell you that you're nothing like them. Amalia was surprised by how relieved she felt to hear that. Back upstairs, Riddle and Amalia had an impromptu strategy meeting. So, Riddle started, hungrily eyeing the dinner table that the elves were setting with cutlery. Alaric is the one who is responsible for everything, it seems. Amalia nodded grimly, and there's obviously some connection to the ministry, although it's all very confusing. She sighed. I'm not sure what our next move is. I'll have to poke around the house to see if he left anything about his job here. But somehow I doubt it. Riddle considered. One thing is certain, though, he said, the ministry will know we're here. James Blishwick followed us at the bank, and odds are that they've tracked us by the flow network to this town. But I'm assuming they don't know the exact location of the house. So him, or others, will be searching nearby. That's an opportunity we can't pass up on. Ambush, then. Amalia frowned, are we ambushing, or playing the bait to be ambushed? Riddle grinned wolfishly. You're bait, he said smugly, and I'm the ambusher. Fantastic, muttered Amalia sarcastically, tomorrow. But Riddle was shaking his head. No, this happens tonight. Tonight. She yelped. Riddle glanced at the set table, finished except for an industrious elf polishing a silver fork, well, after dinner. He allowed. What's the rush? Amalia demanded, feeling prickly. It had been an emotional roller coaster for her already, and she wanted nothing more than to eat, then sleep. Riddle was evidently a night owl, though, as he seemed fully awake and uncharacteristically energetic. They might find the house and be waiting outside by morning, he reasoned persuasively, or they might give up and return to London. And if something does happen, we'll be able to stay hidden from muggles or escape more easily in the dark. I suppose that makes sense. Amalia said dubiously, still thrown by his enthusiasm. Was he planning something? I certainly have a lot of questions that need answering. She sighed, fingering her wand speculatively. I can take a walk back to the flow network, great, while you follow and watch my back. Then, we can spring a trap on anyone who approaches me. Sounds good. Riddle concluded, and then hastened to take a seat at the head of the table as a steaming tureen of leek and onion soup was placed down, along with a decoratively carved wooden board of sliced, crusty bread. Amalia chuckled, amused despite her growing nerves, and sat down on his right. Riddle smiled. She froze, and narrowed her eyes at him as he solicitously ladled some soup into her bowl. Return of the demonic butler, she thought to herself. The hairs on the back of her neck started prickling. Riddle. She said cautiously. I can trust you, right? His smile didn't falter. But of course. He made an encouraging motion. Eat up, Amalia. She blinked at the sound of her name, and discreetly checked that her wand was within easy reaching distance. Eyeing him suspiciously, she tasted the soup. It was delicious. And she had no choice but to trust him. Chapter 29, The Fire. Author's note. This chapter is Amalia's backstory, and it gets pretty dark. Look up the song. When this story first came into my head, I was compulsively playing all of Hosier's music, that came out before 2015, anyway, on repeat. So this is Amalia's song, my original inspiration, if you will. It's part of the reason she became a character obsessed with fire. Chapter 29, The Fire. Arsonist's Lullaby, by Hosier. When I was a child, I heard voices. Some would sing and some would scream. You soon find you have few choices. I learned the voices died with me. When I was a child, I'd sit for hours, staring into open flames. Something in it had a power. I could barely tear my eyes away. All you have is your fire. And the place you need to reach. Don't you ever tame your demons. But always keep them on a leash. Amalia's breath misted in the cold night air as she strode quickly down the path, over the bridge and through the woods. As she walked, her eyes darted from side to side, but she was alone. The snow crunched under her boots, the only sound to break the tense silence, apart from a lonely breeze. In her pocket, she clutched her wand tightly with gloved fingers, ready at a moment's notice to defend herself. It was late, and she was exhausted, and although she wanted answers, a not insignificant part of her was honestly wishing that nothing was going to happen. Perhaps the ministry hadn't tracked their use of the Flow network. Perhaps after being caught out at the bank, James Blishwick had given up. Perhaps she would walk to the ruined house and the magical grate without incident, and then she could return to the house, shrug, and tell Riddle, oh, next time we'll get him, and then she could ask Pippi to fetch her some hot chocolate. But although the path seemed deserted, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was in imminent danger. And her instincts rarely failed her. She took a deep breath, choosing to ignore the wrongness of walking blindly into danger, with her only advantage was Riddle, following discreetly to serve as her backup, and she wasn't 100% sure she could rely on him. She didn't pause at the treeline of the woods, but bravely stepped out of the trees and onto the narrow, open path, snow-covered fields on either side. Down the hill Bratting was visible, less lights shining in the windows than there had been earlier. It was just past midnight, and any sensible person would be in bed by now. Instead, she was out in the cold, possibly being stalked by a man who had tried to kill her once in the past already, and definitely being followed by a boy who'd threatened to kill her in the past, although now, well, his motives were murky at the best of times. As Amalia drew near the ruined house, she slowed, her senses warning her that something was off. Different. She looked around carefully for anything out of place, her eyes narrowing. The snow. It was too pristine. They'd walked out of the ruin only a few hours ago, and the snowfall wasn't heavy enough to completely erase the tracks they left. Which meant, an illusion. She drew her wand in one fluid movement, raising it slightly at her side as she turned, trying to watch her back. With the fields open and empty all around her, she knew Riddle wasn't in her immediate vicinity. He was probably hanging back, watching from a distance, so they could spring their ambush, but that also meant he wasn't close enough to intervene immediately. She had to draw Blishwick or whoever was following out into the open, and keep them talking long enough for Riddle spring the trap. I know you're here. She called out boldly, turning her head this way and that. Well, here I am. Stop hiding and face me. The fields glittered coldly with ice, and a slight wind lifted the ends of her hair. But no one responded. She gritted her teeth. Instinct was telling her to cast a mid-level shield, or any of the dozen charms she knew for revealing hidden magic and danger. But casting any kind of spell would activate the trace, particularly since they were close to a Muggle town. In Diagon Alley, or other, known magical dwellings, she knew the ministry routinely turned a blind eye to underage magic which caused the trace to trigger as it happened so commonly, but out here, the use of any magic would raise a red flag. She'd spent a few years evading and outwitting the ministry, and she'd had a couple of close calls as a result of casting magic in Muggle areas before she figured the system out. Ministry enforcers were incompetent, inefficient, slow. But she knew that those factors would still only give her about 15 minutes leeway after she'd casted the spell to vacate the area. Since she didn't know the extent of the ministry's official involvement, was Blishwick working alone, or did he have official sanction? She had to assume that capture could very well mean death, or worse. She was resolved to use magic only as a last resort. When no one replied to her challenge, she steeled herself, and took a cautious step forward, towards the ruined house. Then another. On her third step, she felt a faint pressure pushing on her face, suddenly disappearing like the bursting of a bubble, followed by an abrupt, rather unpleasant feeling like getting punched in the gut. Air rushed out of her lungs in a whoosh, and she gasped soundlessly, doubling over and almost losing her footing. As she gasped for air, she stared at the ground in front of her, suddenly noticing large boot prints revealed by the breaking of the concealment charm, crisscrossing everywhere over the snow, as though someone had been pacing up and down for a long time. And then there was someone approaching, at a leisurely pace, with a heavy, adult, tread. She looked up slowly, raising her wand with fingers that only trembled slightly. Rage suddenly filled her. Amalia Gray. James Blishwick said in an utterly dry voice. We meet again. She dragged air into her starved lungs, but wasn't fast enough. One eyebrow quirked and he said, almost lazily, Expelliarmus. She stumbled back in shock as he effortlessly caught her wand and sighed with seeming weariness. Now, let's not draw this out. He said flatly, I've been looking for you for some time, now. Where's your friend? Has he abandoned you? That makes things easier. Without her wand, Amalia felt horribly exposed. For all his nonchalance, and the fact that he looked like an accountant, his robes were plain and brown and his hair was neatly parted and trimmed, he was obviously an extremely skilled wizard. She remembered 2 years previous, during her first encounter, when he'd walked into her apartment as if it was the most natural thing in the world, and proceeded to attack her with the Juqualo curse as if she was a pig brought to slaughter in precisely that same indifferent, bored tone. And she'd only escaped through sheer, dumb luck. Now, however, would Riddle be able to stop him? Her skin crawled as she had an unpleasant suspicion that they might actually be out of their depth here. You work for the Department of Mysteries. She abruptly said, holding her ground with difficulty as he sized her up with clever brown eyes. He nodded. That's right. Well done on breaking into my office, by the way. His expression didn't change at all. Her eyes flickered. How had he known that? She'd been very careful not to leave traces. But perhaps he'd had some kind of charm to detect intruders. She pushed on, desperate to keep him talking, to stall him, to find answers. Why are you after me? She demanded. He cocked his head slightly at her, looking vaguely surprised. I think that's rather obvious by now. It's been years. He blinked at her growing anger. No. Her fists balled. I've done nothing to deserve this. She spat. For the first time, a sardonic smile appeared on the man's face, as if she'd said something very amusing. Or very naive. Really? I disagree. The Ministry disagrees. He shrugged idly, or they will, once I have all the paperwork sorted out. What do you mean? Where the hell is Riddle? Amalia thought with a hint of desperation. Blishwick was indulging her for now, but she had no idea how long that would last. Well, the Ministry is not officially after you, he said, with an affected sigh, hence the lack of, backup. He waved vaguely at the empty fields around them. But that will change soon. Let's see. She looked around quickly, but the fields were silent and empty around her. Had Riddle abandoned her? Blishwick hummed thoughtfully, according to my investigations, you're wanted for the illegal possession of a time turner that's already on your permanent record, suspected possession of Class 4 prohibited publications. He nodded as her eyes widened. Yes, we know about those. Also, bribery, smuggling, fraternizing with an unregistered werewolf, performing underage magic on muggles, unlicensed apparition. Contravening the International Statute of Wizarding secrecy on multiple occasions. Thievery, breaking and entering Ministry property. He paused, relishing the blank shock which had come over her face. Oh, and of course, he added with relish, there's that little incident that happened just over 2 years ago. You know. The fire. The blood drained from her face. You know nothing. No. He interrupted sharply, I think we've just covered the fact that I know everything. And you're wanted in connection with those murders, and for burning down that building. She felt ill. And angry. He had no right to bring up that day. So, what? She snarled, you're here to bring me in to face those charges? You have nothing that proves. He smiled condescendingly, and spoke over her. No, little girl. I'm not here to arrest you. I think it's better for everyone involved if you simply went away. Amalia broke off, staring at him. She found her voice with difficulty. Then, why? I was just informing you what will be on the report I write up about your death, he said matter-of-factly, which was unfortunately unavoidable when you violently resisted arrest. Why, you monster? She snarled, itching to sink her fist right in his smug face. You fucking piece of. He tutted disapprovingly. Language, my dear. And I think we both know who the real monster here is. He raised a hand to forestall further cursing. Now, as lovely as this chat has been, I need to get back to the office. We can make this part unpleasant, or quick. I'm going to ask you a question, and while I don't need your answer, it would certainly make my job easier. So, here it is. His eyes bored into hers, pinning her to the spot. She saw no expression in those eyes, nothing at all, no emotion, no Humanity. This kind of thing didn't thrill him, or upset him. It was just his job. She would have preferred an evil cackle of laughter than this, indifference. Where is Alric Grey? He asked composedly. My father. Her surprise ripped through her dread. If he and, by extension, the ministry was searching for Alric, that must mean they weren't working together anymore. Had he gone rogue? What? I see. He cocked a head at her, watching her expression change from shock to confusion. You don't know. He surmised. Well, it was worth a try. He seemed mildly disappointed. He raised his wand, and Amalia tensed, adrenaline flooding her system. Where's Riddle? Wait. She said quickly. I don't know where he is, but... Well. The man prompted impatiently. The old house is near here, in this forest. She said desperately, if you come back with me, perhaps you can find some kind of clue. He considered, sucking on his lip. That sounds like a decent lead, he acknowledged at last, but I don't need you alive for that. There's protective enchantments that... Enough. He raised his wand again, and even while his expression didn't change, she could feel the murderous intent building in the air like the anticipation of a thunderstorm. Unlike you, he said dismissively, I have no desire to walk into a trap. Amalia desperately backed up a step, preparing to dive out of the way if necessary, knowing that she wouldn't make it in time. He slashed his wand in the air. Shoo! Jokolo! Amalia watched, frozen, as Blishwick was interrupted by a smooth voice, confidently ringing out across the snowy fields from behind him. He made an awkward, stumbling movement forward, his eyes losing their indifferent, bored expression and growing impossibly wide. Unfortunately for him, he was far too late to save himself. Blood splattered onto the snow, and he coughed, choking, and slowly sank to his knees. Amalia's initial shock wore off, and she let out a shuddering breath, watching with savage satisfaction as the life rapidly left his eyes. She only regretted that she hadn't been the one to do it. Blishwick soundlessly toppled forward to sprawl face down on the snow, revealing the mortal wound, a crude cut carved diagonally across his back, deep enough to sever bone. He twitched once, then was still. They both stared at the corpse for a few moments as the blood soaked into the snow. Amalia looked up, scowling. Don't you think you cut it a little close? Pun not intended, she thought dryly. She was still feeling twitchy from the adrenaline. For a moment there, she'd really thought Riddle was going to let her die. He dragged his smug gaze from the corpse. You're welcome. He threw back sarcastically. She struggled with herself for a moment. Yes. I suppose that is to say. She sighed. He had saved her life, even if he was now probably going to be a dick about it forever. Thanks. He predictably ignored her flustered dithering, and looked around quickly. We should leave. He strode forward and bent down to pick something up from beside the body. With a slight twinge of discomfort, Amalia realized it was her wand. She reached out to take it from him, but he seemed not to notice, scanning the fields with a serious look in his intelligent dark eyes. Riddle. She said impatiently, still holding her hand out. He walked right past her at a rapid pace, back along the path towards the wood. Man. He said over his shoulder, we need to get out of the area before the ministry come and investigate. Amalia strode quickly after him, starting to feel a little anxious. Riddle, she said again, trying to catch up. He increased his pace, his longer legs covering more ground than she could without breaking into a jog. Will you just... No point hiding the body. He said absently, not even looking at her. We don't have time to do it well, and the ministry would just use forensic spells to find out what happened anyway. Riddle, she repeated, with more force this time. He stopped abruptly and turned to look at her, one eyebrow raised in question. She didn't like the way his eyes were suddenly glittering with malicious intent. What? He said innocently. You still have my wand, she reminded him slowly, give it back. Her heart dropped as he merely smiled, and then turned on his heel and continued walking at the same fast pace. Tom, she began, but he interrupted her, without turning. Relax, I'll return it momentarily. He said with deadly friendliness, I just think we should get out of sight first. It was really starting to bother her that he wasn't looking at her. I can take care of enemies just as well as you can, she argued, and trotted to keep up. I'm sure. He scoffed, it's not like you just got disarmed in about 3 seconds, or anything. Her temper flared, the plan was for me to be ambushed. She snapped defensively. Of course it stung that she'd been so helpless, had to rely on someone else to save her. Playing the damsel in distress did not suit her. You know that. He ignored her again. They reached the treeline, but he didn't slow. Now, he said smoothly, striding briskly on, I find what that man had to say very interesting. You got upset when he mentioned. She slowed down immediately. Leave it, she warned him, it's in the past. I've told you everything. No. He snapped, and this time she heard anger in his voice. I don't think you have. Didn't you say you would be honest with me? You're hiding something, he accused icily, glancing over his shoulder. He paused briefly when he saw she wasn't following. And I want to know what it is, Grey. I want to know about the fire. She remained silent, her expression closing off. Her instincts were telling her that she was in danger, but she fought desperately against them. This was Riddle, and they had made great strides in their relationship in the last week. He wouldn't. He turned and kept walking. The forest was silent and still around them, aside from the eerie creak of leafless branches scraping against each other in the wind. She swallowed hard, but she could hardly stand around in the snow forever. She reluctantly followed, her adrenaline spiking for the second time in an hour. His pace slowed, and he finally turned to face her properly. She suddenly became aware that they had stopped on the stone bridge, close enough to the house to benefit from the wide net of protective enchantments. Close enough for anything that happened to have no witnesses. You did something, Grey. Riddle continued. His voice was suddenly soft, almost pleasant. She had a sudden urge to sprint in the opposite direction. I'm just curious, what happened, and why you haven't told me. There's nothing to tell. She snapped harshly, her voice loud in the silence. She shivered, pulling her coat tighter and wishing she had her wand back. I let my guard down, she thought in numb horror, staring at the small smile playing around Riddle's attractive mouth. He had all the power now, and he knew it. She swallowed thickly. Riddle, Tom, she started, in an attempt to reason with him though, she had no idea what to say, but he didn't let her finish. He idly fingered her wand, and his eyes gleamed with an almost fanatical curiosity. Why do you insist on lying to me? He hissed. I want to know, Grey, what you've done. Riddle, she said, taking a small step back. Don't you dare. I mean it, I will never forgive you. He cocked his head at her very slightly and licked his cold lips, his eyes fixated on hers, like a snake eyeing its prey. And she knew she'd been a fool to trust him. Legilimens. The last thing Tom saw was Amelia's expression, wide-eyed and betrayed, her mouth opening in a soft gasp as he leapt into her mind. Despite the cold, her lips were full and red, a vibrant stain of color in the silver light of the moon, which swirled and changed as his vision wavered. Then his surroundings reset, as he flicked through memories like a deck of cards, searching for the one he desired. He felt her fighting him, but she was wandless and he'd been practicing on Avery for weeks. His legilimency skills had improved enough to let him break into her mind with relative ease, despite her strong will. Her anger tore at him like shards of glass, but he was so intent on sating his curiosity, it was easy to ignore. The world reformed around him, hazy and indistinct as memories were, but as he looked around with interest, gradually more detail emerged. There had been a fire. That much was obvious. The small room he stood in smelled of ash, and around the closed door was a ring of black soot marks, as though a fire had raged just beyond, sending hungry tendrils of flame licking up the wood. He heard the sound of movement, the rustling of material, and turned to see a small figure moving weakly, pulling back bed sheets as she looked around with a confused expression on her thin face. Objectively, Tom knew this was Amalia, it was her memory, and there was some resemblance. But in any other situation, he could have easily mistaken her from just another waif at his orphanage. She was younger, obviously she looked like she hadn't hit puberty yet, at about 12 years old, she was a lot smaller. Her face was thin, her arms almost emaciated. Her skin had an unhealthy pallor to it, the pallor of someone who was chronically ill. Her hair was long, almost to her elbows, and looked limp and unwashed. But the biggest change was the expression in her eyes. They were hollow. She seemed absent, somehow. Her eyes wandered aimlessly about the room with little to no comprehension. Tom wondered if she wasn't on some kind of strong potion or drug. But that was odd, because the memory was clear and stable, the product of a completely lucid mind. Something else was going on here, and he started to feel a strange sensation, almost like discomfort, as he watched her blink dumbly at the walls. They were bare of decoration, just roughly painted, with a single, unforgiving light bulb hanging from the high ceiling. There was a bed and a toilet, but nothing else, not even a sink or mirror. He took a step closer. Then his eyes widened as he realized the walls weren't painted roughly at all, the texture was caused by hundreds of scraped marks, uniform and regularly arranged in lines, arrayed across the entire wall, floor to ceiling. On one side was roughly scrawled in a child's shaky hand days, and next to it, in slanted capital letters, "Don't forget." He blinked in shock as the truth dawned on him. She'd been in this room for years. He turned his attention back to her. She was clothed in a thin hospital gown, light blue cotton, and seemed relatively unharmed, except for her hands. There were angry red burns on her palms and fingers, as if she'd pressed them against a hot plate. There were also faint purplish marks on the inside of her elbow, where it seemed she'd been injected with something, definitely more than once. As if memory Amalia could sense him there, she suddenly looked up, seemed to look right at him. He had a thrill of suspense as she frowned, before realizing she was looking through him through the place he occupied, towards the door. A moment later, he found out why. She had heard the voices of two men outside her small room, arguing about something. She lurched unsteadily to her feet, and for the first time her eyes reflected some emotion, uncertainty, fear. Riddle watched as she padded over to the door, pressing her ear to the wood, straining to hear the voices outside. Since it was her memory, he heard the two men talking in the hallway outside as clearly as she could. After what happened? Of course he wants us to. She couldn't quite make out all he was saying. Have to abandon, done until now. I don't see why without warning, to terminate. All. The girl blanched and bit her lip until the skin split as she heard their footsteps approaching the room, echoing on the linoleum floor. The other man's voice broke in, louder and sounding somewhat annoyed. Just do your job, all right? We're being compensated generously for this mess. What about you? Demanded the first man. He sounded resentful. I'm heading back to the lab. Replied the other man primly. Stop wasting time and wrap things up here. I know. Huffed the other man. Don't think you can return without her. The man warned. TCH. It's because of that brat that this has all gone to shit in the first place. The professor won't like you talking like that. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Just get going, will you? With some minor grumbling, one of the men's footsteps faded away, until the girl heard a door open and close. But then she was distracted by a key jangling in the lock of her door, and the quiet cursing of the man as he struggled to get the door open. She backed away. Finally the door opened, and the man froze in the doorway, shocked eyes flying up to meet hers. Riddle watched in interest as he licked his lips somewhat nervously. You're not supposed to be awake. Suddenly the girl stiffened, and her eyes narrowed, losing some of their uncertainty. Becoming more Amalia-ish. You're afraid of me? She said quietly. Her voice was younger, but roughened by either disuse, or perhaps sickness. He stared back at her, and then a twisted smirk quirked his lips. Yet. That's to be expected. She tilted her head. Why? He shook his head slightly, as if disbelieving. Hey, must be nice. Why don't I remember? It was a demand, not a question. He stared at her for a long moment, as if internally debating something, and then stepped backwards, out into the hall, and jerked his head to the right. Why don't you see for yourself? He asked, watching her with a strange intensity. Riddle's thoughts darkened as he observed the man. Had he been the one to give her the injections? He was wearing a white coat over wizard's robes, and held his wand loosely in one hand. Around his neck hung a white surgical mask, not in use at the moment. Cautiously, Amalia walked forward, past Riddle, standing like a wraith observing the scene. She exited her prison and Riddle followed closely. Keep walking. The man urged her, nodding down the empty hallway. Black soot streaks stained the tiled walls, as if a flash fire had broken out, and just as quickly been extinguished. There. That door on the right. Amalia's face was completely blank as she approached the door. Riddle could tell she didn't remember anything about this place, as she looked around with intelligent, wide eyes. Open it. He ordered next. The glass on the top half of the door was melted and blackened, making it impossible to see through to the interior. She didn't hesitate for long, but obediently pulled open the door with barely a wince, even though her burnt hands must have been in a lot of pain. Riddle followed her as she walked slowly into a long room, divided into cells made from transparent glass walls. The fire had burnt in here the hottest of all, the beams of the ceiling exposed and charred, but the glass cells were unmarked. It seemed like there was some kind of charm protecting them from harm. And inside each glass cell was a dead child. Riddle coolly observed the bodies, noting with clinical detachment that each corpse was unmarked, unspoiled. Their expressions were glassy-eyed and frozen in death. They had been killed with magic, and from the heavy feeling in the air, it had been a powerful, dark curse. He could hazard a guess which one, too. There weren't many killing spells that accomplished the task so efficiently. Amalia's reaction to the scene was quite different to his. Instantly, she'd gasped and stumbled back, pressing her hand over her mouth as if to hold back a wave of nausea. She looked horrified. They were all around Amalia's age, some a few years younger. All in all, there seemed to be about 10 glass cells, each with a dead occupant clothed in blue cotton like she was, lying there like broken rag dolls. It wasn't easy, you know, sighed the man lingering behind her, sounding irritated. Terminating the subjects was not my decision. I mean, I understand why it was necessary, but it just seems like such a waste, you know. Amalia turned to stare at him, her nails biting into her burnt palms. She didn't seem to notice, but blood was dripping from one of her hands, onto the soot-blackened floor. It was your fault. He suddenly threw at her, eyes narrowing. You ruined everything. She stared at him. What? 2 days ago, he explained with relish, eyes watching her expression almost hungrily, we were conducting the usual trials, and you went off even crazier than you usually do. He waved a hand at their burnt surroundings, the fire destroyed the whole West Wing. You killed 3 of my colleagues. You don't remember any of that. She absorbed this information, and Riddle saw her blood-stained fingers flex slowly, as if recalling the lingering kiss of heat. Of course, he continued without waiting for a reply, that attracted unwanted attention. The Muggles. TCH, there's only so much the department can cover up. Which is why we got the order to shut down. His eyes flashed in anger, years of research, years of my life, he hissed, all gone, tossed aside. Useless. You killed them. She said, in a strangely quiet voice. A flash of heat sparked at her fingertips. To hide what you were doing to us. At that, he gave a twisted smile, evidently enjoying her reaction. Oh no, you've got it all wrong. She stared at him, and then suddenly blanched, her hands coming up to clutch at her head as if she was in extreme pain. And Riddle could tell she was experiencing a flashback, her fragile mind put under enormous strain as it bore the brunt of some fragmented memory. From the way her face twisted, it was incredibly painful. And suddenly he could hear a ghostly voice, growing louder and then softer, as if from a bad radio signal. Everything's going to be fine, my dear, said a smooth, male voice, you're my special girl, let's see what you can do, okay, remember the incantation, just like we practiced, Avada. And Amalia was on her knees, eyes blank as she panted raggedly, her fingernails digging into the soot-streaked floor. The flashback faded, leaving yet more questions in its wake. Riddle stared at her as if seeing her for the first time. The other man approached, standing over her, seeming to relish her pain. You had to kill them, you see? We thought it was only right, for you to clean up your own mess. Since you were responsible. I didn't he? She gasped, you're lying. You can't remember. He smiled. How nice for you. I remember. She whispered, eyes hollow, tortured. Screams. But. Me? Or. Amalia Gray, he said mockingly, our talented little monster. The professor has such high hopes for you. Which reminds me, we need to get going. Don't worry, I'll knock you out again, and we can. Reality started to blur as Amalia lost control of her emotions, affecting the memory. And suddenly Riddle felt what she was feeling, her anger and pain flooding into him, overwhelming his focus. Heat, searing heat, racing through her bloodstream, a roaring in her ears. She was losing control. He was smirking, she hated that patronizing smirk, wanted him to stop. In 2 steps, she was right in front of the smirking man, with one hand suddenly pressed to his face. He wasn't smirking anymore. His eyes were shocked, wide and horrified between her fingers. She let the rage fill her, a howling gale of hurt and confusion sweeping through her, flowing through her body and into her arm, turning into a physical heat. The tempest inside her burst forth. His dying screams would haunt her nightmares for months. Riddle stumbled, blinking as stars burst across his vision, dizzy from the strength of the memory. Towards the end, her emotions had overwhelmed his focus, driving him forcibly out of her mind. He shook his head slightly, gripping the icy wall of the stone bridge as his vision cleared. Amalia was standing about 2 meters away. She looked as pale as a ghost, and she was staring at him. But it wasn't a lost stare, or a confused stare. It was a stare of such profound malice and all-consuming ferocity, that Tom quite literally lost the ability to speak. His mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't do anything but focus of his suddenly shallow breathing. Her intense hatred bore down on him like a physical weight. Instinctively, he raised her wand, defensively, stumbling back to put distance between them, but he was still recovering from the intense onslaught of her memories, and his reaction was slow. In a trice she dashed forward and snatched the wand right out of his hand. An unnatural wind was stirring the dead leaves and swirling snow, whipping her hair back, but she didn't seem to notice. He found himself catching his breath at the sight, this girl with the blood-red lips, standing on the grey stone bridge in a tempest of fury, in a skeletal forest, the bare branches scraping at the dark sky. She was beautiful. In a second she had taken a step forward, and her empty, left hand was pressed hard over his mouth and nose, her nails biting into his cheeks. The color drained from his face as he stared in shock into her merciless eyes, as her blood-red lips curved up into an absolutely humorless smile. I can burn you, too, Tom. She murmured, and he shivered at the velvet tone of her voice, deep and dark, and so far from her usual, light, playful tone. I have the fire. Tom's heart thundered in his chest. He truly didn't know what she was going to do. Before today, he would have bet that she didn't have it in her. But now he knew. He'd seen it for himself. She would do it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and grew thoughtful. Slowly, she let go, and withdrew her hand, trailing her fingers gently along the side of his face as she did, almost like a lover's caress. Her brown eyes were captivating. He exhaled. Amalia, he managed to start, sounding slightly hoarse. The little warmth that had softened her eyes was suddenly extinguished. And then she raised her wand and used the very tip to delicately pull back the collar of his coat and shirt, exposing his chest, pausing directly over his heart. Avada Kedavra! And the jet of green light hit him squarely in the chest, lighting up his face, frozen in an expression of absolute shock. The end. Chapter 30, Merry Christmas. Chapter 30, Merry Christmas. Riddle stumbled back, gasping as an excruciating pain much like the kick of a horse ripped through his torso. Head swimming, he almost collapsed, only managing to keep himself upright by grabbing onto the stone wall of the bridge. He tasted metal, his pulse all but deafening as his ears popped, as if he'd surfaced too fast after diving. He looked down, groping clumsily at his shirt to have a look at his chest, but it was unmarked. Apart from a rapidly fading feeling that he'd just been hit by a train, he had just survived an unforgivable. Amalia seemed equally shocked, eyes wide as she realized the spell had failed. A complex expression almost like fleeting regret flickered over her face, but it was quickly replaced with mask-like neutrality. She lowered her wand. Well, she forced out into the yawning silence. Shit. She gave an odd-sounding laugh. He pushed himself back upright. You dare, he said, his voice hoarse, and broke off in an involuntary cough. The discomfort was fading quickly, but he'd still had the air knocked out of him. He saw her throat work as she swallowed. She looked down at her wand with a bemused frown. Perhaps Ollivander was onto something about our wands. A pity. You used an unforgivable on me. Unpleasant, isn't it? She sneered, drawing herself up. Riddle thought she looked rather pale and shaken, though, despite her uncaring tone. She held his gaze a moment longer, and then abruptly turned on her heel and left him, marching back through the snow towards the house. Riddle took a few stumbling steps after her, before pausing to catch his breath. He took a moment to try to focus to think, but he was just in shock. She had tried to kill him. With an unforgivable. An unblockable killing curse which would have ended his life in an instant. Why hadn't it worked? There were a number of explanations, among them Ollivander's twaddle about bonded wands. But perhaps it was simpler. The number one rule of unforgivables was that the caster had to mean it from the depths of their soul, they had to wish pain, or control, or death, on their foe. Perhaps, no matter how angry she was at him, she couldn't quite bring herself to mean it. But that didn't change the fact that she'd tried. He looked up, but she had already disappeared. He followed, barely aware of the following minutes as he strode up to the house, his eyes wide and furious, his lips set in a thin, pale line. His fingers trembled very slightly, still from the adrenaline of his near-death experience, and the overwhelming need to latch his fingers on her throat and squeeze, to choke the life right out of her for her impudence. As he took the staircase 3 steps at a time, barely aware of the house elves scrambling to get out of his way, he began to see red. Red like anger. Red like blood. Red like the fire. Red like her lips as she callously formed the words to end his life. Amalia! He roared, bursting into the main bedroom of the house. Some sixth sense had led him here, and there she was, waiting for him, with not a hint of remorse in her cold eyes as she fearlessly met his incensed gaze. Her wand was holstered and out of sight, and he didn't bother drawing the spare he had, either. This was no longer something a duel could fix. Her lip curled. What? She spat, what do you want, Tom? An apology. She laughed, loud and mocking and utterly humorless. I regret nothing except that it didn't work. Then why didn't you try again? The stray thought silenced him. He stopped, glaring, breathing hard, unable to break her gaze, with the rage still thundering through him like an electrical current, as he tried to collect his scattered thoughts. What did he want? That was a good question. As his icy stare and furious silence continued, she ripped her eyes free from him and started pacing like a caged lion. What the fuck did you think would happen, Tom? She snarled furiously. Did you think I'd let it go? Did you think I'd let you invade my mind and then just walk away? Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Her voice rose to a shout at the end. Suddenly she stalked forward, her posture aggressive, challenging. Tom felt his pulse pick up in response. His eyes flickered to her lips, baring her teeth ever so slightly. And she continued, in a low, furious tone. Her eyes were dark, liquid pools of anger. I've been tolerating all of your shit for a long time now, you selfish prick, she hissed, and you've obviously taken it as a weakness. Well, I will not stand for this. I'm not some stupid classmate you can manipulate and toy with. You cannot threaten me, you cannot attack me and expect me to just take it. When did she get so close? He could count the individual eyelashes around her blazing eyes. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, she vowed savagely, I'll rip out your heart myself and make you eat it. There was a ringing silence after her tirade came to an end. Are you finished? He said quietly. His own anger simmered just below the surface, along with something else. Something he didn't recognize. She didn't step away. Her eyes narrowed, evidently taking his lack of expression as an insult. No. But we are. You obviously don't see me as an equal and I will never submit, you arrogant arsehole. Slam. Amelia's breath left her with a surprised huff as her back hit the wood-paneled wall, with enough force to shake a sprinkling of dust loose. Riddle loomed over her, pinning her in place with unforgiving fingers that bit into her shoulders, hard enough to bruise. Shhh, he hushed her, dark eyes drinking in her expression which reflected not an ounce of fear, but only spirited heat. You talk too much. He said in a low, dangerous tone, and I'm getting a headache. She glared balefully, and opened her mouth to tell him exactly where he could stick his misplaced aggression. He rolled his eyes, and leant in without warning. MMF. She was abruptly cut off as he roughly crushed his mouth against hers. Instantly she jerked back, eyes widening in shock, but he simply tightened his grip on her shoulders and pushed her even more securely up against the wall. Her instinctive struggle ceased as her mind caught up to her body. His kiss was not sweet, nor forgiving, but a harsh and consuming need to control. A heat of a different kind flooded through her unexpectedly in response. Still incensed at everything that had happened, Amalia found herself reciprocating, fighting for dominance. Instead of pushing him away, suddenly her hands were fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer, aggressively demanding more. This feels good. Amalia thought, almost drunk on the awareness of his skillful mouth on hers. Just as she'd always suspected, he was a fantastic kisser. Just like he was a fantastic liar. All her emotions had mixed up, lust and anger and adrenaline all blending until she no longer knew which way was up. He released her shoulder in favor of running a hand up the column of her throat, to tilt back her head and deepen the angle of the kiss, invading, exploring, nipping at her lips. She reached up and roughly raked her nails through the hair at the base of his skull, tangling her fingers through the neatly combed strands and tugging, musing up his perfectly styled hair just like she'd always wanted. This elicited a murmured oath from him, and he irritably yanked her wrist away from his hair, slamming it beside her head before resuming his plunder of her mouth. Amalia wasn't quite able to stifle an involuntary shudder as he ran his other hand down her throat, resting with a grip just shy of painful over her pulse, like a not-so-subtle warning for her to behave. Or was he? Through the haze of heated sensation, Amalia dimly realized he was monitoring her heart rate. The realization was like an ice-cold bucket of water dumped down her spine, stripping away her clouded thoughts like cobwebs in the wind. She stiffened. His movements were too sure. Too calculated. She was the fool. Again. Annoyance spiked through her, and she bit down. Hard. Tom jerked back. Ah, what the fuck? He swore, touching his lip. His fingers came away bloody. She brushed the lingering taste of him off her mouth with the back of her hand, disgusted with herself. You're just trying to manipulate me. She said coldly, I'm not stupid, Tom. Well, it didn't work, then. He snapped, grimacing as his lip throbbed, because you're still talking. She pushed herself off the wall and glared at him. I hate you. She said venomously. He sent her an icy stare right back. I hate you, too. He said stiffly. There was an heavy silence, as they just looked at each other. Tension thickened between them, but after recent events, the exact nature of the tension building between them was uncertain. Amalia was the first to break the silence. Get out. One eyebrow rose, challenging and stubborn. He made absolutely no other movement. After a moment of indecision, she huffed. Of this room. Get out of this room, Tom. I want to sleep. Don't call me that. I'll call you whatever I want. For an instant, he looked like he wanted to argue, but then something seemed to stop him. His eyes darkened a fraction, and for a second so brief, she might have imagined it, Amalia thought they darted to her mouth. But then he simply turned on his heel and stalked out of the room, closing the door behind him with a little more force than was absolutely necessary. Amalia let out a breath and sank down onto the side of the bed. She was angry at him, and she was emotionally raw from almost dying, and then being forced to relieve her worst memory. And the time on the clock was past 3 in the morning, she was exhausted. But after all that had happened, the one thing she absolutely could not stop thinking about was the confusing feeling of mouth on hers. The next day was Christmas Eve. Riddle woke up alone in a guest bedroom at around midday. He used a wash basin thoughtfully placed there by some industrious elf, and then dressed himself in clean clothes. Yawning, he made his way downstairs, where he was surprised to realize that, for once, he was awake before Amalia. As the elves rushed around preparing a late breakfast at his command, he wandered into the extensive library and chose a book at random to read. He was idly perusing the book, a mildly interesting treatise on levitation as a means of transport, while sitting at the dining room table, a cup of coffee in front of him, when Amalia finally emerged, dressed but still looking somewhat tired. He said nothing as she entered the room, but waited, watching with sharp eyes, for her reaction. Her jaw seemed to tighten at the sight of him, her eyes growing a little colder, but she didn't seem nearly as hostile as the previous day. Riddle took it as a good sign, absently touching his damaged lip as he sipped his coffee. He placed the cup back down on the table and decided to break the silence. "What's that?" he asked, nodding at the package wrapped in brown paper in her hand. She snorted, and threw the parcel onto the table, almost hitting his coffee, which he just managed to move out of the way with excellent reflexes. "Your Christmas present," she drawled. "Of course, I bought it when I wanted peace between us, you know, as an apology for calling you pathetic." He raised an eyebrow. "I guess I'm the pathetic one now," she sneered, "for failing so spectacularly to kill you." She threw herself down in the chair at the opposite end of the table. "I'll have to try harder next time," she muttered. Riddle decided to treat that last statement with the attention it deserved, none whatsoever, and slowly pulled the package closer, tearing the paper open to peer inside. "A diary," he said automatically, flicking through the blank pages with one hand. He looked up at her. "This wasn't necessary." "You're welcome," Amalia said acidly. She rolled her eyes and turned to Pippi, who was eagerly waiting at her elbow for orders. "Tea, please," she said, rubbing her temples. "Of course, Miss Grey." The elf chirped, and bounced away to the kitchen. After a moment of hesitation, Riddle inspected his present more closely. There was an insert which explained the enchantment on the diary, and how it could be used to keep the thoughts he wrote in it secret. It was actually quite a useful object. His fingers traced the black leather cover, itching for a quill to test it out. Perhaps he could write down his theories on the Department of Mysteries, and the connection with Elric it could help put his thoughts in order, if... Amalia was watching him with an inscrutable expression, though the way she was gripping her butter knife, as though she was itching to drive it through his larynx, was certainly worrying. He cleared his throat and wrapped up the diary again in its paper, placing it to one side. "I didn't get anything for you," he informed her, as she continued to watch him balefully. At this, her lips raised in a thin, humorless smile. "I know," she simply said. He struggled with himself for a moment. "It's a good present," he acknowledged stiffly. "I believe the usual phrase is thank you. He glared. "Amalia." She smirked. "Don't strain yourself, Tom." His eyes flashed at the deliberate use of his name, but he gritted his teeth and held back with difficulty. She was taunting him on purpose. She was still angry with him, and she was trying to get him to give her a reason to vent her anger. Oh yes, he knew her quite well by now. She wanted a confrontation. But, strangely, he didn't feel like fighting anymore. He was tired of fighting, with her. It was unfamiliar feeling. He decided to change the subject. "We have other goals before we head back to Hogwarts, don't we?" At her blank expression, he raised an incredulous eyebrow. "The stones, of course. We can try to translate them with that Sumerian alchemical dictionary." She blinked at him in disbelief. "We?" she repeated slowly. He shrugged easily. "There's today, tomorrow, and the next day. Then, we're on the train. We can save time by working together on it." She frowned. "You're being weird." "Why?" he asked, sipping his coffee. She stared at him. "I tried to kill you yesterday." He nodded. "You did." There was a hint of steel in his gaze which told her he hadn't forgotten about it. Knowing him, he was probably biding his time. "You kissed me," she stated next. "I did." "Why?" she demanded. His expression was perfectly blank. "You were being incredibly annoying. I thought it would distract you." He indicated his swollen lip. "Evidently, I was unsuccessful." She hummed, dissatisfied. Had his actions really been so calculated? In the cold light of day, it didn't seem that simple. Something was different. The way he looked at her was different. Tom smirked, his dark eyes watching her expression shift from irritation to caution. "Well," he drawled smugly, "if we're recapping recent events. Don't forget the part when I saved your life." She was jolted from her thoughts, and frowned. "How could I?" She threw back. "You cut it so close, I really thought for a moment you were going to just watch me die." He snorted. "If I wanted you dead, I'd do it myself." He smiled with chilling confidence. "Without failing, of course." She bared her teeth very slightly, and hissed, "Next time I'll drop a rock on your head, see if that spell works." He didn't blink. "You'd probably miss." Amalia glared. "If I make it through this holiday without at least trying to seriously maim you, it'll be a miracle." "It's Christmas Eve, Amalia," he deadpanned, waving off her comment like it was an annoying insect. Stop being so dramatic. Chapter 31, Revelations. Chapter 31, Revelations. Amalia was giving him the silent treatment. He didn't mind, exactly, he couldn't say he particularly wanted to talk to her. Although he did want to start working on the rune translations for the standing stones. Which was difficult if she kept leaving the room every time he tried to approach, throwing him a dirty look as she did. Alright, so maybe he did mind. Most of all, though, he wanted to speak about the memory, it was driving him crazy. He had so many questions. Had she really killed all those children? Did she remember more, or was that everything? What happened after she killed the man and the memory ended? How did she get out of the building? What happened next? He knew better than to ask, though, in case he provoked her into another fight. Which, without his wand, he would most certainly lose. So he held his tongue and decided to be patient. Amalia wasn't really the type to hold grudges. And after the kiss, well, he knew she wasn't unaffected by him, at least. There would be plenty of opportunities to explore that interesting fact, in future. After their awkward late breakfast, Amalia disappeared to poke around in the rest of the house for more clues to her past, and Riddle reluctantly wandered back to the library, sensing that he wouldn't be welcome to join her. He was surprised to feel irritated by the solitude. It was an unusual feeling, yes, he enjoyed having others around to order about, and to use, to inspire fear and awe. But he was experiencing a different kind of solitude this time, because Amalia wasn't a follower, or an enemy. He couldn't really explain it, but it was hard to concentrate on reading when he kept glancing at the staircase where she'd disappeared. It took a few, seemingly endless, hours for Amalia to return from her explorations, looking even moodier and now quite dusty. "Run me a bath," she wearily told Pippi, who had taken to trailing after her with an eager expression. Amalia slowed and came to a stop as she noticed Riddle standing there in the dining room, holding an open book in his hands, his dark gaze focused on her. There was a large pile of neatly sorted books arranged on the white oak table in front of him, taken from the library. "What?" she snapped half-heartedly. She was really making an effort to make it obvious that she still hadn't forgiven him for betraying her trust. "You didn't find anything upstairs?" he asked calmly, seemingly indifferent to her sharp tone. Amalia glared for a moment, before huffing, and folding her arms. "No. It looks like everything is gone. Not even a photo album," she said, sounding frustrated, "never mind clues to what kind of job my parents had, or, where Alric might have gone. I don't know what to do next." She massaged her temples, feeling emotionally wrung out. "All I needed was a bath," she thought bracingly to herself, "and then some food, and..." Her train of thought ground abruptly to a halt as she noticed that Riddle looked like he wanted to say something, but he was hesitating. Riddle never hesitated. She watched him as he closed his book slowly, meticulously sliding in a tasseled bookmark to keep his place. He looked like he was mentally preparing himself for something. She blinked as he turned to face her directly. "Amalia," he said in a deadpan voice, "you should be more patient." His mouth twitched up into an unnaturally forced smile, as if his teeth hurt. It came out a bit like a grimace. She frowned in confusion, feeling a little disturbed. "Tom. What are you doing?" she asked suspiciously. He almost sounded like... She stared incredulously at him for a long moment. "Are you trying to comfort me?" she guessed at last, dumbfounded. He made no reply, but just gave her a blank stare, while fidgeting a bit with the tassel on his bookmark. "You are." She shook her head. "Tom," she said, very forcefully, "please stop. It's just... it's unnatural." He instantly scowled. "I appreciate the effort," she assured him drily, "but it's... just don't." "As you wish," he replied acidly, sounding much more like himself. He deliberately turned his back on her, shoulders stiff with annoyance, and opened his book again. Amalia heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly left the room, heading down the hallway. From the walls, stern-faced distant relatives glared down at her. The paintings weren't moving, not all paintings in the wizarding world did. The secrets witnessed by their almond-shaped eyes, so similar to her own, would never be told. Alone for the moment, she leaned against the wall for a brief moment to just think. Once again Riddle had surprised her. She wasn't shocked that he'd tried to comfort her, not really. She knew he must be buzzing with more questions after seeing that memory, and impatient to start work on the moving stones, and so she'd expected that he'd try to reach out in some way. Get back on her good side. All selfishly motivated, of course, like the kiss had been. She still felt a stab of anger just thinking about it. But instead of smoothness and charm, flawless charisma and impeccable acting, like he always used when he was trying to manipulate someone, she'd gotten, whatever that was. And it could only mean one thing. He was really making an effort to reach out to her, a genuine effort. It was about as close to an apology as she was ever likely to get from him, and he might not even be consciously aware of it. But how did she feel about that? About him? He was Tom Riddle, dangerous and quick to anger and impatient and bad with waking up in the mornings. He was moody and childish, but also sometimes unexpectedly mature and intelligent and ambitious. And even after everything, she couldn't hate him. These thoughts milled around in her head for quite some time, even as she took a deliciously hot bath in a ostentatious, brass lion-clawed bathtub until her fingers started wrinkling. After stewing slowly for far too long, she dressed in her night clothes and a newly laundered bathrobe, which had probably been her mother's at some point, though she didn't dwell on it too long, and then wandered down to the kitchens, as it was almost dinner time. To her surprise, the old elf was there supervising dinner preparations, seated in her little wheeled box, obviously having been carried upstairs by the other elves. "Mina," she said upon entering the room. Instantly the elves busily preparing dinner scattered to make way for her, all bowing furiously. She waved them off absently, before hurriedly offering, "Can I help you with anything?" She felt a twinge of guilt. She'd promised the old elf she would come and visit her again to talk more about her past, but the whole day she'd been preoccupied with what she had privately started to call riddle drama. "Mistress Grey," Mina greeted somewhat formally, before her wrinkled face cracked into a warm, and slightly toothless, smile. "Knowing you're the same little Amy you used to be is more than enough. So polite, too. I think I can help you, though." She gestured at a small pile of brown-covered, square-shaped books. "I heard from the others that you were looking around upstairs, but I had these for safekeeping all along." Amalia stepped closer and opened the book on the top of the pile curiously. "Oh!" she exclaimed breathlessly, her fingers tracing a black and white photograph of a small baby, blinking blearily at the camera while waving its chubby little fists in the air. "This is me." Mina nodded fondly. "We can look through them together after dinner," she said happily. "Which reminds me, I do have a few things to discuss with you about the running of the household." Amalia blinked. "Oh. Sure." "Firstly," Mina said, sounding very businesslike, "what are your plans for this house?" Amalia considered carefully for a moment, frowning slightly. But she already knew her answer. "I don't have any emotional attachment to this place," she said simply. "I don't consider it my home, even if it was, a long time ago." She traced the cover of the album, wondering what other memories of a happier time lay inside. "It's not exactly safe, either. He could come back." She almost hoped he would. Amalia could show him just how good she was at burning things. Mina nodded sadly. "I understand. That doesn't mean all the elves need to leave, though." Amalia stressed, "Really? I know this is your home. I want all of the elves to live safely here, away from witches and wizards who might try to enslave you again." She was well aware that she was sitting on a gold mine here. House elves were a rare and coveted commodity in the wizarding world. Mina sucked on her cheek thoughtfully. "But are you sure you want to give up on the house? Bad memories aside, it has stood on this land for generations, it's saturated in protective charms and wards. Adding a few more could prevent your father from turning up unexpectedly." She fidgeted. "You might be safe at Hogwarts, but, if something happened, you could always come back here, you know." She looked up with her milky, sightless eyes hopefully. "You could make it your home. Make new memories." Amalia hesitated. "I guess," she said at last, "for now. I don't really have anywhere else besides Hogwarts, and a few places in Nocturne that, quite frankly, don't meet the same standards of hygiene." She was struck by a sudden thought. "I could tear off those hideous gargoyles," she realized. "And what about painting it a different color?" Mina nodded eagerly. "I'd like that." "Then it's settled," Amalia said, feeling satisfied with this new plan of action. Making new memories. Yes, she rather liked the sound of that. It wasn't running away from her past, or letting it control her. She could control her present, and decide her own future. "Oh, that reminds me," she said, struck suddenly by a thought that had been niggling at her for quite some time. "I've been wondering for a while now." She gestured at the busy elves running up and down the kitchen, looking like they were catering for a small army, not two skinny teenagers. "Where are you all getting the food?" Mina smiled. "The village," she answered promptly, as if it was obvious. Amalia frowned, somewhat bemused. "But, they're all muggles." "Yes. How are you buying it?" Mina chuckled. "Of course, we're not buying it. That would be, haha. Quite a sight to see." Amalia face-palmed. "You're stealing food from muggles." Mina waved a careless hand. "They have enough of it anyway. I believe they are convinced they have a mysterious rat problem, always spending a ridiculous amount of elaborate traps." She chuckled again, and then sobered. "Although, I remember sometimes when we had to go quite far to find rarer ingredients." Amalia sighed. This was happening when my parents were around. Mina nodded. They didn't even question where their food was coming from. Amalia was reaching new levels of disgust for her family. Well, I'm certainly not going to force any elf in my household to behave like a common thief, she said decisively. How much do you think you'll need each month to feed everyone? She asked. I'll have the money sent over, and you can. House elves are not permitted to use wizarding money. Interrupted Mina gently. Amalia scowled. That's ridiculous. She said hotly. That's, actually a wizarding law. The old elf nodded, seeming a little bemused by her reaction. It's just the way of the world. Not my world. Declared Amalia, getting all fired up, right. That's it. I'll get some money transferred here by Owl as soon as I have a chance, and you can order whatever you need, alright? Have a supplier drop off everything nearby, and then just fetch the delivery, you can do that, can't you? Mina reached out and clutched her hands tightly, tears gathering at the corners of her sightless eyes. I'm so glad you're home, my dear. The old elf sniffled. Amalia found herself getting a little weepy with all the emotion. Me, too. She sniffed thickly back. Time for dinner. Pippi trilled cheerfully, bouncing in and completely ruining the moment. Amalia could tell by the way she was practically vibrating with happiness that she'd been eavesdropping at the door, and had just heard their entire heartfelt conversation. Pippi, Amalia said suddenly, a small smile tugging at her mouth as she had a sudden flash of inspiration, go tell Riddle it's dinner time, will you? She requested innocently. Make sure you're extra enthusiastic and loud, okay? He's always in such a bad mood. He could deal with some cheering up. She couldn't help but feel smug as the house elf dashed to obey her command with zeal. It was good to take pleasure in the small things. Shortly after dinner, Riddle stifled a sneeze as he ran his fingertips over the dusty spines of the books in the library, his clever eyes searching for more interesting volumes. The library was quite big, since morning he'd barely explored a quarter of the space. After dinner, during which Amalia had been marginally more civil towards him, which was progress, at least, he'd followed her to the library, hopeful that they could start of their research of the moving stones at last. But Amalia seemed bent on stretching his patience to its limits. She had cloistered herself with the ancient blind elf on the couches at one end of the library, ignoring him to look at photos, of all things. It was very boring, listening to Amalia and the crippled house elf reminiscing together. He despised such sentimental rubbish. Who cared what flower-patterned booties she wore as an infant, anyway? Women. To be honest, the bookshelves weren't much more interesting than the conversation on the couches behind him. It seemed Amalia's parents had been great readers of history, particularly the obscure and long-winded. Endless numbered volumes of magic, a concise record filled up about 5 shelves alone. He skipped them and wandered over to one side, where a glass display case, newly buffed by some industrious elf, contained 3 large volumes. Instantly, his interest was piqued. At a glance, he realized that the volumes were all to do with ancestry and blood purity. 2 older books were obviously from the same series, Genus Argentum, and Genus Aurum. One book was heavily embossed with silver leaves, the other with gold, and seemed to have been written roughly 60 years ago. The third book looked much newer, the Pure Blood Directory, which was a volume Riddle was familiar with already. It detailed the Sacred 28, a record of all existing pure blood families. The Greys would have been included, but they had been widely believed to be extinct by 1930, when the book was published. The timeline didn't match up though, since, according to Mina, Amalia's parents would have been working at the ministry at that time. So why was there no record of them, after their marriage? It was very mysterious. He turned back to the other 2 books, picking up Genus Argentum and opening it. The spine made a creaking sound, as if it hadn't often been used. Skimming over the foreword, he discovered that the book was a record of all known magical families with mixed heritage, dating back hundreds of years. Flicking through the pages briefly, he spotted many surnames he recognized from Hogwarts. Putting it aside for the moment, he picked up Genus Aurum and examined it with more interest. This was a record of the most ancient, pure, magical families, and was much more comprehensive than the Sacred 28. He quickly found the page which detailed Amalia's family. There was a spidery sketch of an extensive family tree dating back to the early 1200s, and a cramped page detailing its origins. He read that the first record of the name Grey was during the Norman invasion of England in the 11th century, when an ordinary and unremarkable young wizard married a rich French heiress, Amélie de Toteny, who was from an unverifiably pure magical line at the time. Later, the author went on with a touch of asperity, other de Totenyes did intermarry with muggles and half-bloods, making them barely a footnote in the Genus Argentum. With the backing of de Toteny's great wealth, the new, pure Grey family quickly rose to prominence within the magical world, and at one point in the 1500s, was almost as prolific as the Blacks. After that, years of inbreeding and gradual isolation had slowly reduced their number, though the author noted that their wealth flourished and their purity remained pristine. Losing interest in reading about how rich and pure Amelia's ancestors were, Riddle sat down in a comfortable reading chair and continued browsing the genus Aurum, searching for a very particular name. Salazar Slytherin had an entire chapter dedicated to him and his possible descendants. Riddle wondered, as he often did in frustration, how many of them had inherited his most famous of talents, Parseltongue. He had made inquiries, trying to find out if any other pure-blood families had shown the ability, but his efforts bore no fruit. After Slytherin left Hogwarts in rebellion against the policy on Muggleborns and half-bloods, little was known about his movements. He became reclusive and jealously guarded the identities of his wife and children. There was a tentative connection to a family with the name of Gaunt, but for some reason, Riddle had never been able to find out much about that line. Perhaps this book would be more forthcoming? He settled in to read, taking his time to examine the history of Slytherin as it was discussed in the book with conjecture and guesswork about possible origins and relations. It all seemed very vague. This family might be related to that distantly, on the basis that the children had similar names and things along that line. Obviously the author had been very interested in Slytherin, but there wasn't much he wrote that had a solid basis in fact. Finally, Riddle got to a page addressing the rumors of a connection with the Gaunt family. Apparently, the Gaunts themselves had proclaimed their ancestor as Slytherin, but due to a lack of information available, a full 2 centuries of missing records that could definitively prove a relation, their claims had been largely ignored by historians. Nevertheless, the author included a small family tree of the known Gaunts. Riddle schemed over the family tree, frustrated by yet another dead end. It sounded like the Gaunts had simply claimed a relation in the hopes of gaining respect and prestige. Then he froze. Marvolo Gaunt. His birth date was scrawled 1850. There was no other information. Heart thundering in his chest, Riddle stared at the name as disbelief and a dawning excitement broke upon him. Marvolo, it couldn't be a coincidence. A Gaunt. He was related to a Gaunt somehow. This had to be his grandfather. It was the only way the dates worked out. And the Gaunts claimed a relation to Slytherin, and he was a Parselmouth. Of course, it all made sense. He'd always known he was Slytherin's heir, of course. He'd felt it, but this was proof. And if he could somehow find out where the last Gaunts were, he could finally know the truth about his own parents. How the heir of Slytherin had ended up in a Muggle orphanage, there must be some kind of explanation. He froze, waiting for his heart to slow down. It was racing with excitement, and gathered his thoughts. It wasn't so shocking. He'd always known he was different. Special. Riddle cast a look over to Amalia, cheerfully chatting away to the house elf, and his lip curled into a superior smirk. So what if she had money? She couldn't claim to be the heir to anything but gold. Amalia stayed up with Mina until it was quite late, and she could barely keep her eyes open. Feeling in a much better mood, particularly after her bath, food, and listening to Mina's reminiscences about her forgotten childhood, Amalia rose and stretched, saying good night to the old elf. She cast a look over to the other side of the library, where Riddle seemed engrossed in a large book, comfortably nestled in a reading chair next to a lamp. He seemed very focused. Yawning, she turned her back on him and made her way upstairs. Once back in the room, she cleaned her teeth, brushed her hair, and then slipped out of her robe and into bed, pulling the heavy quilted covers up to her chin. Smiling, she closed her eyes peacefully. Suddenly the door was abruptly yanked open. What the? She struggled to sit upright, glaring. Tom. He had just walked in, without knocking or anything, and he looked annoyingly awake and unrepentant. Amalia, he said, in a businesslike tone, where is the alchemical dictionary? And your notes? Are they in your trunk? He didn't wait for her reply, but strode over to the trunk, trying to tug it open. Of course, it was enchanted, and wouldn't open for anyone except Amalia. Frustrated, he looked up expectantly at her. She groaned and flopped down on her back. Ugh! Do you have to do this now? She complained. What is wrong with you? Go to sleep. I want to get started on the rune translations. He said unapologetically. Since you seem completely uninterested. I'm not uninterested. She protested. We can do it tomorrow, all right? I don't want. He sat down resolutely on the bed and folded his arms, fixing her with a stubborn stare. I'm not leaving without that book, Amalia. She considered hexing him. Her wand was easily within reach, as always, but that would just escalate things. Again. And it would probably delay her sleep even more, in the long run. Muttering under her breath about inconsiderate idiots with an unusual tolerance for sleep deprivation, she fought her way out of bed and stomped over to her trunk, unlocking it and digging around inside. She retrieved a chaotic sheaf of parchments with her notes on it. She'd already made a start during their last night at the Humping Crab, and the book, and thrust them at Riddle, hoping it would be enough to move him. He didn't get up, but merely accepted the pile with a grimace, straightening the untidy sheets with precise movements, like the obsessive neat freak he is, Amalia thought nastily. He looked up after a brief moment to scowl at her. I can't read your scrawl. He told her disparagingly. Make your own bloody notes, then. That would be counterproductive, he said absently, frowning at the letters, since you have a better understanding of runes anyway. TCH, he huffed, annoyed, you literally write like a 3-year-old. Amalia couldn't help a faint flush of color rising in her cheeks at his unusual praise, even though it had immediately been followed by an insult. Well, this 3-year-old needs her sleep, she drawled, covering up her embarrassing reaction. I'm still supposed to be mad at him. She reminded herself sternly. Mental torture equaled, at least 3 days of anger. And it hadn't even been 24 hours since she'd attempted to kill him. Their relationship was so weird. She shook herself out of her thoughts just in time to see Riddle kick off his shoes and then scoot back on the bed, until his back was comfortably pressed up against the wide, velvet-lined headboard, his long legs stretched out and elegantly crossed at the ankles in front of him. What are you doing? She spluttered, unable to deny that the picture of Riddle, in repose could definitely become a famous piece of art. He raised an unamused eyebrow, as if it was obvious. Come here, he ordered, patting the empty side of the large bed next to him. Translate your scrawl into English, and then I'll go. She stared at him incredulously for a long moment, and then sighed, all the fight going out of her in a huff of exhaled breath. It was obvious he wasn't going to budge until he got what he wanted, the selfish brat. Grumbling, she crawled over the bed and settled in next to him, pulling the blanket over her legs. He was lying on top of the covers, at least, so there wouldn't be any cuddling this time, not if she could help it. Or kissing. Or touching of any kind. As if hearing her thoughts, Riddle shuffled closer on the bed, until their shoulders were brushing. Amalia instantly stiffened, intensely aware of the heat of his skin on hers, only separated by his thin white shirt. For the first time since he barged in, she regretted wearing a sleeveless nightdress. In a strange role reversal, he didn't seem to notice their proximity. Or perhaps he was doing it on purpose. It was probably on purpose. Start here. He pointed at the heading on the page. What the hell is that? When he turned his head to look at her, she could feel his soft breath on her cheek. Ahem. She cleared her throat unnecessarily, and then focused on the page. Translation of Moving Stones Runes, Attempt 1. Isn't that obvious? She said indignantly. It really isn't, he muttered, shaking his head. And this? It's obviously. She paused, and then leant in closer, squinting. Wait. Actually, I have no idea what I wrote there. She admitted, somewhat sheepishly. He rolled his eyes at her incompetence, but then his mouth curved up into this little amused smirk, and Amalia found herself getting distracted again. She hurriedly dragged her eyes away from him and climbed back out of bed again, her bare feet cold on the carpeted floor. Here, she said distractedly, retrieving a quill and ink pot from her bag, underline the words you don't understand so long. Good idea, he said, accepting the items and then confidently using them to draw long lines under what looked like most sentences, with a determined glint in his eye. She had no idea where this burst of productivity had come from, but it looked like it was going to be a long night. To distract herself from her tiredness, and the attractive bastard lying spread out on her bed, Amalia meandered over to a small side table standing in one corner of the room. On it was an ancient radio, which she'd discovered earlier in the day and pulled out of a cupboard with the intention to test it out. She figured now was as good a time as any. She turned the knob back and forth for a while, listening for the crackling static to change. Some news abroad. Came a lively voice from the machine, and Amalia stopped. On the bed behind her, Tom looked up from his perusal of her notes. As usual, we have our news correspondent, Zebediah Smith, to tell us the damage. A serious-sounding monotone broke in. Well, here it is, Jordan. New reports coming in from the continent have placed Grindelwald's push west to be just inside the French border, raising concerns that the French ministry, already overstretched with the Muggle war raging around them, might make some sort of deal, if... Now, Smith. Jordan broke in, let's not give the French so little credit. They've held out so far, haven't they? Surely a deal with a thug like Grindelwald is only going to make things worse. Speculation and guesswork is useless, Smith cut him off, sounding slightly annoyed. However, my sources do say that public opinion in France is beginning to sway to his side. You've got to remember, his entire rhetoric revolves around ruling over the Muggles and Muggleborns, for the greater good. I'm so sick of hearing that. Sighed Jordan. And that has been gaining a lot of traction with the public in light of the Muggle war. The Muggles are killing each other by the million. It's hardly surprising that people are starting to think we should step in. Hummed Jordan skeptically, to be honest, it's the stepping out that worries me. It's one thing to restore peace and order by force, but after that? Grindelwald would be stuck with a population of billions of Muggles who need to accept him as some evil overlord for the greater good. I just don't see that happening without even worse bloodshed. You could be right there, Smith said somberly. And in other news, he continued, a rogue manticore has been causing terror in the sleepy town of Rosenberg, Switzerland. What's your opinion on the war? Amalia asked Tom curiously. He looked up. Grindelwald is a fool. He said with a sneer, for the greater good? Ridiculous. The magical and muggle world needs to remain separate for a reason. They're too stupid and weak to even comprehend magic. They are not worthy. He scowled. I say let them kill each other in their petty wars, it's no concern of ours. Grindelwald thinks he can make a difference by getting involved. Hey, he snorted derisively, self-righteous old fool. Amalia rolled her eyes. Only Riddle could make Grindelwald sound like an annoying do-gooder, like a church-going busybody who baked too many cakes, not the tyrannical leader of an abolitionist movement. I agree that our worlds are better off separate, Amalia said fairly, but I don't hate muggles as you do. I think they do the best with what they have. A world without magic is a rather dull one. You are naive. He said shortly, because you have never lived among them. Perhaps, she allowed, but there are muggleborns who. Do not compare me with them, he snapped instantly, his dark eyes boring into hers. Muggleborns are the worst stain on magic to exist. Her eyebrows rose at the almost fanatical gleam in his eyes. Why? She asked cautiously. She turned the radio off to hear his response. Isn't it obvious? He snarled and put down the papers. This was just about the most emotional she'd ever seen him. Muggle sympathizers, all of them, bringing weak blood into magical families, threatening our world from the inside. We've lasted centuries, Tom, Amalia argued, with a frown. If magic was going to die out from interbreeding with muggles and muggleborns, it would have happened already. In fact, the magical population is higher than it's ever. And the muggle population is many times bigger than it ever was. Soon, if it hasn't happened already, muggleborns will outnumber the rest of us, and eventually drive us extinct. All that history, all the bloodline nobility, diluted by muggle filth. He spat venomously. TCH, Amalia clicked her tongue, so dramatic. If you ask me, pure blood intermarriage is a much bigger problem. Do you know the number of squibs the pure blood families produce? They keep it quiet, of course. Not to mention their general instability. Kalidara's got a number of crazy cousins. If wizards and witches had cared less about preserving their name and started marrying out sooner, the magical population would have been much healthier by now. You're a fool if you think. We can agree to disagree. Amalia interrupted, noting the stubborn line of his jaw. He wasn't about to change his mind. She wasn't, either. You are wrong, he said irritably, but whatever. She crawled back into bed beside him, noting that the way they argued had somehow become so domestic, and sighed, slumping back on the cushions. Okay, Tom, let's figure this out. She yawned. If I can stay awake, that is. You'd better, he muttered, and dragged the book closer again. Now, you translated this part already? Here. He pointed. She nodded, her academic side perking up despite her tiredness. I think it's right, although the translation reads quite differently if you reference it to chapter 3. Look, I'll show you. But despite her best efforts, and Riddle's annoyance, she kept nodding off as soon as there was a lull in the conversation, and eventually she fell completely asleep, even forgetting to remind Riddle to go back to his own room. And she didn't find out until the next morning whether he had or not. Chapter 32, Homecoming. Monster 32, Homecoming. The Hogwarts Express chugged slowly into view, white clouds of steam billowing cheerfully out the engine, as the high-pitched screeching of the brakes rang out across platform 9 3/4. Amalia and Tom waited silently, standing apart from the few other knots of students and tearful relatives saying extended goodbyes. The train would be waiting in the station for another hour before it was scheduled to leave, 11 o'clock sharp, but an unspoken agreement, they had decided to come to King's Cross early. Amalia was just as keen as Tom was to get back to the one place she really felt like she could call home, even more than her newly claimed estate on the Isle of Wight. She had enjoyed Christmas, with all its ups and downs, but it had been exhausting. Mostly because of the person standing to her right. She snuck a glance at Riddle, her brown eyes thoughtful, traveling over his Hogwarts robes, over which he was wearing the dark green coat she'd bought him. The bruises and wounds he'd had from the orphanage had completely healed by now, and he was looking vampirishly handsome with his fair skin and dark hair in the weak winter sunlight. At his side was a medium-sized trunk, black, of course, with silver trim recently bought with his newly acquired fortune. They had split up early that morning in Diagon Alley, after traveling via house elf apparition from Brading. Amalia took the opportunity to buy presents for Colidora, Anne, Charlotte, and Rosier, and also small gifts for Dumbledore and Slughorn, since she wanted to stay on their good sides. She'd also bought a bottle of aged fire whiskey for Professor Beery, as a thank you for directing the play. Riddle, well, she left him outside Gringotts with an excited gleam in his eye, and what he did after that was anyone's guess. He probably spent the unaccompanied hour or so shopping, exploring the options that excessive wealth could bring. She wondered if she should be worried. Sensing her gaze, he turned his head to meet her eyes, one eyebrow lifting in an unimpressed query. What? He demanded. Amalia inclined her head. Can't a girl admire her companion? She said with a coquettish smile. I care nothing for your admiration. Came his instant, cold reply, and he averted his eyes dismissively. But she noticed a slight smugness to his expression which told her that he was flattered by the half-teasing comment. What did you buy? She asked next, nodding at the mysterious trunk. She was quite unable to hold back her inquisitiveness. He definitely had a smug expression now as he folded his arms. None of your business. He replied smoothly. Her curiosity instantly increased tenfold. She sidled closer. Ah, come in, Tom. The last few days together had achieved a few things, one of which was that he was no longer glaring every time she said his name. Please. She whined, just give me a hint. She decided to test her luck, and tugged lightly on his sleeve, her fingers slipping around his forearm. He instantly tensed, and scowled at her. You're such a brat. She grinned. No death threats today? How thrilling. I can look and touch. He shook her off irritably. Behave. He ordered, and Amalia didn't miss the way his eyes uncomfortably flickered over to the crowds, sweeping them for anyone he knew. Are you embarrassed to be seen with me? She asked him frankly. Well, I wouldn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. He drawled. Which would be? She prompted, smirking. That I'm your girlfriend. That I've been doing anything but tolerating your presence up to this point. He said coldly, and the flinty look in his eyes made her smirk fade slightly. But she rallied, and faked an exaggerated, hurt look, clutching at her heart. How can you say that after everything we've been through? She remonstrated. And especially after, you know, that morning. Christmas morning. His jaw tensed, but otherwise, he ignored her. She grinned wickedly. Well. I guess it'll just be our little secret, then. No one else has to know. He stared fixedly at the train, his body angled away from her. Her cheerfulness dampened slightly, she said a little more seriously, you know, Tom, I thank Merlin. He muttered to himself, as the doors to the train finally swung open. He immediately picked up the handle to his trunk and strode away from her, heading straight for the nearest open compartment. Amalia closed her mouth, swallowing the words she'd wanted to say. Instead, after a moment's deliberation, she called out, see you at school. He gave no indication that he'd heard her at all and disappeared inside. She knew better than to follow him. He'd been more withdrawn than usual ever since they'd arrived at the station, and now. Is that his plan? She wondered, her eyes narrowing slightly. Returning to Hogwarts, and pretending none of it ever happened? She was, intrigued. He seemed to be acting deliberately, and that usually meant he was cooking up some kind of dastardly plan. But it somehow felt different to before, there was no way they could go back to being mortal enemies. Rivals, yes. But she couldn't hate him. She wondered if he felt the same, or if he was purposefully trying to distance himself so that they could go back to their old animosity. She sighed, and shook her head, deciding to put her riddle drama out of her mind for the moment. Whatever he was planning, she'd probably find out sooner or later. Glancing at the growing crowd, she broke into a genuine smile as she spotted Kalidora and Anne. It was a great feeling, to have friends to wait for. On the train, they immediately swapped gifts as they waited to leave the station. Wow! Kalidora exclaimed, bouncing up and down on the train seat as she goggled at the expensive book Amalia had bought her. Quidditch for England was proudly emblazoned across the cover, along with some famous Quidditch player hovering on his broom and grinning toothily up at her. This is the special edition. Amalia nodded. Yup. There's apparently a signature from someone important just inside. Kalidora squealed as she saw it. Wah! This is Malcolm Fairweathers. He was so amazing in the 1939 World Cup, managed to get the quaffle in right over Ludovic Giscoff's head. You've created a monster. Anne said drily, speaking over Kalidora's enthusiastic babbling. Thanks for this so much, she continued, holding up the enchanted desk organizer Amalia had gotten her. It's so useful. I can't believe I didn't think of getting one before. You're welcome. Amalia said warmly. On her lap was her opened presents, a purple scarf embroidered with decorative swirls from Anne, a box of homemade, or elf-made, she suspected, biscuits from Kalidora, and a, rather cheap-looking, self-refilling quill from Charlotte. She expectantly turned to the petite girl, who had just unwrapped her present. It's a bracelet. Charlotte said dubiously, gingerly holding up the delicate charm bracelet as if she was afraid it would burst into flames at any moment. Oh, that's pretty. Anne complimented. It was a striking piece of jewelry, silver with green gems arranged like flowers, and from the shine and workmanship it was obviously quite valuable. What does it do? Charlotte asked cautiously. Amelia's smile widened innocently. Why, it doesn't do anything, silly. She chuckled, it's purely decorative. She crossed the compartment and sat down next to her. Here, let me help you put it on. She offered kindly, and took the bracelet out of Charlotte's hesitant hands, to carefully join the clasp around her narrow wrist. The small clasp made an oddly final sound as it closed, and Charlotte uneasily realized the bracelet was not loose enough to take off without releasing the clasp. Assuming she could. Amalia, still smiling somewhat creepily, clapped her on the shoulder and then returned to her seat at the window, opposite her. There. She said sweetly, now, no matter where you are or what you're doing. You'll always be reminded of our friendship. Charlotte fiddled with it uncomfortably. Thank you. She squeaked, subdued. She seemed to have realized that going against Amalia from now on would be unwise. Amalia grinned to herself and looked out the train window, as she felt the engines rumble to life. Soft snowflakes had begun to fall outside, settling on the waving parents and relatives standing on the platform. Suddenly she froze, eyes widening, as her gaze settled on a man. A man she knew in her bones just who he was. And even through the glass, his eyes were fixed on her, a familiar smirk, reminiscent of her own, playing about his mouth. He had brown eyes, neatly parted hair, a trimmed beard, and was demurely dressed in expensive-looking, slate-grey robes. Her mouth was dry. It was him. Anger ripped through her so strongly she felt a flash of heat at her fingertips and he raised a hand, in farewell? Greeting? A gesture that meant until next time? And then he took a step forward, and vanished in a swirl of robes, disapparating so abruptly she blinked and almost wished she'd imagined the whole thing. The train lurched into life, pistons speeding up as it took her out of London, and out of danger. Amalia. Came Kalidara's uncertain voice, and she realized that her friends had been trying to talk to her for a while. She swallowed down her turbulent emotions, and turned to them with a forced smile. Sorry, what did you say? I was distracted. Why did she suddenly have an overwhelming urge to see Tom? Anne looked compassionate, her eyes softening. That's okay. Was it hard, spending the holidays by yourself? She obviously assumed Amalia had been watching the families on the platform, and wished for her own. Oh, the irony that it was almost the exact opposite. Tom wouldn't appreciate me barging into his catch-up session with his little squad, she rationalized internally. And also, how would that look? Hey Tom, I know you're trying to ignore me now that we're heading back to Hogwarts, but I just saw my father on the platform, I think he was mocking me, and it's kind of a big deal. She took a steadying breath. No. Just because Tom had helped her out a little over Christmas, didn't mean she would go running to him every time she felt in danger. Hell, he was the one putting her in danger most of the time. They were not friends. She could not rely on him. She could not trust him. But that was okay. She'd always been alone. And it was safer that way, even if over Christmas, she'd begun to think that maybe things had changed. Anne was still talking. And you know, if had come over to stay with my family, or Dora's. Well, she blushed slightly, it would be really fun. I feel like we've been friends forever. Kalidora looked up from her book just long enough to loudly agree and flash a wide smile. Amalia took a breath, and relaxed, feeling a pleasurable warmth uncurling within an inexplicable fondness for the other two girls. I know. She said simply, and I'm really grateful to be friends with you. She was surprised by how sincere she was, despite how cheesy it felt to say. It means a lot. She admitted quietly. To have friends. Anne pulled her into a one-armed hug, and the shock and anger from the unexpected sighting slowly left her. Instead, she felt a newfound determination to protect this feeling, of safety, of belonging. Alric could creepily stalk her and send masked French wizards after her all he wanted, she was not going to be taken away from this. Kalidora put her book aside at last and swung her legs up to rest on Anne's lap. Anne simply tutted indulgently and shifted so they were both more comfortable. So, she said decisively, what were you up to in the holidays, She narrowed her eyes slightly. And don't invent some outrageous lie, either we deserve to know. You can trust us. Anne nodded with a slight smile. Amalia paused, and then grinned wickedly. Well. If you must know. Yes. Kalidora said eagerly, sitting a little straighter. I eloped with Riddle and booked us a room in the Leaky Cauldron, where we spent the night finding comfort in each other's arms. She said, straight-faced. After that, we met a werewolf, a wandmaker and several goblins. We enslaved a troop of house elves and killed a man. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Oh, then we dueled, and then we kissed, and then we ended up in bed, again. She nodded. That about sums it up. It was certainly an interesting Christmas. They all stared at her, wide-eyed for a moment, and then Kalidora roared with laughter. Anne shook her head wearily, huffing, oh, you shouldn't lie about those sort of things. Kalidora calmed down, rolling her eyes, fine, keep your awesome adventures to yourself if you really want to, but next time choose something we'd actually believe, Malia. Amalia grinned innocently. I'll remember that for next time. She assured her. As the conversation turned to other things, namely Kalidorum moaning about spending 10 days among her relatives, Amalia sat back and let her mind wander back to that morning. Amalia was a light sleeper. Whether it was a trait she'd always had, or had developed over time sleeping fitfully in a variety of unsafe locations in Nocturne and other seedy bolt holes around London, she wasn't sure. But she had a knack for waking up quickly, and rapidly becoming aware of her surroundings. So when her eyes fluttered open, she noticed a couple of things simultaneously. There was a warm body spooning her from behind, an arm wrapped securely around her waist, trapping her against a lean chest. And he was awake. She could tell by the pace of his steady breathing, warm on the back of her neck. Riddle. He gave a sleepy grunt in response, but made no other movement. So, awake, but not entirely so. That explained a lot. Comfortable. After a few seconds, he suddenly started to move, his body tensing as he woke up a little more, and, evidently realizing their sleeping arrangement, started to pull away. She latched onto his arm before he could move, and since he was still slow with sleep, it wasn't hard for her to turn around, so that she was facing him, almost nose to nose, holding his arm in place, half wrapped around her side. Alertness flooded into his dark eyes, boring into hers with a slightly startled look. She relished the rarity of that expression, the feeling that, for once, she could shock him. She smirked. Why don't we stay like this? She suggested. Since you seem to like it so much. This is the, third time, isn't it? Let go of me, Grey. He demanded in a low, dangerous voice. Excitement flared in response to his tone, her natural caution flying out of the window. You know, she said conversationally, when you're angry, I swear your eyes change color. She shifted closer, gazing into the topic of conversation without a trace of fear. It was a little like staring into the eye of a storm, a hurricane, a maelstrom of such power you couldn't help but be pulled in. Her nose nudged his gently, her breath warm on his tight-lipped mouth. They're so dark right now, I can barely see your pupils. She marveled. His gaze flickered, his thick eyelashes shuddering slightly as his expression tightened. And then suddenly she was pinned down on the bed, wrists trapped by his unforgiving grasp as he stared down at her from above. Tom, she started, breathless, her mouth falling open slightly as she dragged in air. He bent closer, until his lips just hovered over hers, teasing. It's too bad, he murmured softly, and then a malicious smirk curled his lips, before he hissed, that I'm just not interested. And he rolled off her and got out of bed. Moving without haste or urgency, he gathered up the papers and the alchemical dictionary that they'd left on a side table, and picked up his shoes from beside the bed. Don't take forever getting up. He said coldly over his shoulder on his way out, looking completely indifferent to what had just happened. We're finishing the translation today, end of story. The door slammed shut on his way out. After Riddle had so thoroughly turned the tables on her attempt to make him feel flustered and uncomfortable for once, Amalia had been more cautious than usual as she ventured downstairs. But breakfast passed without more drama, and his mood seemed to improve after a strong coffee. Like the previous night, he fell into an incredibly productive state of mind, and the rest of the day they got through all the translations for the first moving stone. They bickered almost constantly, but it was also extremely satisfying to discuss and debate something as complicated as runic theories with an intellectual equal. Finally, they knew what the clue was, a strong hint that a blood sacrifice was required at the stone, to be given with a particular ritual knife at the precise stroke of midnight. It was altogether too simple, there was no doubt in either of their minds that the knife would be cursed in some way, or that the blood sacrifice would cause something bad to happen. Over a sumptuous Christmas dinner cooked by the elves, they brainstormed possible ways of preparing for the unexpected. That night they slept apart. The next day Amalia insisted on getting out of the house, and somehow convinced Riddle to join her in redecorating the exterior, tearing down the gargoyles and trying out different color palettes on the walls and window frames. It was all very domestic. Riddle got more interested when they found out that to make such big aesthetic changes, they had to find ways around the enchantments protecting the building, without completely disabling them. Which meant another sojourn to the library, to look up high-level wards, charms and curses. After a late lunch of Christmas leftovers, Riddle seemed to really get into the whole redecoration plan, and argued strongly against beige, on the grounds that it was so mundane it reminded him of muggles. In the end they settled on white walls and light grey window frames and shutters, which looked much more cheerful and welcoming. The next day they were back on the train, and Christmas was over. They were heading back home, separated and with no reason to collaborate anymore for the first time in over a week. Amalia found herself quietly hoping that, despite his sudden, apparent indifference, things between them had changed. Because deep down, in her innermost, most secret of thoughts, she already missed him. Author's note. In canon the Christmas holidays are 2 weeks long, but I realized with my timeline that all the events up to Christmas Eve had only taken about 6 days. Christmas brings it to 7, Boxing Day to 8, and then 1 extra day for house decorating, and on the 10th day they get on the train for Hogwarts. I thought I'd clarify that, just in case it seemed longer, which it did for me. Seriously, the Christmas arc was about halfway written since 2015, and then it took on a life of its own. Chapter 33, The Knights of Walpurgis. Author's note. Okay, this is a short one. It was turning into a longer chapter with too much going on, and it would have taken another week to be publishable, to my standards, if I kept to my usual 5,000 to 6,000 word length. So, you get this shorter one, and hopefully the next one will be out before the end of the month, smiley face. Chapter 33, The Knights of Walpurgis. Theodore Rozier pushed open the door to the come and go room, currently serving as their clubhouse/official meeting place, and wandered in, glancing around at the other boys. It was the second night back at the castle after the Christmas holidays, and the first official meeting of Riddle's group, unofficially named the Knights of Walpurgis. Dolohov and Avery were playing the wizard's form of pool billiards, which consisted of 12 enchanted balls per side, magically suspended an inch above a black felt table. Hitting the different colored balls created different effects, like shooting sparks or random sounds. When the room first presented them with the table, Avery had tried to curse some of the balls to attack the opposing player when hit, but he hadn't been completely successful. Now some of balls were just combustible if struck at a certain angle, which at least made the game more interesting. Lestrange, Knott, and Mulciber were observing, offering criticism and advice in equal measure. There was an open crate of butterbeers, and a few bottles of the slightly more alcoholic wizard's brew, on the ground next to the few plush couches arranged in the center of the room. They looked up expectantly as the door opened, but quickly lost interest when they recognized the slim boy. Rozier, Avery whined while lining up his next shot on the pool table, when is Riddle arriving? With an expert tap of the pool cue, he sunk a ball which bounced twice in the pocket, emitting purple sparks in celebration, before disappearing. How would I know? Rozier retorted, shrugging, have another butterbeer while we wait, I'm sure it won't be long. He reached into the crate and tossed a brown glass bottle at the other boy. Avery caught it one-handed, eyes brightening, and took a swig, easily distracted from the subject. Well, you're the one always hanging around him, Dolohov commented, smirking. Don't you have his schedule penciled in somewhere? Mulciber and Knott tittered idiotically. Rozier glared, no, I don't. Shocking. Sneered Dolohov. Rozier gestured vaguely at the cheerfully lit space they were occupying, he wouldn't have wanted us to meet in the room tonight if he wasn't coming. Eventually. Snorted Avery. He was already rosy-cheeked from the alcohol. Could be hours still, knowing Riddle. Rozier scowled. You should watch your tone. If Riddle heard you talking like that. Dolohov suddenly pushed himself off the edge of the pool table and sauntered closer, you know, he drawled arrogantly, you've changed. I've noticed it for a while now, but you've become quite the cocky little shit, haven't you? No longer flinching at shadows and avoiding our eyes. Rozier met his gaze steadily. He had changed, and the reason was simple. Without the constant anxiety of having to tiptoe around Riddle, he'd realized his own worth. And quite frankly, the other boys in the group could never inspire the same amount of fear and respect that Riddle did. Compared to their leader, their attempts at intimidation were laughable. He'd made the resolution over Christmas, he wouldn't stand for their bullying anymore. Back off, Dolohov, he said with quiet intensity, we should discuss what Riddle asked us to do in the holidays, before he... Suddenly Dolohov gave a small nod directed over his shoulder, and Rozier found his arms painfully twisted behind his back, the rock-solid form of Lestrange holding him in place. He tried to twist away, but Lestrange only gave him a little shake, like a dog with a toy. Where do you think you're going? He growled, amused. Avery abandoned his next shot and put down his pool cue, grinning excitedly as he joined Dolohov. Panting slightly, Rozier gave up struggling, and merely kept a cautious eye on the two boys in front of him, swaggering up and down. He still couldn't bring himself to feel genuinely scared, yet he was just annoyed. I think it's time to put you in your place, announced Dolohov. Go to hell. Rozier told him, glaring. Here, use this, sniggered Avery, and passed Dolohov his half-full butterbeer. Dolohov grinned. Let's see. Why don't we have you drink this through your nose until you stop feeling so high and mighty, Hold him still, Lestrange. The larger boy rumbled in agreement. Rozier resigned himself to the situation. This was going to be unpleasant, sure, but it wouldn't leave any lasting damage except to his ego, and he'd never had much of that to begin with. They weren't even going to use magic, and he knew they'd stop before going too far. They were just bored, looking for a laugh, and he was an easy target. It wasn't the first time. He knew that in a few days, he'd be welcomed back into the fold, and praised as being a good sport, as if he'd volunteered for the whole ordeal. Mulciber and Knott were usually more sympathetic, though he noticed they never lifted a finger to help him. He braced himself as Dolohov roughly grabbed his chin and forcibly tilted his head back, grinning as he raised the bottle of butterbeer. Rosier held his breath. Well, well. A cool voice interrupted them. Looks like you've started the fun without me. Dolohov hurriedly turned around. Riddle. He said nervously, it's, good to see you. Did you have a good haul? Care to explain what this is? Riddle said coldly, gesturing at Rosier, still being held by Lestrange. He strolled into the room, and put down a small satchel next to the couch, before reclining comfortably in the seat, his eyes dark and unreadable as they flickered around the group. Rosier was thirsty, sneered Lestrange, not budging an inch. Rosier wondered what he would do, if he would do anything at all. Their arrangement hadn't included anything about other people bullying Rosier, unless it was about his sexual orientation. In that case, Riddle had promised to protect him. Perhaps that was what he was trying to find out, whether or not he was required to step in. Just a bit of fun, piped up Avery, fidgeting, like you said, Riddle. Dolohov seemed uncertain as to whether he should continue. After an awkward glance at Riddle's impassive face, he gave a small shrug and raised the bottle again, tilting it towards Rosier's face. Wait! Commanded Riddle softly, and Dolohov immediately froze. Yes. Rosier's heart suddenly soared with hope. Riddle tut. That's not how you do it, at all. His heart dropped to somewhere south of Australia. What is your goal? Riddle gestured vaguely at the scene before him. You're providing a threat, but it's useless unless you specify the reason. Otherwise the victim won't change his behavior. Dolohov considered, licking his lips. He was unsure of how to judge Riddle's mood, whether he was really supportive, or just playing his own game. Well, he said slowly, I want Rosier to stop thinking he's above us. I don't Gurk. Rosier started protesting, but was immediately cut off when Lestrange changed his grip, a tight headlock, one meaty arm across his throat. His arms flailed, but Lestrange was immovable. Too vague, commented Riddle, ignoring Rosier's outburst, be more specific. Dolohov considered. I want him to acknowledge that. He paused, thinking. Avery sniggered, that he's the dog of the Knights of Walpurgis. He offered excitedly. Dolohov grinned. Perfect. Say it, Rosier. He commanded, then chuckled. Lestrange, let him talk for a moment. Rosier dragged in some much-needed air as the pressure on his throat eased. I'm the dog of the Knights of Walpurgis. He said dutifully, his voice croaking. Dolohov pouted. Well, it's no fun if you don't fight back. But you still have that look in your eyes like you're better than us. I don't think you've quite learnt your lesson yet. A dog should know his masters, don't you think? Avery, summon that bottle of fire whiskey from our dorm. That should make more of an impact. Clap, clap, clap. Dolohov looked around as Riddle applauded, slowly and deliberately, from his position on the couch, his legs crossed elegantly at the heels. Very nice, Dolohov, he praised, but then his smirk fell away, changing his expression into something uglier, but I still have a few criticisms. The temperature in the room suddenly seemed to drop. He drew his wand so fluidly, there was no time for anyone to react. Evert statum. Rosier's knees hit the ground as the pressure holding him up was suddenly ripped away. He panted, massaging his neck, and then shakily pushed himself to his feet. Riddle rose from the couch, and sedately strolled past him, his dark eyes filled with malice, fixed on the group of groaning boys lying on the other side of the room. He flicked his wand again. Eponymize. They suddenly found themselves hanging a foot off the ground in a row, with their backs pinned to the wall, stuck like flies on fly paper. Riddle folded his arms, satisfied, and watched them yell and struggle, unable to break the sticking charm. Silence! He ordered softly, and there was instantly no noise, other than Knot, who had begun to snivel. Rosier felt himself shiver at the cool, commanding tone, even though for once he wasn't on the receiving end. He hadn't been for quite some time, after the whole almost tortured into insanity thing. Now then, Riddle said smoothly. Let's get some things straightened out. There is only one master of the Knights of Walpurgis, and it certainly isn't you, Dolohov. Riddle, I didn't mean, Dolohov stammered around a dry tongue. Nor is it you, Avery, nor even you, Lestrange. The taller boy glared for only a moment, before averting his eyes submissively. And as your master, I don't approve of you fighting amongst each other. Especially when there's more important work to be done. I even got you all a present for Christmas. But let's put this unpleasantness behind us, shall we? He held out a hand expectantly, without looking. Rosier. He prompted. Rosier was used to catering to his whims, and quickly realized what he wanted. He fetched Riddle's satchel from the floor by the couch and brought it to him. Riddle smirked at him sideways, for the first time making eye contact. Good dog. He praised, his tone mocking. Rosier flushed in irritation, but knew better than to argue. And without the undercurrent of intimidation, it seemed more teasing than insulting, somehow. It was easier to bear. Riddle flicked his wand, and the other boys were dropped roughly to the floor, released by the spell. They hurriedly got to their feet as Riddle reached into the bag. He brought out a handful of shining silver pocket watches, and tossed one to each boy. Rosier caught his and examined it with interest. They were engraved with the Slytherin serpent on the back, but otherwise looked quite ordinary. He wondered where Riddle had gotten them. They looked expensive, and he knew Riddle wasn't very well off. Riddle held up his own, slightly bigger and more ornate, so that they could see. Here we have a perfectly ordinary pocket watch. It tells the time, as intended. But, when the button on the top is held for longer than 3 seconds, it changes. He demonstrated, and they all copied him obediently. Rosier watched in fascination as the plain numbers on the face melted away, to be replaced by 7 miniature portraits of themselves arranged around the circumference, with Riddle, looking darkly handsome, replacing the 12 at the very top. Each of the portraits were enchanted to move, blinking, shifting in place, looking around slowly. "This is how we will communicate between meetings from now on," announced Riddle. "Messages I want you to see will appear written on the center of the clock face. And I will keep track of your movements. If I wish to know where one of you is, the hands of the clock will point in the direction of your real location, like a compass. I can also tell if I'm being an unsatisfactory leader." His smile dripped with poisonous sincerity as he suddenly narrowed his eyes at Avery, who paled. "I am never late, Leonard Avery," he hissed. "I arrive precisely when I mean to." Avery raised his hands defensively as he backed away, eyes wide and terrified. "I didn't. How did you?" He suddenly broke off with a choked noise, his hands flying up to the collar of his robes, which was suddenly restricting his breathing, along with all his other clothes, tightening like iron bands. Within seconds he was writhing soundlessly on the ground, face turning from ashy white to blotchy red, and then purple. The others watched him in horrified silence, not making a move to help him, terrified they would be next. "Take a look at your timepiece," Riddle said pleasantly, watching Avery writhe with an amused smirk. "This is a good demonstration of another feature." Rosier looked down, as did the others, and saw to his shock that Avery's portrait had changed to reflect his choking, contorted face, and was flashing with a steady, vibrant red, reflecting his racing pulse. "I can tell when one of you is in trouble," Riddle explained genially, and then his voice darkened in threat, "or will be in trouble. Let this serve as a reminder that insubordination and infighting will not be tolerated." His portrait on the timepiece was smirking, his painted eyes turned to Avery's picture. "Riddle," Rosier said with a hint of worry, as he noticed Avery's thrashing change to only the occasional twitch. "I think he's had enough." Riddle hummed lazily. "Perhaps," he allowed, and lifted the spell. Avery slumped to the ground, motionless. His eyes rolled back in his head. Dolohov dropped to his knees beside him, frantically feeling for a pulse. "Is he okay?" Mulciber asked in a small voice. "He's just passed out," Dolohov announced eventually, sounding relieved. "Well, I'm sure I've left you all with a lot to think about," Riddle said smoothly. "Keep the timepiece on you at all times. Make sure anyone who looks at it only sees the ordinary clock face. I'll be in touch soon." He turned to leave. "Rosier, with me," he commanded. "I need to discuss some plans with you." Rosier gave a start at suddenly being addressed, looking up from Avery's still form after a moment with wide eyes. Sure." Riddle swept out of the room, Rosier following close behind, leaving a silence full of fear in his wake. Riddle inhaled deeply, and exhaled with a faint smile on his face as he left the come-and-go room. "It's good to be back," he murmured to himself. "You don't think that was a little extreme?" Rosier suggested cautiously, trotting to keep up with Riddle's longer-legged stride. Riddle snorted. "Absolutely not. I have no time for fools. I have even less time for insubordinate fools." "But how did you know he complained about your lateness?" Rosier asked curiously. "Did you somehow hear what he was saying?" Riddle looked smug. "Mine is rather special. I had an interesting idea over the holidays when one of you mentions my name. What you're saying appears in writing on my timepiece." He glanced at Rosier, and then looked away dismissively. "Your loyalty is appreciated, by the way," he added, as an afterthought. Rosier flushed to the tips of his ears. Thanks," he muttered, for stopping them. "This is the last time," Riddle warned, suddenly irritable. "You're only useful to me if you can stand on your own 2 feet. Remember that." Rosier nodded. "Could you teach me?" he asked hopefully. "Some spells I can use in self-defense." He had done his own research, but somehow his academic brilliance had never really translated into practice. Riddle raised an eyebrow. "The last time I gave you a dueling lesson you ended up in tears." "When was that?" "3rd year." He reminded him dryly. Rosier scowled. That's cause you were demonstrating the curses on me first. He protested. Did I? Riddle smirked. Oh. That explains it. Rosier grimaced. There was a time when he'd argued with Amalia about Riddle's lack of a sense of humor, but now that he wasn't terrified of everything that came out of his mouth, he had started to see it. His jokes were malicious and morbid, but no doubt he found them funny. And Amalia, apparently. Please. He prompted anyway, hoping he wouldn't regret it. Riddle rolled his eyes. If I have time. He said noncommittally. Thanks. Muttered Rosier. Where did you get the pocket watches? He asked next, emboldened by Riddle's uncharacteristic responsiveness. A rather expensive clockmaker in Diagon Alley, he replied with a smirk. I came into a rather large amount of money during the holidays. He explained, opening up a whole other avenue of inquiry. Where did he started? Enough. Riddle interrupted. Let's discuss plans for next weekend. I need an alibi that I am staying in the castle all weekend. You'll be my witness. Rosier frowned. Okay. But where will you actually be? Riddle smiled darkly. In the Forbidden Forest, with Amalia Grey. Which just left Rosier with even more questions. Author's note. So the pocket watches are a mix between the Weasley's enchanted clock and the enchanted coins used by the Day. I figured that if Riddle suddenly had access to a massive fortune, the first thing he'd do is figure out a method of having even more control over his followers. And the non-HP wizard reference in this chapter was? Laughing face. Also, what is Riddle planning? Chapter 34, Indifference. Chapter 34, Indifference. Riddle really hated Transfiguration. He detested sitting in the classroom, listening to the old fool drone on. As if he was such a great teacher. The other students certainly seemed to think so. Dumbledore was even reasonably popular among the Slytherins, though of course he was biased towards his own house. Favoritism wasn't exactly an unusual concept. Slughorn, for example, almost exclusively invited Slytherins to his slug club. But Dumbledore, well, he pretended he didn't have favorites, but the truth was obvious. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the old man beckon Amalia to approach the front of the classroom. He tensed, feeling his stomach clench uncomfortably. This was the reason he'd arrived uncharacteristically early for Transfiguration. Before the bell had even tolled the start of the period, it was their first Transfiguration class since they'd gotten back from Christmas break. Everyone was chatting quietly with their friends, taking the few minutes to catch up after the holidays. Vapid and irritating, the lot of them, he sneered internally, glancing to the side as a nearby Hufflepuff girl tittered idiotically at something her friend had said. His eyes quickly slid back to Amalia, rising from her seat next to call Idora in the front row. Riddle was not sitting in his usual spot, choosing instead to position himself strategically in the center of the classroom. He had predicted this, prepared for it. He could only hope Amalia had, too. She looked as composed as ever, almost serene, as she approached Dumbledore's desk with a warm smile of greeting. But Riddle had spent a good few days in her company, and he could tell she wasn't completely at ease. Her fingers, almost hidden in her loose sleeves, were clenched, white-knuckled. Good morning, Professor. She chirped winningly, with a charming flick of her hair. Riddle gave a soft snort. Such a consummate liar. And to you, my dear, Dumbledore was saying, friendly but with a hint of clever suspicion in his blue eyes, so, tell me. How was your Christmas? That was it. The big question. To Amalia's credit, she seemed utterly innocent as she tapped her chin thoughtfully for a moment, pondering her response, though Riddle was 200% sure she'd prepared and rehearsed for this conversation. After a moment, she beamed. It was enlightening. She said earnestly. I got to see a side to family life I'd never been exposed to before. Riddle stifled an odd-sounding cough. The audacity! He was almost impressed. Dumbledore nodded slowly, completely unaware of anything off about her response. I'm glad. You stayed with the Blacks, correct? The whole holiday. She nodded. That's what it says on my permission slip. She quipped. Suddenly Dumbledore seemed a little less convinced, eyeing her speculatively. Riddle pressed his lips together, a simmering rage slowly building inside him. Was Dumbledore using low-level legilimency on her? In the middle of the classroom? His fingers bit into his desk, knuckles turning white at the thought. It was so unethical. Amalia's smile seemed a bit strained as she weathered the scrutiny. What did you do for Christmas Day? Dumbledore prompted next, his light tone suddenly making his interrogation seem quite casual. Kalidara's mom made a gigantic turkey. Amalia answered immediately. Riddle mused that the lack of hesitation was probably from listening to that loud-mouthed friend of hers talking about her holiday. And I got homemade cookies as a present, she added, they're really delicious. As if struck by a sudden thought, she suddenly reached into her satchel, which had been conveniently slung over one shoulder, and drew out a brown paper packet. I actually have some with me. Would you like to try one, Professor? Dumbledore seemed momentarily taken aback, but then the last of his suspicion seemed to melt off his face, as he smiled warmly at her and accepted a cookie. Don't mind if I do, thank you. Interrogation passed, Amalia managed another charming smile and then turned, to return to her seat. Oh, just one moment, my dear. Dumbledore waved her back, and gave a regretful smile. I must ask. Did you use magic at all during the holidays? For a moment Amalia seemed to freeze in place, and Riddle leant forward slightly, curious to see how she could get out of this one. Because Dumbledore had a way of knowing when you lied, or were too evasive, and this question was so direct. Yes. She said at last, looking slightly shamefaced. I'm sorry, Professor. It was hard to adjust, not being able to use my magic all the time. I slipped up a couple of times. He gazed at her for a long moment, expression unreadable. For Riddle, and Amalia, he assumed, the moment seemed to stretch on for eternity. Because if Dumbledore asked for specifics, she was done, and by extension, so was Riddle. It would only take one hesitation, one flicker of uncertainty, and Dumbledore would demand to know every scrap of information about how she spent her Christmas. But it seemed luck, and Amalia's acting skills, was on their side, because he eventually nodded. I appreciate your honesty. He said solemnly. I'll overlook it for now, but do try harder in future, Miss Grey, please. Our wizarding laws are in place to protect us, remember that. Of course, sir, Amalia agreed hastily. Thank you for understanding. I'll be more careful. Riddle's jaw almost hit the table. Amalia walked on very slightly wobbly legs to her seat, looking a little dazed at her success. Her gaze flickered up at Met as he quickly schooled his face to calm impassivity. She gave him a wry smirk. He appreciates your honesty. Riddle mouthed, glancing behind her, but Dumbledore had started writing the title of the lesson on the blackboard, and had his back to them. Her grin widened. Honesty is the best policy. She mouthed back, and then added on a sly wink. Riddle suddenly remembered his plan, and busied himself getting out his textbook and notes, abruptly ignoring her. But she approached anyway, and he could tell she was frowning now, with his peripheral vision. Tom, she started in a low voice, can we talk later? In the library. Get lost, Grey. He interrupted coldly, avoiding eye contact as if she annoyed him. Class is about to start. She seemed on the verge of speaking, but then abruptly turned on her heel and went back to her seat, her shoulders high and tense. His lips twitched up into a small smile. He wondered if she was angry at his tone, or if she felt hurt by his indifference. How sentimental. How pathetic. It was amusing. 2 days later, the Slytherin common room. Amalia. What? Amalia looked up, blinking, at Anne's quiet voice. You're doing it again. She looked down at the armrest of the couch, and then yelped and snatched her hand away. Whoops. She said sheepishly, and used her wand to repair the 5 burn marks seared into the material by her bare fingers. Charlotte's nose wrinkled as she waved a hand in front of her face. How do you do that without noticing? It smells awful when it starts smoldering. Amalia shook her head slightly, forcing a smile for her friends. Just, lost in thought, I guess. Must be pretty dark thoughts, joked Kalidora. You have no idea, Amalia thought sourly to herself. She'd fallen into a pretty bad mood in the last 2 days. Riddle had resisted all her efforts to just talk to him, and she still hadn't figured out why. She was starting to actually believe he did hate her, or, at least, wanted to hate her so much that he was willing to forget everything that had happened between them. Hey, Kalidora added, her easy smile slowly slipping off her face as she watched Amalia glare into the fireplace with a quite frankly dangerous gleam in her eye. You're not planning on doing something? I don't know. Amalia-ish, are you? What's that supposed to mean? She threw back, with no real interest in the conversation. Kalidora thought for a moment. Well, are you thinking of burning someone instead of the couch? Like you did with Davies? Amalia stood restlessly. I'm not sure yet. She said grimly, and strode off. Behind her, she heard Charlotte's confused voice, are you going to bed? And then Kalidora's excited guffawing as they realized where she was heading, someone is getting toasted, that's the boys' dormitory. She ignored their loud voices, and paused in the stairwell, listening. By the sounds of it, most of the 5th-year boys were in their dorm, with the door wide open. But they were quite subdued. Riddle had to be in there, too. She knew that if she asked to talk to him again, he'd just tell her to clear off. Suddenly she was fed up with all of it. Perhaps taking a riskier, less predictable approach would get his attention long enough for her to find out what the hell was going on? Without giving herself time to overthink it, she glanced surreptitiously around and then quickly shape-shifted into her animagus form. Now a black cat, she slinked down the stairs with a confident, purposeful gait. It was strange how she always felt stronger, somehow, when she was in this form, even though in reality she was smaller and somewhat vulnerable. She minced right into the large room and immediately focused her ember eyes on her prey Tom, reclining comfortably on his bed next to a pile of dusty-looking books, one of which he was fully engrossed in reading, his clever, dark eyes flying across the pages. Without slowing down, she trotted right over and sprang up onto the bed, her sharp claws gripping the plush fabric. He looked up at the feeling of her light weight landing on the edge of the bed. For a moment they just stared at each other, unblinking onyx eyes to amber. Amalia also became aware that the rest of the boys in the room had fallen silent, and were staring in shock at their leader, who was suddenly face to face with a sassy-looking black cat. "Is that?" Dolohov said faintly. "It's a cat," said Avery dumbly. "But why is it here?" hissed Dolohov. Riddle blinked first. "No idea," he said after a moment, and then turned his gaze dismissively back to his book. The cat's tail instantly started lashing in irritation. The Slytherin boys all watched with open mouths as it twined sinuously around Riddle's forearm, pulling its slender body onto his stomach, so that its head poked up and blocked his view of the book. He sighed. Do you want me to take it out?" Rosier offered, always the first to come to his aid. The cat crouched down, its claws sinking warningly into Riddle's shirt, just pricking his skin. It would not be removed without a fight. He hummed. "No. All of you, leave us. Go to the common room until I call you back." "Leave you, and the cat?" Rosier repeated in disbelief. The cat started purring loudly in triumph. Riddle smirked. "That's right." The others started filing out of the room, muttering but too cowed after recent events to question the command. Rosier hesitated. Riddle." He started cautiously, "Please don't kill someone else's pet." His smile only widened. "Out, Rosier." Rosier left reluctantly, closing the door behind him. "So." Riddle turned his attention to the black cat sitting on his stomach, purring like a small tractor. "I didn't think you would get separation anxiety like this. We only spent a few days together, Grey." The cat stopped purring, narrowing its eyes in warning. "If I'd known you would get this attached," he continued conversationally, "I would have chosen to remain at the orphanage. It's rather pathetic." With a swish of a tail, the cat bounded off the bed and had barely hit the floorboards before Amalia had shape-shifted back into her human form. "And if I'd known you were going to be such a frigid arsehole," she snarled right back, "I would have left you there." His smile melted away as if it had never existed. "Speak your piece, and get out," he told her. "I'm rather busy." She deflated slightly, almost missing the passionate back and forth of their past arguments. It was preferable to this, indifference. She glanced at the titles of the books he was reading, and frowned. Curses? Spellbreaking and magical traps. Indeed. He inclined his head at her, watching her expression, but still seemed somewhat detached. As if the conversation bored him. "I thought it might be useful, given what is happening this weekend." Amalia started to get a really bad feeling. "What's happening this weekend?" she asked uneasily. He couldn't mean. "Don't tell me you forgot." Riddle raised his eyebrows incredulously. "We made a pact, didn't we? One last duel. One survivor." Her mouth was dry. "But that was before." "Before what?" he said icily. "Before we ate ice cream together? Bonded over redecorating your house? Which will be mine, by the way, once you're dead." He shrugged. "I'll have to do something about those house elves." "Well, they should fetch a good price, at least." She clenched her fists. "Tom, are you really serious?" she said hollowly, staring at him. "You really want to do this?" He glared at her. "Are you going back on your word?" he demanded. She licked her lips. "No." "Then get your affairs in order, Grey," he ordered simply, "because it all ends on Saturday night. I was going to send you a note with the precise details, but we might as well do it now. Meet me at the location of the moving stones at midnight. I think that's rather appropriate. Make your excuses to your friends. We agreed nothing will lead back to the victor of the match." "This is ridiculous!" she burst out, frustrated. "What's wrong with you?" "I don't care what you want," he stated simply, cutting her off. "But even if you don't have the stomach for it, at least try to make it a challenge." He held up the book in his hands, an encyclopedia of curses, and smirked. "You should look up the companion book to this in the library, or it will be a very short match indeed." "Screw you, Tom Riddle!" she hissed and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Amalia walked with heavy steps up from the boys' dormitories, a heavy scowl on her face. How on earth was she going to figure this out? She didn't want to kill him. Hell, she barely understood her own feelings for him at all, but they were strong, and certainly not of hate. Well, right this moment she was pretty angry, but not enough to consider murdering him. However, if he really wasn't interested in her, at all, even as a platonic collaborator on the moving stones, then perhaps this was inevitable? Amalia. She looked up to see Rosier staring at her in confusion, and gave him a weak smile, her mind still on her disturbing talk with Riddle. He looked suspiciously from her to the stairwell, and then his eyes widened. Were you? No. What? She winced, realizing he'd just figured out her super-secret special ability. She should have known it was too reckless. SHHH, okay? No one else knows. His eyes were like saucers. You were talking to Riddle. She nodded, rubbing her eyes tiredly. It didn't exactly go well. A thought struck her. You don't know what he's planning, do you? She asked hopefully. This weekend? Has he mentioned me, at all? She seriously doubted he would risk everything in a fair fight. No, he would probably lay some kind of trap, hence his research materials. Rosier shook his head violently at her question, and actually took a step backwards. No, Amalia, don't start with that again. She blinked at him. What do you mean? Rosier. She took a closer look at him and did a double take. Are you okay? He looked on the verge of tears. He gave a long sniff. I'm fine. He tried to turn away. You're obviously not. Amalia said firmly, and took his arm. Come, let's. Why don't we sit down? She suggested, tell me what's wrong. He let her lead him to the couches, and they sat down together. For some reason the common room was empty. She assumed her friends had gone to bed, and perhaps the banished Slytherin boys had relocated to the come-and-go room. With no one around to witness them, it seemed Rosier was getting quite emotional. Amalia squeezed his hand comfortingly. He started, his voice wavering slightly. Riddle's been in a really good mood this week, and I thought it had something to do with the holidays. He was with you, wasn't he? He wouldn't tell me, but I figured it out anyway. Amalia was surprised at this admission, but it started to make sense as she thought about it. Rosier had spent the last 5 years at Riddle's beck and call. Of course he would be able to read between the lines, and pick up subtle hints through close observation. I was hoping you weren't enemies anymore, but now. He shrugged helplessly. I don't like it when you fight. He ended in a small voice. Neither do I, she assured him quickly. Trust me, I want things to be better between us. It's just, at the moment, she struggled to find words to explain the fact that they might be murdering each other in a few days, without freaking him out further. We want different things right now. She explained, wincing, but I'm hopeful that things will improve. Soon. Before it's too late. He's just very stubborn, that's all. And potentially a psychopath. Rosier looked down at his hands, an unhappy frown on his face. I hate being stuck in the middle. Like I have to pick sides. Amalia shook her head, that's not what I want. Really? I won't ask you to choose. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Damn, she thought, depressed, now I can't use Rosier to find out what Tom's up to. He might really start crying. You should know that, whatever happens. I still care about you. And it's not your fault. If I have to kill Riddle, you're going to hate me, she mused, resigned. Likewise, he might never forgive Riddle if Amalia was murdered and buried somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. This whole situation didn't have a happy ending for anyone involved. She forced a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Do you feel better now? Rosier managed a small smile in return. A bit. Riddle probably knows you spoke to me, through your little pocket watches. She pointed out. How do you know about them? Rosier asked, surprised. Amalia smiled pityingly at him. I'm not an idiot. You all suddenly develop an interest in checking the time on identical watches every 5 minutes, and speak his name as if it's cursed. Obvious, really. Oh. Rosier shrugged and shook his head. I don't think he checks up on me that much. He knows I wouldn't betray him. He gave a proud little smile. Amalia gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, Rosier, she groaned internally, but I really don't have a choice. I might just have to kill that cold-blooded bastard. Author's note. Riddle thinks it's unethical of Dumbledore to use legilimency on his students, lol. Bit like the cauldron calling the kettle black, isn't it? Also, isn't Amalia and Rosier's conversation a bit like they're discussing a messy divorce? Winking and laughing. Chapter 35, An Elaborate Trap. Author's note. Last weekend I was away, but I kept scribbling away in my spare time. I promise if I do decide to take a complete hiatus I will let you people know ahead of time. For now, work and life is quite busy, so I can't guarantee a new update every 2 weeks, which is the current goal, but I'm really feeling good about this next story arc. I enjoy taking the time to write when I can, winky face. Thanks so much for all your supportive reviews, it really means a lot when you guys make an effort to tell me what you like about Monster and where you want the story to go. Remember that you can also ask me questions and check for updates on all my fanfics on Twitter, Phoenyx634. Chapter 35, An Elaborate Trap. Amalia glared at the innocent-looking grey book, currently resting on the highest shelf. This was the book on counter curses that Riddle had maliciously suggested she take out of the library, and 3 days later she was grudgingly complying with the advice. She'd wasted days trying to figure a way out of this duel, some method of convincing him it wasn't necessary, but at last she had to admit defeat. The fight was happening, and now all she could do was try her best to prepare. Perhaps, when, she thought fiercely, she won their duel, she wouldn't have to kill him, she could just incapacitate him long enough to talk him out of their continued animosity. She had already disregarded the idea of letting him win, getting it out of his system, because it was far too dangerous. He was capable of killing her in the heat of a duel, she didn't doubt it, and she knew if he went all out, she wouldn't have the luxury of letting him do anything. No, just winning wouldn't be enough for him. He had categorically stated that the point was for only one of them to survive, and she knew he was stubborn enough to accept nothing less. Mercy just wasn't in his nature. And so she was in the library, glaring up at this book that seemed to symbolize her frustration perfectly. Firstly, it was meant to be in the restricted section, but instead it was here, above the shelves dedicated to herbology and care of magical creatures. It had already taken her 20 minutes and a navigational spell just to find it, and that was after she'd taken the time to sweet-talk an idiotic 7th-year Hufflepuff into searching the restricted section for it. After all that, no spell seemed to work to coax it down to her level. She knew exactly who to blame, who else could it be? Riddle knew curiosity was her weakness, which was why he'd suggested checking out the book in the first place. She knew it couldn't be a permanent sticking charm, the library was enchanted against things like that and he wouldn't have risked getting caught doing something against the rules. She suspected all he'd done was enchant it to be impervious to magic. Meaning she had to use a ladder. There was one right in the same aisle, conveniently located within easy reach. She stared at it suspiciously. No force on earth would tempt her to use it, it was cursed for sure. But her only other option was scaling the shelves herself. Or perhaps, a levitation charm? She scowled. Levitating herself in the library would cause an embarrassing scene, which was obviously Riddle's true goal. She sighed and looked around for inspiration, there had to be another way. Perhaps conjuring up a controlled wind of some kind to tip it off the shelf? Her eyes fell on a certain student, reading at a nearby table. She blinked at him in shock. He had to be the biggest student she'd ever seen. Her lips flashed into a triumphant smile. She strode over with all the regality that befitted the Queen of Slytherin, and leaned casually on the edge of the table in front of the boy. "Hello," she said with a friendly smile. "I don't think we've officially met." The enormous Gryffindor with shaggy hair and wide, innocent eyes looked up in surprise from a book he'd been frowning at, and his already ruddy face went even redder. Emma. Do you have a name?" Amalia asked, one elegant eyebrow raised in slight amusement at his stuttering. "Rubius." Hagrid." He managed at last, blinking as if he was staring into a bright light. "Hagrid," Amalia repeated calmly, wondering if he was dim-witted, or just very shy. She stuck out her hand politely, "I'm Amalia Grey." He gaped at her hand as if she'd just brandished a knife at him. She waited patiently, and suddenly he recognized the gesture for what it was. Now resembling a hairy tomato, he reached out to shake her hand, a tentative smile crinkling up his face. Amalia was surprised by the gentleness with which his large hand enveloped hers, and moved carefully in a slow handshake, as if he was holding something precious made out of glass. "Nice to meet you," she said, feeling touched by his obvious naivety. She got the feeling that the entire manipulative speech, a mixture of blatant flirtation and subtle intimidation, that she'd planned out wasn't necessary at all. She decided to cut right to the chase. "Could you help me? I can't reach one of the higher shelves." He didn't even ask why she didn't use a stepladder, "I'm afraid of heights" was the excuse she'd prepared, but thrust himself immediately and enthusiastically away from the table, which rattled violently and caused irritated exclamations from the other students at the other end. "Sure I can," he enthused, bounding to his feet. "What book do ya need?" He had a thick West Country accent, and seemed very good-natured. "Poor kid," she mused to herself, "he's just asking to be taken advantage of." She sighed. He was lucky she didn't have some ulterior motive. Someone like Riddle could easily tear him apart in seconds, and he probably wouldn't even notice until his life lay in ruins. "Up there," she pointed, "that grey one." "No problem," said the enormous boy, stretching up and plucking the book off the high shelf easily. As she suspected, it wasn't a sticking charm at all. She took the book from him and smiled, pleased at having defeated yet another of Riddle's evil schemes in his never-ending quest to make her life difficult. "Thanks, Hagrid." He beamed at her. "Anytime." And then just stood there, flexing his plate-sized hands as if he was just itching to be of more use. Amalia hesitated. I wonder. I hope I'm not being insensitive, but... Are you part giant? She asked with genuine curiosity. Instantly his face fell, a certain defensiveness replacing his friendly smile. And what if I am? He retorted, shrinking back from her slightly as if he couldn't believe his own audacity. She patted his arm consolingly. I really didn't mean anything by it, Hagrid, she hastily assured him, I was only curious. Of course, your ancestry is none of my business. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. He blinked in confusion. Oh. He said, still cautious. Well. Alright then. Yeah, me mum was a giantess. Dad's a wizard, though. She noticed his briefly eyes flicker down to her Slytherin tie, and she smiled wryly. I know, unusual, isn't it? A Slytherin who doesn't care for blood purity. She stepped closer and said conspiratorially, between you and me, Hagrid? I think our world would be much more interesting with more half-bloods. Muggleborns, too. She stepped back and tipped him a wink, raising one sly finger to her lips. But don't tell the other Slytherins I said that. She gave a silvery laugh, I quite like wearing green. With that, and one last impish smile, she turned and walked away, leaving Hagrid looking somewhat dazed behind her. Friday, 9 p.m. Amalia lingered in the narrow doorway, craning her neck around the stone to peer out into the night. It was a small and somewhat unobtrusive side entrance, at least compared to the other grand entrances around the clock tower courtyard and the Great Hall, that students tended to use to get in and out of the castle after curfew. It led out to the grounds, nearest the greenhouses, and always seemed deserted after dinner since it was so far away from the library, dormitories, or anywhere that anyone would have a legitimate reason to visit after hours. She tensed as she suddenly heard voices approaching, along with the crunch of several pairs of shoes in the thin crust of snow covering the ground. Swore he once dated Avila, but I don't believe a word of it. The voice was slightly hushed in the still night air, yet recognizably brash. Amalia smiled thinly, and fingered her wand as she waited in the shadows. I dunno, Avery. Another voice said, it's possible, right? He showed us that picture. Pa. Avery snorted dismissively. An idiot like McClagan wouldn't have a chance with a three-headed goblin, never mind a. He broke off suddenly and came to a dead halt mid-step as he spotted Amalia waiting in the doorway, causing the two boys following him to stumble awkwardly into his back. Well, she drawled. Fancy seeing you out here, Avery. A little late for a walk, isn't it? She kept her voice light and friendly, yet she didn't move from her position leaning against the stone wall with legs crossed at the ankles, blocking their path. Well? She prompted, when they just glanced at each other uncertainly, what about you, not? Mulciber? The three of you out so late at night, you might have been caught by a prefect or a teacher. She smiled at them sweetly. It's a good thing it's only me to witness this transgression. Avery smiled weakly in response. He seemed not to know where to look. Well. Yes. Lucky it's just you. Why are you out here? Piped up Not, a frown replacing his usual vacant expression. Amalia flatly ignored him. Avery, she said, suddenly businesslike, let's cut to the chase. You three were in the Forbidden Forest on Riddle's instructions, she said matter-of-factly, what were you doing? He blinked. No we weren't. He said lamely. Mulciber guffawed at the weak denial. Avery turned and kicked him in the shins roughly, hissing at him to shut up. Amalia rolled her eyes, losing her temper at last. It had been a long and stressful week, and with the answers right before her, she found she had absolutely zero patience left. I don't have the time for your stupidity, she snarled, and in a trice she had pushed herself off the wall, stalked forward, and suddenly grabbed Avery by the collar of his robes. She yanked him forward slightly as her wand pushed up his chin, the tip digging into the soft flesh just under his jaw. He yelped at the unexpectedly rough treatment and tried to wriggle away, but despite her smaller size, she was stronger than she looked. Amalia! He gasped, standing on tiptoes to raise his head away from her wand, which had started to spark. What are you? Mulciber made a small movement forward, as if he was about to intervene, then froze as Amalia turned her icy gaze on him. She saw his throat bob as he swallowed hard. Now, she said in a voice of frightening calm, turning her attention back to her captive. Let's not make this unpleasant. What were you doing in the Forbidden Forest? I can't tell you that. Avery instantly whined, really, Amalia, Riddle told us specifically not to tell you. Well, he's not here right now, is he? He's not about to curse you into next week out of sheer irritation. I am. She pointed out. But he'll still know. Wailed Avery. The pocket watches, they. I'm well aware of what they do. She snarled, kicking herself mentally. Of course they'd be too scared to tell her anything, knowing that Tom was potentially eavesdropping on their every conversation. He had them well trained, She had to give him that. It was a pity she hadn't spent any time developing legilimency skills of her own. She pursed her lips, considering her options. You too, she snapped at Not and Mulciber. Clear off. Avery will be along, shortly. Not and Mulciber were far too afraid of Riddle to be of any use, and she didn't want to risk them suddenly developing a heroic streak once they saw her using less diplomatic measures to get information out of Avery. She didn't think he would take that long to crack. His loud mouth and careless personality made him the weak link in Riddle's little posse. But Not started. Amalia sent him her most malevolent glare, and he actually flinched back in response. I said get lost. She repeated darkly. The two boys shot regretful looks at Avery, but slunk off as she had ordered anyway. Perhaps there was something in her commanding tone that reminded them of Riddle. Amalia turned back to Avery, who looked apprehensive. But not nearly as apprehensive as you should be, she thought grimly. I'll give you one more chance. She said softly, slowly moving the tip of her wand from his jaw up the side of his face, to rest dangerously close to the corner of his left eye. He tried awkwardly to keep her wand in sight, it sparked threateningly every time he moved too much. No. He refused, but didn't sound very confident. Tom threatens you, doesn't he? Amalia suddenly changed tack, her voice gentle, he hurts you if you don't obey him. Avery just looked dumbly at her. I don't want to be like him. To use his methods. She admitted, quite sincerely. Her voice hardened. But I don't have the time to play nice tonight. And unlike Tom, I don't enjoy causing misery in others. So I'm going to make this very easy for you. She made sure he was staring in dawning horror at her, giving her his full attention, before continuing. Let's start with a simple question. Can you blink? He stared at her without comprehension, and then suddenly panic entered his eyes as he realized that he couldn't, in fact, blink at all. When did you? She smiled. It's not a curse. It's so simple, in fact, I cast the spell non-verbally just seconds ago. You see, she explained slowly, the average human blinks 15 to 20 times a minute. Even now, it should be getting rather uncomfortable. Avery twisted out of her grip with a short cry, and tried to lift his hands to his eyes, which were burning in the cold night air. Tisk, tisk, Amalia tut. That's counterproductive. Immobilize. He froze, suspended in position with involuntary tears streaming down his cheeks. Amalia, take off the spell. Please, it hurts. What were you doing with Not and Mulciber in the forest? She demanded relentlessly. Fine. Fine, I'll tell you, I promise. We were setting up a silencio. A new male voice suddenly interrupted them, with a cold, humorless chuckle. Avery, you were doing so well up until the end. Amalia grimaced and spun around, wand at the ready. But Riddle seemed to have no interest in fighting her as he sauntered out of the castle, his wand casually held in a relaxed grip. His dark eyes watched her expressionlessly even as he flicked his wand lazily in Avery's direction, releasing him from his and Amalia's spells. Avery gasped in relief and scrubbed furiously at his eyes. Tom, she spat, impeccable timing, as always. His lips lifted into a superficial smile. You seem frustrated. Perhaps you should get some sleep, he suggested. You never know when a day might be your last, after all. What did you have them doing tonight? She demanded bluntly, choosing to ignore his last comment. Predictably, he only smiled, and said mildly, what Avery or my other classmates decide to do in their spare time is hardly my concern. Though it is getting rather late. Come, Avery, he ordered, let's return to the common room. Amalia considered hexing him and getting the whole duel over and done with on the spot, but in the end she just settled on gesturing rudely at him. She stalked off, disgusted by the knowledge that yet again, her plans to uncover his plans had been foiled. Back in the common room, Amalia eventually fell asleep in the early hours of the morning, feeling slightly queasy after stress eating more than half of Kalidara's considerable collection of chocolate frogs, to Kalidara's dismay. Saturday night, 11:45 p.m. Amalia trudged with heavy steps down the silent, frozen path in the forest, her breath misting in front of her. She was holding out her wand, casting a navigational spell which produced a thin beam of light, showing her the way to the first standing stones. He'd chosen the place and time, of course. Her stomach clenched in anxiety at the thought of him up ahead, eagerly awaiting her arrival. And no doubt he'd prepared some sort of nasty surprise to ensure his victory. She wasn't afraid, not of him, and not of death. There were other, worse things that could happen to a person, and she knew that better than most. But she was anxious, tense about the attack that could come from anywhere, and the uncertainty of how things might turn out. What if her wand refused to harm him? She was already confused about the depth of her affections for him, if affection was even the right word for that shapeless feeling. And what if he really did try to murder her? She didn't doubt he could, but she also somehow felt in her heart that he just wouldn't, or was that wishful thinking? Was that her own mixed feelings projected onto him? Just because she felt like they'd made some kind of connection over the short Christmas holiday didn't mean he felt the same. Damn! She cursed under her breath as she trudged along. Perhaps she should have just reneged on their deal. He couldn't drag her out of the castle, or force her to duel in the Slytherin common room after all. But her pride and, possibly misplaced, sense of honor had made the thought of backing down completely impossible. She'd promised, and she wouldn't go back on her word. Suddenly, her musing was interrupted as she spotted a light through the dense, dark trees. It was flickering, warm, fire. Her navigational spell flared and then disappeared, signifying that she'd arrived at her destination. Whatever lay in store for her was just beyond these few trees. She took a deep breath, listening carefully. An owl was hooting softly from somewhere nearby, but nothing else disturbed the silence. She muttered a short spell, but no hidden magical traps or curses were in her vicinity. Yet. Slowly, she stepped forward, through the trees, towards the source of light. She edged around the final obstacle, a broad-trunked oak, and raised her wand, cautious of any kind of ambush. And then froze, eyes widening on the scene before her. Her mouth opened soundlessly. Her wand arm dropped limply to her side. After a few endless moments of absolute shock, she suddenly found her voice again. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," she shrieked, "you absolute fucking bastard!" Chapter 36, An Elaborate Prank. Author's note. So, I got quite a lot of, perhaps justified, outrage over the cliffhanger I left you with last chapter. For those of you who are interested, or perhaps you're writers yourselves and often wonder how to end chapters, here's my thoughts. Firstly, that was quite a bad cliffhanger and I apologize for any anxiety caused, although it's also flattering that you guys are emotionally invested enough in my story to freak out so much. Despite the above apology, I will probably be leaving you guys with cliffhangers from time to time anyway, and there are several reasons for it. Unfortunately, my writing style is to have quite a lot of action happening between each conclusion/break in tension, so often it's difficult to round off everything that's happening into a neatly packaged chapter end. Each chapter I post is usually between 3,000 to 5,000 words, but on average it takes 2 or sometimes 3 chapters to conclude things. Of course, it's possible to write an artificial break in tension. For example, the last time I posted I could have ended the chapter with Amalia going to sleep the night before going out to the forest, but writing that scene would have no benefit to the plot. In fact, it would break the tension prematurely, which makes the big reveal of what Tom had planned in the forest less meaningful. The other option would be to merge chapter 35 and 36 into one longer chapter, which was actually my intention, but I just didn't have time to write everything. I posted what I did when I did so that you didn't have to wait a month between updates. Lastly, although it may seem incredibly cruel to end on cliffhangers, keep in mind that it only affects you for the brief time you're waiting for the next update. When you read a book, or a completed fanfic from chapter 1 to 50 for example, you barely notice cliffhangers, and actually they do serve a purpose in maintaining momentum. Rest assured, I'm certainly not leaving ridiculous cliffhangers in order to generate attention/reviews, I think I get enough of that on my writing skill alone, winky face. My goal in writing Monster is to mimic a good book, which of course is not episodic in nature. You would not usually be forced to wait 2 weeks before reading the next chapter of a book. Once Monster is complete, I don't think it will be a bad thing to have a moment of "oh shit, what's going to happen next" before you select the next chapter button. I thought it was important to mention all of this because some of you might also be aspiring writers, and might find this perspective interesting. Of course, if you disagree or want to discuss any of what I just said, PM me. It's been a learning curve for me as well, since this has made me question whether I should change my writing style or not, but I took some time to think about it and decided not to change, for the reasons I listed above. But now, on to the chapter. Chapter 36, An Elaborate Prank. "Well," Tom said blandly into the yawning silence that followed her exclamation, "you're being awfully loud for such a pleasant evening." He was sitting comfortably in a conjured plush chair, his long legs elegantly crossed in front of a cheerfully crackling fire, over which he was lazily turning some sort of roasting poultry on a spit. It looked like wild grouse. Behind him was a pitched tent, in Slytherin colors of course, with tasteful silver-edged pennants fluttering in the light breeze. There was another comfortable chair arranged next to him. It was empty. "What in Merlin's name is this?" Amalia spluttered, gesticulating wildly at the scene as a whole. "I bet you explain," she demanded, in a voice that was much more higher-pitched than it usually was. "What does it look like?" He deadpanned, quirking one eyebrow at her before shifting his gaze back to the fire. "You were never planning this duel at all." He looked at her as if he was questioning her intelligence, and then his lip curled into a smirk. "Obviously." Amalia huffed, caught between extreme anger and even more extreme relief. In the end she couldn't settle for an appropriate reaction, and merely collapsed weakly into the chair beside him. She stared into the fire for a few moments, just letting it sink in. She didn't have to fight him to the death anymore before she burst out, "But why? Why in Merlin's name would you do that to me?" I thought your reaction would be amusing. He carefully rotated the bird so that the other side would get equally golden brown, and then shot her a sideways smirk. You didn't disappoint. Her heart rate was still unsteady. So, we're really not dueling. She confirmed, a tad uncertainly, this is not just some elaborate trap to put me off my guard. His dark eyes flickered up to meet hers, and he had his usual inscrutable mask back up, yet, this time, she wasn't sensing any hostility. Could it be that he truly had no ulterior motives? After some deliberation over the Christmas holidays, he explained slowly, I came to the conclusion that killing you as I had planned would be. He frowned slightly as he searched for the right word, counterproductive. Amalia stared at him. Somehow, she was getting the feeling that this collaboration was new territory for him, and something he had yet to come to terms with. Well, we need to solve the mystery of the moving stones. He clarified, nodding at a gap through the trees on the other side of the clearing. Amalia glanced over, and through the trees she could see the stones, arranged in a tall, loose ring in the moonlight. They were covered in moss, as if they'd stood there for years, but she knew by the next full moon, they would have moved to a new location. She turned her gaze back to Tom, who was now carefully basting the bird as it roasted. A delicious smell pervaded the small clearing. It stood to reason he was a good cook, he was very good at potions. What? He demanded impatiently, sensing her continued stare. Amalia struggled with herself for a long moment, feeling a strange emotion welling up inside her, expanding until she couldn't hold it in any longer. Tom, she informed him quite seriously, I'm going to hug you now. Wait, wah. His eyes flew up to her and she just had time to see them widen almost comically in shock, before she'd thrown her arms around him, burying her face in his neck. He flailed for a moment, clearly unused to this kind of treatment, but she just held him in place, breathing in his familiar scent. This crazy bastard. I think I love him. She started giggling helplessly. He tugged at the back of her coat, but his attempts to pry her off didn't succeed. She was stuck to him like a barnacle. He stopped struggling and went completely still. Amalia, he said darkly, regaining his composure quickly, I'm going to curse you if you don't get off me in the next 3 seconds. She drew back, her hands lightly resting on his shoulders, and her lips quirked up into a mischievous smile. She reached up and brushed a strand of his dark hair back into place, having been dislodged by her enthusiastic embrace. She gazed without fear into his angry obsidian eyes, her face just inches from his. He narrowed his eyes at her, and opened his mouth no doubt to tell her to get off again, but she quickly placed a finger to his lips. Tom, she breathed huskily. His eyes darkened a fraction, and, did he just lean forward, very slightly? She tilted her head closer and put her lips close to his ear, feeling his fingers tighten slightly in the material of her coat. I can smell something burning. She whispered sensuously. With a murmured oath, he shoved her away, quickly removing the bird, which had begun to smolder, from the spit over the fire. Amalia collapsed back into her chair, roaring with laughter. He shot her a bloodthirsty glare. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to kill you, after all. He said darkly. She wiped tears from her eyes. You know you deserved that. Silence fell as she watched him inspect the meat, scowling all the while. It's not really burnt, is it? She said presently, I am quite hungry. I couldn't face eating dinner earlier. The annoyed scowl on his face was replaced by an arrogant smirk. Were you that afraid of dueling me? He sneered, shooting a smug look at her. She rolled her eyes. No. She denied. But, thanks to you, I have spent the past few days imagining all the ways I could kill you, which wasn't that pleasant. He snorted. Really? Disembowelment was at the top of the list. She told him matter-of-factly, as he summoned 2 plates from inside the tent and began to carve the bird. Since there are plenty of ordinary spells that can be used to, I don't know, scoop out organs, liquefy your insides, turn you inside out, or simply take a chunk out of your spine, or even rip out your... I get the picture. Riddle cut her off drilly, and then paused, thoughtful. You weren't going to use killing curses. She shrugged. After the last time, I wouldn't risk my spell failing again. She met his eyes steadily. Even if, as I've been telling you since before Christmas, I don't want to kill you, Tom. I would if I had to, but... He nodded. I have also come to the conclusion that it would be illogical to continue our animosity, in the light of what we could accomplish. It's good that you've realized that, she interrupted him, but for me. She smiled coyly, I can't imagine why, but I just, enjoy your company, Tom. His gaze flickered. Sentiment. He sneered after a moment. Frigid bastard. She threw back with a grin. A companionable silence fell between them, but Amalia was not quite finished. She raised her eyebrows at him. So, you, don't enjoy my company, then? Her voice was idle, but there was a subtly challenging note to it, daring him to lie. He instantly rolled his eyes. You're insufferable. he said flatly. She grinned like a Cheshire cat. I knew it. You do like me. Did you not hear what I just said? He demanded, nettled. She chuckled, knowing that if he truly disliked her company, he would have stated it directly. Yes, I hate you, Grey. Every second in your company makes me want to stab myself in the eye with a fork, or something along those lines. Instead, she merely got insufferable. Ah, Tom, you make me blush. She teased wickedly, pretending to be flustered. He shoved a plate in her direction. Here. Eat. Thanks, dear. Grey, he warned, bad-tempered. Oh. I meant to ask, she said, ignoring him and speaking through a mouthful of succulent meat. This is delicious. By the way, she swallowed, her mouth watering at the delicate flavor of whatever he had marinated the bird in. If there was never an elaborate trap waiting for me, then what were Avery, Knott, and Mulciber doing out here last night? He raised an eyebrow at her as if the answer was obvious. They were setting up the campsite. He gestured vaguely at the tent and campfire. She frowned. But you could have done all of that yourself, with a wave of your wand, she said, puzzled. I thought magical tents were enchanted to be so simple to set up, even a squib could do it. He shrugged. They are. But I didn't feel like carrying the bag. She facepalmed, thinking of all the trauma she'd put poor, stupid Avery through, over their little trip to drop off a bag in the forest. Merlin's beard, you're a tyrant. She muttered to herself. Somewhere in the trees, an owl hooted as if in agreement. After supper, and a warm butterbeer that Tom had thoughtfully packed, they got up and walked over to the moving stones. Amalia had brought her satchel filled with her most practical spellbooks and notes, and several healing compendiums, thinking she'd need them after the duel. Riddle had the translation of the runes on a piece of parchment, and had evidently done his own research into curses, as Amalia had seen firsthand as a cat, the night she ambushed him in his room. They were finally prepared to try and solve the mystery of the first moving stones. They paused, looking up at the stones in silence for a few minutes. There were 7 stones in total, 6 tall ones reminiscent of Stonehenge and arranged in a loose circle around the 7th, which was only about waist height and contained a shallow depression, like it was a basin meant to hold a liquid of some kind. And in the stone basin lay a knife, its handle and blade both carved from stone. Amalia had already ventured once into the forest, before Christmas, to find the first location of the moving stones according to the tapestry. During that trip, she'd taken notes of the runes that shone silver blue in the moonlight, inscribed in the 6 stones that ringed the clearing, and had also taken note of the knife, though she had known better than to touch it before translating the runes. Now, they had the translation, and knew what had to be done. Tom cleared his throat, glancing down at the translation on the parchment, complete with their best attempts to make sense of the ambiguous runes. It had taken them a considerable amount of time to come up with the relatively short translation. Path, way, road, of the knife. The knife is an offering, sacrifice, of blood. Blood is given by the unhappy, unwilling, man. Death is defeated to open the next path, way/road. So. You first. He offered calmly, nodded towards the knife. Amalia snorted. Nice try. I'm the best at healing, you be the first to try out the knife, and I'll take care of whatever goes wrong. Riddle paused. Perhaps we should try to discover what kind of curse is on the knife, first. Amalia smirked. Sounds like a good plan. If we can figure that out, then I'll definitely be unwilling, and you may have my blood. The translated runes were straightforward enough, hinting at a simple blood offering, a crude but relatively simple sacrifice. The other part, death is defeated to open the next path, was much more ambiguous. They had already discussed the possible meanings of defeating death, and both of them had agreed that it was unlikely someone actually had to die to solve the riddle. They just had to figure out the curse before it killed them. Riddles drew his wand fluidly and approaching the central stone. Amalia curiously followed, and watched as he waved his wand in a complicated pattern, muttering a few spells she recognized from the book on counter curses he'd recommended for her. She shook her head in disbelief. He really had planned this all out. At first nothing seemed to happen, and then suddenly the knife reacted to one of his incantations. It shivered, shuddering against the stone, and Riddle cautiously stepped back, but just a moment later it stopped moving again, and looked no different than before. Interesting. He said thoughtfully, the knife reacted to the counterspell for the Perniciosa curse, but I don't think the curse was broken. A variation, perhaps. Perniciosa. Amalia frowned. That's a curse which can be tailored to mimic the effects of a fast-acting poison, isn't it? He nodded slowly, still looking down at the knife. She could tell 100 possibilities were racing through his head. Makes sense, I suppose, she mused, having the knife curse you as soon as the blade pierces skin. Then, I would assume you have a limited time to stop the curse from spreading in your body and killing you. If you manage that, you've defeated death. Riddle slowly picked up the knife, they both tensed. But nothing untoward seemed to happen while he was touching the handle, also made from stone. I wonder. He muttered. Are you going to try some more counter curses? Amalia asked expectantly. She hadn't done nearly as much research into curses as he had, so he was the expert in this area. No. He replied, with a trace of irritation. I could be here all night trying different kinds of counter curses and still get nowhere. We need to find out what the curse does. I could figure out the counter curse if I knew what poison it was mimicking. He suddenly trailed off, his expression wiping completely blank. Is something wrong? She asked. Amalia, he said suddenly, voice urgent as he looked down at the knife, come here and look at this. In a moment of foolishness, and trust brought on by the campfire talk, Amalia obediently stepped closer, her wand loosely held at her side. What is? Quick as a striking snake, Riddle's hand shot out and grabbed her left arm, yanking her forward until her hand was palm up, over the stone basin. She yelped in surprise and instantly realized what he was going to do, but he moved quicker than she could react. In one sudden movement he slashed the stone knife shallowly across her open palm. Blood splattered into the stone basin. Amalia gasped and yanked her hand back, but she didn't feel any pain. A moment later, she realized why. Shit! Riddle swore as the knife dropped with a clatter into the stone basin, the handle bloody from where it had cut into his palm. The knife had turned on its wielder, cutting a deep wound into his hand. He staggered back, clutching his wrist to his chest in a vain attempt to stem the flow of blood seeping out of the wound at an alarming rate. What the hell? Amalia exploded at him. We've just made peace, you arsehole, why did you have to do that? He shot her a glare, but it was strained, evidently he was in a lot of pain. You volunteered, remember, he spat, to be the unwilling sacrifice. She rolled her eyes. I meant after we had figured out the curse, idiot. You wouldn't be unwilling if I asked your permission first. He snapped back. Her lip curled. Admit it, you did this so you wouldn't have to put yourself in danger, and now look what happened. He stumbled back to lean against one of the taller stones, and gritted his teeth. Yes, I'm quite aware. He hissed. Are you going to heal me now? I should leave you out here to rot. She huffed, but approached anyway, getting out her healing compendium. Ugh, cursed wounds. They're tough to treat at the best of times. She subsided into muttering as she paged through the book. What are your symptoms? A bleeding hand. He said sourly. Oh, haha, very funny, she said sarcastically. Tell me something useful. Didn't you say you could figure out the counter curse if you knew what poison it was mimicking? He mumbled something unintelligible. What was that? She drawled. I didn't quite catch it. I was wrong, okay. He snapped. I don't recognize this curse at all, and I've started losing feeling in my fingertips. If you're going to do something, Gray, hurry up. She snapped the book shut decisively. I can't work under these conditions. She scowled at him. We need to take our time, and figure this out properly, like we should have done in the first place. Without being reckless. We don't have time. Riddle snarled. You. Oh, shut up. Amalia drew her wand irritably and swiftly chanted a complex spell, directly over his hand, and, to be safe, the rest of his right arm as well. Gray, what did you just do? He demanded angrily. That feels worse than before. She shrugged. Well, technically you're not supposed to use this on someone who's conscious. Probably hurts like a bitch. She asked without a shred of sympathy. Gray. Oh, relax. I just put your arm in a suspended state, the effect isn't permanent, but it should slow the effect of the curse long enough for us to figure things out. I've actually used this spell to save your life once before. He frowned. When was that? You know, that one time we dueled, and I nearly severed your leg. She said matter-of-factly. Oh yes, that time. He muttered darkly. I remember. She pushed his fringe away from his forehead, feeling his temperature. He was sweating, but cold to the touch from the blood loss. The bleeding had stopped with the spell she'd used, but she doubted it would hold very long. They had an hour, maybe two. Let's go into the tent. She suggested after a moment's thought. We'll freeze if we stay out here, and you look like you should sit down. He nodded, and led the way with an unsteady stride back to the camp, his right arm held stiffly at his side. Amalia sighed as she followed him, her mind already running through all the possible ways they could try to break the curse before it killed him. At least life wasn't boring, when Tom Riddle was involved. Chapter 37, Cursed. Chapter 37, Cursed. Anything yet? Riddle asked through gritted teeth. Amalia mutely shook her head and closed the volume she had just finished reading. She was sitting on a puffy cushion on the floor, books and notes chaotically scattered around her. Between them, they had brought the equivalent of a miniature library's worth of magical encyclopedias and reference books, covering as many branches of basic and rare magic as they could, both dark and benign. They'd scoured the most pertinent volumes for any information on curse breaking, but so far they hadn't been successful in isolating the nature of the curse currently threatening Riddle's life. Amalia sighed and placed the book onto the growing tower of useless texts next to her. After her initial confidence that they would be able to figure their way out of this mess, she was starting to feel the first pangs of real anxiety on Riddle's behalf. She'd almost gone through her entire collection of books on dark magic, and she'd found nothing useful. They'd tried a couple of spells already, but the curse was strong and seemed to have been purposefully crafted to kill its victim rapidly, and painfully. Already, it was fighting the spell Amalia had used on his arm to slow its spread. She found herself wondering just who on earth had set this up. Whoever the mysterious wizard was, he wasn't afraid to use some pretty dark magic. Riddle had already gone through all his books, even the ones from the restricted section of the library, which detailed almost every known curse and their effects. There were many curses that resembled this one, a spreading numbness from the original contact point, accompanied by severe pain, eventually resulting in total paralysis and death, but none of their counter curses seemed to have any effect. There was a reaction in the knife when we cast the counter curse for Perniciosa, Amalia mused, thinking aloud, I still feel like that's our only clue as to the nature of the curse. She chewed her lip, and then sighed and picked up another book from her collection. She unenthusiastically scanned the chapter index, but the subject matter was venomous animal bites, not cursed wounds. Having found no mention of anything resembling their current predicament, she tossed it aside, frustrated. After a moment of thought, she grimaced and picked up her healing compendium again. You have an idea? Riddle demanded from his position nearby, seated on a large, four-poster bed. The inside of the tent was lavishly decorated and much bigger than it seemed from the outside. There was an expansive kitchen area, 3 different bedrooms and a sitting room, and even a lavatory enchanted with workable plumbing. What are you looking up? Amalia shot him a grim look. Amputation. His already pale face seemed to drain of what little color remained, and he stiffened. We are not cutting off my arm. He hissed. There has to be something else we can try. I'm being realistic. She cut him off, for once deadly serious. Arms can be regrown, but you only have one life to lose. A complex expression of mingled disgust and anger flitted across his face, as if the mere thought of his own looming death absolutely repulsed him. His magic flared like a dark cloud around him, adding to the stress Amalia's spell was under to hold back the curse. Be careful. She warned crossly, instantly on her feet. He scowled, but quickly got his emotions under control again, his magic subsiding like a fading electrical storm. She quickly approached and inspected his arm. Her magic was holding, but barely. She let out a breath in relief. Pain made his brow contract, but then his gaze snapped up to meet hers, and she read only determination in his dark eyes. What if there was some kind of way to draw off the curse like you draw poison from a wound? Amalia considered for a moment. I don't know. She said hesitantly, this curse is strong, and if it's already entered your bloodstream, it's behaving like a poison. We've determined that much. He argued stubbornly. Let's try and cure it like one. Amalia hesitated a while longer, and then shrugged. Sure, she said, why not? We can give it a try. She turned and went back to her books, sitting cross-legged on the floor again and pulling her healing compendium closer with frown. Let's see, poisons. Riddle got up and moved to join her, sinking slowly down to sit on the thick carpet across from her. He was reluctantly grateful for her intellect, and her company, on this quest. Of course, if he'd had his way, their positions would have been reversed, and his own life would never have been in any danger at all. Okay. Amalia said decisively, having found the chapter she was looking for. Several illustrated pages detailed poisons and all the various methods of their removal. Some of the incantations were complex, but she had more faith in her ability to cast complicated spells than she did brewing any cure in the form of a potion. They didn't have the luxury of ingredients or time to even start exploring that option, anyway. Oxio knife. She said, waving her wand. Riddle watched as a glittering silver knife soared out of her bag, and into her left hand. The cursed stone knife lay on the ground nearby, for the moment ignored. What are you going to do? He demanded. The pain was growing with every passing minute, as if his arm was caught in a vice which kept tightening, and it was getting harder to think clearly. To test if your idea works, she explained, I'm going to replicate the curse in a safe way, and then attempt to cure it with a healing spell. She bit her lip. Though I still don't think it's going to work. Riddle watched in silence as she pulled one of his books on curses closer, and frowned in concentration as she composed her replica curse. Since it might be related to the Perniciosa curse, I'll just use a weaker version of it. She placed the knife on the floor before her, and drew in a deep breath. She waved her wand in a complex pattern over the blade of the silver knife, chanting the curse's incantation under her breath repetitively, Maledictum Perniciosa, Infirmau Parvulus. It took only a few moments of casting for the knife to suddenly glow a sickly yellow, signifying the curse was taking form. A moment later, and the eerie light faded, leaving the knife looking ordinary once more. Amalia licked her lips. Right. She muttered, and steeled herself. In one quick move, she picked up the knife by the handle in her right hand, and slashed her left palm in a similar way to Riddle's current wound. Biting back a hiss of pain, she calmly placed the knife back on the ground again, ignoring the drips of blood currently running in rivulets down her arm, and turned her attention to her faithful healing compendium. Before she started the spell to, hopefully, draw out the curse from her wound, she glanced up, and then stopped at the Riddle's expression. What is it? She asked impatiently, eager to try out the spell. His obsidian eyes gazed at her with a curious intensity. His head cocked slightly to one side. You, cut your hand. He stated bluntly. Excellent powers of observation there, Tom. She drawled sarcastically, and waited. He made no reply, but Amalia fancied she saw a brief flash of emotion in his dark eyes, as if her response confused him. She raised an eyebrow. And what's the problem? I need to test if the healing spell works. This is the easiest way. It's a weak version of a similar curse and one that we actually do have the counter curse for. I'm in no real danger. He was silent a moment. Then he said, stiffly, even a wound the size of a paper cut would have accomplished the same thing. Amalia shrugged. I wanted to be sure the depth of the wound was also replicated. It may affect the strength of the healing spell that will be required to. Very well. He interrupted her, sounding irritable. That is, logical. Get on with it, then. You're bleeding all over the carpet. He looked away from her hand and huffed, as if the sight of her blood offended him. She shot him a lopsided grin. Right away, dear. He rolled his eyes. Amalia looked back at her book, her grin fading as she turned her considerable powers of concentration on the complex healing she was about to attempt. Well, here goes. She muttered, and began. 10 minutes later, she gave up. It's not working. She announced, and then coughed, her throat dry from the continual stream of spells she'd been trying. She got up and stretched, her spine cracking, and then quickly retrieved a glass of water from the kitchen area of the tent, before returning. Riddle looked worse than ever. There was a faint sheen of sweat on his brow from the increasing pain of the curse as it struggled to break free. It wouldn't be long now. They had to make a decision. Either he lost his arm, or he would die. Even amputation couldn't guarantee success, but it was the only thing Amalia could think of. There was another solution, and that was going to Dumbledore for help, but she knew better than to suggest it. She suspected he actually rather would choose death. Why didn't it work? He rasped, his jaw clenched. My best guess is. I don't have enough power, she explained. Even the weakest of curses are difficult to isolate. It's an intangible substance, after all. Magic doesn't like gripping onto magic. If only we knew more about the origin of the curse. What, perniciosa? Riddle grunted, looking somewhat distracted by the inconvenience of his impending demise. It was brought to Europe by colonialist, from the depths of Africa. He snorted. As if that helps us one bit. Riddle, Amalia interrupted, eyes wide with realization, you're a genius. She suddenly dove into her piles of books, hurriedly searching through each stack, papers flying. I think it's here somewhere. What are you talking about? He demanded, but despite his flat tone, a glimmer of hope seemed to ignite in his dark eyes as he followed her feverish movements. Aha! She said triumphantly, and held aloft her prize. Riddle face-palmed with his good hand. You've got to be joking. Why? This is perfect. It's just what we need. For the last time, Amalia, he growled bad-temperedly, that is not a book written by David Livingstone. She waved off his exclamation and eagerly opened the zebra-skinned book, scanning each handwritten page rapidly. It's true, I haven't really had a chance to read this properly since I got it, she explained excitedly, which is why I absolutely forgot about its existence. Unforgivable, really, since this is such a rare and exciting. Obvious fake. He snapped. Shut up, Tom. She said briskly. I'm about to save your life, just sit tight for a moment. He subsided with a mumbled stream of invective. There is a mention of curses. She announced triumphantly, her eyes flying across the page. He was staying with some tribe, and he mentions their chief, Sesh. Am I saying that right? I don't know how to pronounce. Grey. Ahem, yes, well, apparently they only used one spell to remove curses, all curses. She hummed thoughtfully. That's weird. Because it's not true. Gritted out Riddle, massaging his temples. Perhaps if I mix it with the healing spell. She mused to herself, ignoring him. He's written out the incantation phonetically, so it shouldn't be too hard to. She suddenly broke off, and a light dusting of pink rose in her cheeks. Oh, and he recommends it should be, sung, which apparently makes the spell stronger. It's not going to work. Snapped Riddle, Don't you see, that entire book is just a sham, a worthless piece of. He broke off with a sudden cry, holding his arm in a white-knuckled grip. Oh, damn! Whispered Amalia, eyes wide. The spell holding back the curse had finally given in. I guess amputation's off the table then, it's too late. She said with grim resignation, right. Right. I can do this, can't I? It's just singing. It's not embarrassing at all. Grey. He snapped, whatever you're going to do it now. He commanded brusquely, feeling a wave of nausea as the curse spread. It was getting harder to breathe. He tried to gather his thoughts. Perhaps there was another counter-curse, something he'd overlooked, another spell he simply hadn't thought of, anything. And then he heard her voice, uncertain at first, but then gathering in confidence and speed. She was chanting the African spell, a mix of unfamiliar words and sounds, but to the tune of one of the popular school songs, last performed at a recent Quidditch match by the school choir. It was odd, but the words had a curious power, he could sense it almost immediately. There was an ancient strength there that he didn't understand, wrapping around them both like an invisible web. The very light seemed to change, the magical lanterns scattered around the tent seeming to pulse gently in response to the spell's power, wavering as if in a heat haze. Amalia had closed her eyes, her brow contracted in extreme concentration, but her voice rang out clear and confident. She caught and held each note quite effortlessly. Riddle found himself thinking wryly that if Professor Beery had known about her voice, he might have turned that horrendous play into an even more horrendous musical. His mind was also clearing with each passing moment, the pain miraculously receding. He watched in disbelief as the wound on Amalia's left hand stopped bleeding, the skin turning a healthy pink and then slowly knitting together. He quickly looked down at his own hand and saw the same process happening there, albeit slower. At last, he felt the final tendrils of the curse leave his body entirely, and with a muffled crack, the stone knife lying on the ground nearby broke in half, handle and blade separated neatly. Amalia broke off her singing at the sudden noise, her eyes flying open in surprise, and the protective web of strong magic around them suddenly dispersed, as if blown away by a strong wind. With wide eyes, she looked from her own healed hand, to his. A delighted, wicked grin lit up her face. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Don't say it. I told you so. She brandished the book at him with a winning smile. Ugh. She's going to be even more insufferable from now on, he thought to himself, and listened to her laughing, delighted, relieved that he was out of danger. And Riddle discovered that, for once, he really didn't find the sound too unpleasant. To be continued. Author's note. Keep an eye on my Twitter for updates. Chapter 38, The Next Step. Author's note. Guess who's back? Well, kinda. So my life has undergone a lot of changes in the past year or so, mostly for the better, and busier. To everyone who thought I might have gotten ill or something bad had happened to me, I'm fine and I'm really sorry for any anxiety I caused. Basically, my priorities have changed a lot, and I don't have as much free time. Or rather, when I have free time, I haven't felt like I was in the right mental state for writing. My job is quite demanding and writing intense, and sometimes after a full 8 hours of staring at a screen and typing, the last thing you feel like doing is staring at a screen and typing, tongue sticking out. But I've also come to realize how much I missed reading fanfics, because I also stopped doing that, and posting chapters, and I missed feeling like I could actually be good at this whole writing thing. And I realized I'm not happy without it in my life. So I'm going to make an effort to make the time and try to work writing back into my list of priorities. I haven't figured out the details yet, but I'm going to try and get some kind of weekly schedule going. Even if it's short chapters, or half chapters, it's still something, right? I can't promise updates will be regular going forward, but I am committed to finishing what I started, and that goes for all the stories I began, not just this one. Lastly, thanks to everyone who PM'd me or commented with supportive messages. I haven't had the chance to reply to all of them yet, but I really appreciate the support. You guys are a massive part of why I decided not to abandon these stories, even though it would have been easier. At one stage, I considered deleting my account and closing this chapter of my life, to give up my dreams of becoming a writer. This was when things were getting hectic, and writing seemed like just another thing I didn't have the energy for anymore. It was only serving to make me feel guilty and like a failure. But I've since realized that I can't give up, not while I'm still interested in exploring the characters and worlds I've written about. Smiley face. I also feel like if just one person reads my stories and wants me to continue, then it's worth it. So, kinda starting small, but here's the next installment. Chapter 38, The Next Step. The startling realization that Riddle had just escaped immediate death started to sink in. Amalia was the first to move, pushing herself to her feet and stretching languidly, getting the kinks out of her neck. She drew her wand and unceremoniously cleared all the books from the floor and bed, stacking them into an untidy pile on the kitchen counter, out of the way. We should check the stones outside, Riddle murmured, inspecting his healed hand by prodding it gingerly. It looked completely normal, as if nothing untoward had happened to it at all. There might be a clue for the next location, a map of some kind, or... Amalia sighed, feeling the delayed effect of exhaustion starting to sink in. It was the middle of the night, and the adrenaline leaving her system after all the excitement made sleep seem extremely attractive. But even stronger was her curiosity. Now that they'd defeated the first puzzle, what was next? Riddle seemed to be following her train of thought, the exhaustion etched into his pale face being replaced by a kind of unshakable stubbornness. He tried to stand up, but paused as he was overcome by a moment of dizziness. Here, let me. She extended a hand to help him up. He stared at her hand as if it was a foreign object, a foreign, bad-smelling object that he had no interest in touching voluntarily, and then got up by himself, successfully this time, brushing rudely past her to exit the tent first. She rolled her eyes and followed. Outside the tent, the snow was falling softly, and the clearing was bathed in an eerie bluish light, which certainly hadn't been there before. The light was emitting from the central stone in the configuration, and seemed somehow familiar. It's turned into a portrait, Riddle said, approaching the stone and staring at it with rapt attention. Touching it would probably take us to the next stage. His hand hesitantly reached out. Amalia grabbed him by the wrist before he could get any closer, scowling. Yeah, we're not doing that, she said emphatically. You literally just escaped certain death. You don't think we should consider this a bit before touching the glowing rock to see what happens? What if it's not a portrait? He glared at her frostily, and then shook her loose. I wasn't going to touch it. He snapped back. I'm trying to sense if it has the same enchantment signature as a portrait. She frowned. Oh. You can sense that? Evidently. He sniped, glaring. Okay then. She stepped back slightly, mollified. Carry on. He continued his inspection, carefully bringing his hand close to the stone, leaning forward and concentrating, as if listening to a far-off sound. Amalia glanced between him and the glowing stone. I've used portkeys many times before, and I never noticed a recognizable signature, she remarked, after almost of a minute of nothing happening. He made no response, absorbed in whatever he was doing. This would be the perfect opportunity for me to get revenge on you, you know. She noted conversationally. I could push you into the stone and see what happens. It would be poetic justice. He didn't even look up, which she found slightly insulting. You're not even a little worried, she said skeptically. If you'd wanted revenge you would have pushed me when you first thought of it, 5 minutes ago. He drawled, without looking up. She grinned. Perceptive bastard. After a moment, her grin faded. But not that perceptive, it seems. Are you done yet? I'm trying to concentrate. She huffed. Seriously, what are you trying to sense? I'm sure I'd sense something if I wasn't being interrupted constantly. She ignored that. Are you sure this is even a thing? He exhaled bad-temperedly and straightened, giving up. I read it in a book, he admitted, moodily. If it was anyone else, Amalia would have accused them of pouting. It said you could tell a portrait by its magical signature, and even be able to sense whether it was touch or time activated. But you've never actually practiced this elusive skill, she finished, exasperated. He glared. Do you have any better ideas? Sleep on it and come back in the morning, she suggested, half serious. She was really tired. By which time it could have vanished and we would have missed our chance for another whole month. He deadpanned. She had thought of this possibility already, and reluctantly agreed. They may not have an opportunity like this again soon. Fine. She paced around the stone thoughtfully. Let's see. First, we need to figure out if it is, in fact, a portrait. Then, if it is, we need to know what type of portrait it is, touch, or time activated. Or a combination. And most importantly, we need to find out if touching it will cause instant death. For example, if it drops us into a volcano or something. I hadn't considered that precise scenario, but yes. Riddle said dryly. He thought for a moment. We could recreate the portrait enchantment on a new object, and send off a living thing there and back to see what happens. Amalia blinked. That's, actually a great idea, she allowed. Enchanting portkeys was not an especially easy task, especially when one was attempting to insert conditions like the ones Riddle was proposing, but it wasn't impossible. Essentially, they needed to copy across the enchantment, which was easy enough. Portkeys were simple to replicate and therefore a popular choice for mass transportation to big wizarding events, like Quidditch matches, and then they'd have to time lock it to return in 5 minutes, bringing back whatever living thing they used as a test subject. Yes, I like that idea, Amalia decided. I can do the portrait spell, I think. What animal should we? Serpensortia. Of course. Amalia muttered, watching a sleek grey snake drop from the tip of Riddle's wand into the snow, where it instantly hissed and recoiled on itself, reacting to the cold. Of course it would be a snake. Riddle carefully picked it up and cradled it in his hands, hissing soothingly to the creature in parcel tongue. It seemed to calm instantly, winding around his arm and staring, with its unblinking, beady little eyes, into Riddle's dark gaze as he gave it a full set of instructions to follow. "All right then. I guess I'll go ahead and create the part2," Amalia said, and looked around. There was a dead branch on the ground nearby, sticking out from the snow. She picked it up and placed it next to the glowing stone, and then swiftly muttered the replication spell, Portus-Fingo. The branch glowed bright blue for a moment and then went back to normal. It wasn't activated yet. Next was a bit harder. She had to activate it by fixing the intention in her mind, and that was often the hardest part, and then carefully enunciating the spell Incipia Statum. The first 2 tries did nothing, but on the third, the branch started glowing blue just like the stone. She had succeeded, she assumed. There was no way of telling until they tested it out. "We're ready," she announced. Riddle finished hissing at his pet, and knelt next to the branch. "Good luck, little guy," Amalia said, feeling a bit sad for the poor creature. Who knew what awaited him? "She's female, actually," Riddle corrected, and they both watched in somber silence as the snake extended itself slowly from Riddle's arm onto the snow, and then slithered towards the branch, her forked tongue tasting the air bravely as she approached the glowing object. Riddle stood up and stepped back, folding his arms impassively. The snake reached her destination, hesitated, and then in a quick movement, ducked under and around a protruding part of the branch, gripping it firmly with her coils. There was a flash of light, and the snake vanished. They would know in 5 minutes what was waiting for them on the other side, that is, if the snake made it back at all. So the first chapter in ages, and I give you, gratuitous snake abuse? Even I didn't see that coming before I sat down to write it. Laughing face, this is kinda like 1/4 of a chapter, but I'm getting back into the swing of things, and taking it slowly to start. Smiley face, less pressure that way, I guess. By all means, leave a comment with any ideas for stuff you'd like to see coming up in the story, any characters from the time period, spells, locations etc. I have a lot planned out already, i.e. the main plot beginning, end, but it's always fun to hear your ideas too, and possibly work them into the grander scheme. Smiley face. Chapter 39, Awakening. Monster 39, Awakening. Amalia opened her eyes with a sleepy frown. She felt odd. Confused. After a moment's deliberation, she sat up, her comfortable Slytherin silk coverlet pooling at her waist. She rubbed her eyes and looked around blearily, but everything seemed okay normal. The dormitory was quiet. Charlotte, Anne, and Kalidora seemed to be already up and gone, their beds neatly made up. Perhaps that, in itself, was odd. Amalia was a morning person, and as a rule, she and Anne were usually the first to rise. Since starting at Hogwarts a mere 3 months previous, Amalia hadn't slept in once, even on weekends. Was it the weekend? She could not recall. She could not recall. No, no, no. Alert now, she struggled free of her covers, feeling adrenaline start to surge. I don't remember. What, she gasped, her mind jumping through various scenarios and the endless possibilities with lightning speed. It can't be. What was the last thing she remembered? She had been standing in the Forbidden Forest with Riddle, waiting for the snake to return with the portkey and information. Then. Nothing, until now, when she woke up. Had her father or the masked wizards found her? But that didn't make sense. Why would she be back at Hogwarts if that was the case? But if it wasn't them? That left Riddle. She spat, and rage surged within her. She'd warned him, the bastard. Didn't he learn anything from the last time he messed around with her head? She groped for her wand. It was where she usually kept it, neatly on the bedside table at an easy-to-reach angle. As if she'd placed it there herself. As she snatched up the wand, a piece of parchment fluttered to the ground from her hurried movements. She picked it up and smoothed it out with fingers that trembled slightly, as her eyes flew across the page. Amalia started a script that was uncannily like her own. Do not murder Riddle. He did not do this. That's precisely what he would make me write, she thought mulishly. And no, he did not make me write this, either. The other Amalia continued, in what Amalia somehow imagined was a resigned, long-suffering way. But you won't believe anything until things are explained fully, so go downstairs, calmly find Riddle, and read the notes we've made to explain the situation. Don't waste time. You both need to work on finding a solution as soon as possible. This is only going to get worse. Good luck. She blinked a few times, and reread the letter, but could not make head or tails of the situation. It certainly ended dramatically enough. Resolved to only murder Riddle once she was sure of the facts, she dressed quickly, glancing around for any signs that could give her a clue as to what day it was. Strangely, she didn't feel very rested, although her anxiety kept her quite alert. Glancing in an ornate mirror on the back of the dormitory door, she saw black rings under her tired eyes. She surmised it was weekend, since the enchanted clock on the wall was nearing 10 o'clock in the morning and she would have been in class if it had been a weekday. But that conclusion was problematic in itself. They'd been in the forest on a Saturday night, and had stayed up until almost dawn the next morning trying to find the counter curse for Riddle's wound. It didn't fit. She suspected more time than a few hours had been lost, and not knowing the scope of this new blank in her memory disturbed her greatly. Could it be that an entire week was lost? Longer. The thought was terrifying. Taking her wand and the letter, she rushed out and up the winding stairs to the common room, immediately spotting Riddle as she entered. He was sitting on a couch with his back to her, his gaze on the crackling fire in the grate. A neat pile of books and parchment scrolls rested on the table next to him. They were the only students visible. As she cautiously approached, she noticed he had the black diary she'd given him for Christmas in his lap, his pale fingers running absently up and down with the spine. He looked up as she approached, and she frowned at the deep black circles under his eyes, matching hers. "Took you long enough," he said without preamble, with a tight grimace. "Riddle, what is going here?" he interrupted, holding out the diary. "Read this first." She took it from him, feeling alarmed as his eyes lost focus and moved away from her, back to studying the dancing flames with unblinking intensity. She sank down next to him and opened the diary, skimming the extensive notes in what she recognized as a mix of her untidy scrawl and Riddle's precise lettering. 10 minutes later. "This is ridiculous," burst Amalia, pacing up and down. The diary lay on the couch next to him, open to the pages that had detailed the horrifying truth. "And yet, here we are," Riddle pointed out drily, turning to watch her pacing. "So, how much of your memory did you lose this time?" he asked, with academic curiosity. Amalia ran a hand through her hair distractedly. "I only remember sending off the snake then, nothing. Nothing about what happened next, going through, discovering this warded circle on the other side or any of the research we did after that in the last week." The notes she'd schemed through in the diary detailed their, unsuccessful, attempts at untangling their current predicament, hastily patched together from a broad range of magical theories, spells, counter curses and enchantments. "It's safe to say, then," Riddle surmised, "that not only are we losing memory whenever we sleep, but that the amount of memory loss is getting progressively worse as well. I wonder if it continues indefinitely, until we have no recollection of who we are at all." He sounded impressively emotionless, though Amalia noticed his hands were white-knuckled on the edge of the sofa. She scowled at him, fighting her own hysteria down with difficulty. "Don't say that," she scolded. "We are going to figure this out." He inclined his head sardonically. "How very bracing to hear you sound so optimistic." "I must admit it's an improvement on the previous time you woke up," he drawled. "You tried to kill me. Again." "That's probably why I wrote the note," Amalia thought privately, glad for her foresight. She sat down on the plush common room rug in front of the fire and crossed her legs, conjuring a quill and ink with a distracted flick of her wand. She decided to summarize the main facts on a new page. The previous notes and hurried scribbles were giving her anxiety. "Okay, let's see. My last memory is sending the snake through the portal." She noted it down. "What about you?" "Well, I've been awake for the last 3 days." She looked up. "What, really?" Amalia blinked at him. "No wonder you look so awful." He glared at her with bloodshot eyes. "I'm fine," he croaked, and then cleared his throat. She stared. "How are you staying awake?" "A potion." "I see." She frowned. "Hey, why didn't I use it to stay awake, too?" "You did," he gritted out shortly, "but the limit for using them is around 3 days. After that, there are side effects. Last night we decided you should sleep so we could find out if the curse had started to wear off, or if it was getting worse. Evidently," he grimaced, "the curse, or whatever it is, hasn't worn off yet." Amalia considered this for a moment. "I don't think we can anticipate that happening soon, if ever. We have to figure out a solution right now." "What do you think we've been trying to do?" he snapped. She paused, struck by a sudden thought. "Were you waiting for me to wake up?" "No," he instantly denied, scowling tiredly. "Like I said, I'm fine. I'm not experiencing any side effects yet." He didn't seem to notice that there was a muscle twitching unnaturally in his left cheek. Amalia looked away and decided to let it go for now. Riddle was extremely prickly on very little sleep, no need to draw attention to it. Sure." She turned her attention back to the diary, and checked the dates on the previous pages. "So, if today is a Saturday morning, that means you last slept on, Tuesday night." She flicked back to the relevant diary page. It was the filled with rather frantic-looking note-taking in both of their handwriting. He nodded. "I assume I also slept that night. When we woke up, what did we remember?" It's in the diary, Riddle said waspishly. Summarize it for me. She raised her eyebrows expectantly. He huffed, but then decided to comply with a surly glare. We remembered the snake returning with the portkayet. It informed me of a quiet clearing in a nondescript part of the forest, and of a magical barrier around a stone arch. We decided it was safe enough, and used the portkayet to travel there ourselves. The stone arch, you did a horrendous sketch of it on Monday, I believe he drawled, had more Sumerian runes on it, inside this circular magical barrier. We recorded the runes and decided to return to the castle to decode them, and the rest of my memory is blank until Tuesday, including the return journey to the castle. So I'm missing most of Sunday and Monday, but I gathered we were doing research on the runes, before we knew about the fucking memory loss. She blinked at him, it was unusual for him to swear. He was really tired. I don't remember any of that. She murmured worriedly. So, we definitely didn't do anything with this magical barrier when we went through with the portkayet, though. She asked cautiously, I don't know, activate it or something. Her sketch of the stone arch on the previous diary page didn't ring any bells whatsoever, it was extremely creepy to see her own work without any memory of doing it. I don't think so, Riddle sighed. We might have, by mistake I suppose, but we were careful. As I recall, we only took note of the runes, and then left. Amalia flicked back to the earliest pages. So that's your last memory, but we packed up the camp, returned to the castle, and spent the whole of Sunday together in the library researching these runes. According to these notes, when we slept that night, Sunday night, the first incidence of memory loss occurred. We couldn't remember any of the research we'd done the previous day. We tried to figure out what was happening by going over the notes we had written, but no luck. We stayed up all night on Monday wondering if it was a gradual thing, but no further memory loss occurred. She flicked a few pages forward and winced, but on Tuesday night we slept. And then I attacked you when we woke up on Wednesday morning, thinking you had cursed me. Jumping to conclusions as usual, he sneered, but without his usual zeal. So, it's evident something was triggered when we started studying these stones. She stated, and the result is a curse which has two effects. First, we can't make any new memories, they get erased as soon as we sleep, and second, we are losing the memories before we activated the curse as well. To what end, it is impossible to know. Ugh, this is complicated. Riddle grimaced. You have to admit it's a very effective trap, everyone needs sleep at some point. Why try and prevent us from continuing, when you could just make us forget what we are doing in the first place? Indeed. Who in Merlin's name came up with this damned quest? Amalia growled. She tried to put her frustration to one side for the moment, they had to focus. So, that's our working theory. Did we manage to translate the runes? It's in the diary. She raised an eyebrow at him. TCH. He rolled his eyes. To the best of our knowledge, it translates to pass through the doorway, do not look, do not listen. Speak to find the way. But we agreed this doesn't seem relevant to our more immediate problems, we didn't pass through the archway yet or cross over the barrier. Amalia puzzled over this for a while. Pass through the doorway, do not look, do not listen. Speak to find the way. Yup, nope, she had no clue what that meant. And it didn't seem to help them. It seems quite obvious this curse, or whatever it is designed to encourage us to go through the barrier, to continue the quest blind. She eventually surmised. With no idea whether continuing would even halt the memory loss. It could make it worse. I mean, the memory loss could just be another test we have to solve before continuing. Should we take the risk and go through the barrier? And risk, I don't know, another curse? Worse. Riddle looked sour. After you. She sighed. Does it feel like maybe, just maybe, we're a little in over our heads here, Tom? He was silent for a moment, scowling at the carpet. But then he seemed to rally and his tired, dark eyes swept up to catch hers in a steady gaze. It's not over yet, Gray, he vowed. I found something that could help, this morning. He turned to the pile of books and parchment on the table next to him, and drew out a volume titled Subtleties of Memory and passed it to her, along with a few scrolls covered in his notes in his neat handwriting. Amalia scanned the cover, the book was by Nemani Radford, and she recognized it. The writer was the famous obliviator who had invented the memory charm in the late 1500s. For obvious reasons, Amalia had extensively researched memory charms in all their forms, and their history. A chapter was bookmarked, she leafed her way to it. Not a solution, unfortunately, Riddle cautioned, it extensively explains how to perform variations of memory charms, and even how to block them. But nothing about undoing the spell, beyond don't get hit in the first place. I'm not surprised, Amalia said drily, if there was an easy way to undo memory charms, I would have found it already. But it does mention a method of storing memories. Riddle continued. Just a passing mention, really, but using the technique described, we could transfer our memories into a receptacle. It won't stop the loss, but we can at least restore memories if we need to sleep. I'm confident we could figure this out in a few more days, if we had the time without erasing our progress each night. Flicking through the scrolls Riddle had passed with the book, Amalia could see how he'd patched together some complicated-looking charm diagrams and footnotes. It was very high-level stuff. She bit her lip. Do you think we can do it? Of course, he said, with no trace of humility. But there's only one issue, the book details the theory, but not the application. I've tried my best to piece it together, but this isn't the kind of magical working you can complete with guesswork. We need to be sure we're doing it correctly before we try. Do you have a receptacle in mind? Riddle pointed at the diary. Amalia nodded. That makes sense. She paused, biting her lip. It was a tough situation, but they were rapidly reaching the point at which they could no longer keep this secret. I know you don't want to hear this, but let's just ask a teacher for help? Dumbledore could. Absolutely not. Riddle immediately snapped, glaring. Amalia frowned. We really don't have time to get up to an Obliviator's level. Not him. Amalia rolled her eyes. Fine. What about Professor Merithought? He huffed in irritation, but Amalia took the lack of an immediate denial as acquiescence. Sounds like we have a plan. Amalia rose to her feet. I'll go speak to Merithought. I'll be as vague as possible about the circumstances. You keep working on it. Riddle nodded. Amalia looked around. By the way, where is everyone? She asked. Quidditch match. Ah. Another mystery solved. She could think of nothing more boring than watching sports, though she imagined Kalidora was enjoying it. But a quiet castle it was lucky for them. Professor Merithought, being rather elderly, was not likely to be there. She could find and speak to him without an audience. Last chapter updated is 39.